Hi guys, good evening. How you doing? Good morning, good afternoon, depending on what time you're watching it and where you're from. We're live right now. But if you're watching it later on, thanks for having a look in. Sometimes it's interesting. So, how are you all doing mid Christmas, New Year? What have you all been up to? Please tell us if you want. What did you get for Christmas? What have you got planned for tomorrow night? Tell us. So, for some reason, Yvonne's first tonight. She couldn't make it on Tuesday, and I put the live on far too late, I think, because Yvonne's normally in bed by that time. Cup of cocoa, early night. Busy the day after, but still no excuse, to be honest with you. As my number one mod, no excuse. I might demote her, actually. Thinking about it. No, Yvonne, thank you, sweetheart. You're an absolute love. Superb. Both you and Paul. UK transparency tip-offs. Yeah, you keep going there. Right, I'm saying nothing. The Intercept, how you doing? You're first. Bollocks to you all. Listen, is that conspiracy theory or what, that you was first, even though your name didn't show up and Yvonne's did? How you doing, Intercept? David, how you doing, guy? How you doing, you big wolf? Good to see you, mate. Good to see you in there. David's here, guys. I'm sorry, mate. Thank you. How you doing, Neil? Yeah. Yes, we've been doing rather splendidly. Thank you for asking, Neil. We have, yeah. And I don't know what it is, but every live, what I do, as time goes on, there's always new people who come in. And I think that's a good thing. It's really nice to see that. Tuesday, there was one or two idiots in, but there you go, they were dealt with because Eamon was in, Trevor was in, so. Great to see all this. Great to see you guys. Durnley Boyles, are you doing Durnley? I asked my Welsh friend how many sexual partners he'd had. He started counting, but he fell asleep. Durnley, thanks for coming in. You're here, Charlie. Yeah. Gosh, I've missed you. Charlotte, thanks for coming in. Absolutely great to see you. Charlotte's here, guys. DJ Heaven, Happy New Year. Yeah, let's hope so. Thanks for coming in, DJ. Let's hope so, but, we'll probably get real later on this evening on that score. But yeah, Happy New Year, and, we may as well go through the formalities, but thanks for coming in. Really appreciate it. Neil, fantastic. Trev's here, guys. Never fails. Trev, he's always itching for a light, right? Always itching for that conversation. We always get it though, Trev. Thanks for joining in. Amanda's Adventures, how you doing? Oh, it's Amanda. Hiya, Amanda. How you doing? I'm sure it is you. It's the same logo. So I popped on to say hello the other day on Enlightened, who's been on here, and he's a sound guy. So thanks for saying hello to me the other day, and hello to you. Thanks for coming in, Amanda. Who's a very nice person, by the way, if you're not familiar with Amanda. She is, I've listened a few times on the lives, and she's a great talker. Just back from Scotland, Neil. Was it a wee bit colder up there? You got a new bull mastiff. Right, you got a new puppy bull mastiff for Christmas. Okay. That's very nice, that. Whoever gave you that present. And I am sure you will look after that sentient little being, which will grow big. Don't they grow big? Bull mastiff. Well, I mean chunky. Anyway, good on you, and thanks for letting us know what's been happening in your Christmas time. Chubby's here, guys. Chubby came on Tuesday. He's been on a few other times before. He's all right. He's Chubby. He has a good chat with us. No problem. David, hi. How you doing? Don't forget, guys, Biker will be on in a bit. In very soon time. Listen, you two, you need to sort it out, right, UK? You need to sort it out. Stop bitching. Right, just get over it. She is first most of the time. So if you want to get in there first, all you have to do is just drop me an email. I'll let you know a couple of minutes beforehand, before I come. Then you can stick your comments on first. But don't tell anyone. Love it. He'll be on soon, Intercept, doing his probably. He is a just for men guy. And he'll admit it to you. There's never a false word with Biker, guys. He's a gent and he's the salt of the earth. I know that for a fact. Okay, so just going through. You had a haircut. No, Shirley, I've not. I've just washed it. So it's probably shrunk a bit. But no, I've not. And I'm the only one who cuts it. And so I don't know if I do it right. That's why it looks fucking like this. You know what I mean? Did anyone see that video? Oh, God, what was his channel name? Some violent non-extremist or something like that. And he put this video up. It was, I don't know, about 6, 7, 8 minutes long. And his title was something like YouTube people who look like celebrities. So he was putting all these people up, and he put me up and a few others. He put Cat up, and I thought that was a bit out of order, but you'd have thought, what if anyone's got that link? I know Biker, when he comes on, he'll find it. But it was so funny. But anyway, I got compared to Ozzy Osbourne. So according to the votes in the past, it's been John Lennon more than anyone else. But anyway, what that guy thought, but it was funny. So I just commented with a thumbs up and a happy face. He did Film Boy. He did quite a few people who look like celebrities. No celebrities on here, guys. Just real people having a good laugh, having a good chat. There's my pal. Good to hear that, Al. Sorry about that there. C'est la vie. But yeah, we'll get together soon, pal. I hope Keris is doing all right. She's there now. I can just see a comment. And good to see you in there, mate, as always. Thanks for sticking around. DJ Samuel Sound, how you doing? Thanks for coming in. There's Keris, guys. An absolute angel. And I say it every time because it's true. Not the kind with wings and all that Hollywood kind of angel. I mean, McCoy, Packer, a real one. John's here, come up, see us. Hang on. Thanks very much, John, for that. GSM. So you change your name a bit and GSM. You'll have to tell me what that means, please. DJ Hertz, how you doing as well? Thank you. Thank you so much. And Ronald as well. Great. Just love seeing all you guys coming in. It means a lot. It really does mean a lot. Okay, DJ Heaven. Yeah, Aussie. I've had loads of Aussies. John Lennon. Yeah, I think them are the top two. I've had some other stupid celebrity people who think they're something, but they're not. They're just a real person in a certain job, stroke position, or through look or image or and all that, what comes with consumeristic entertainment. I'll just put it that way. So back is in the chat, guys. Hey up, mate. Neil, he will disagree with you on that. Hang on. Yeah, I think he will disagree with you on that one. I've missed something there, Shirley. Right. Chubby, hang on. No, a bit. I'm not quite sure what you mean, but if you do, come on, mate, just let us know about that. Yeah, I think, hang on, come on. Come on. Come on, Alan. Alan. Alan, come on. That one's unfair, I think. Frank, don't you start, Chubby. Why do we have to fucking pay for water? Classic stuff, yeah. Classic stuff. Cat Weasel. Trevor? How you doing? Hello, party! I probably said that totally all wrong. But of course, you can have a laugh at my expense. You have done for months, and I don't mind at all. As long as it makes people at least smile. Right, I've come to the end of that. So it's time for Biker to come on at any minute. Of course, anyone's invited on. Anyone's welcome. We can have a good session of banter. Just get this show flowing, and then maybe later on there might be one or two things that need to be said about more serious stuff, what's going on today. So, but let's not spoil the festive period of the year. Okay. UK, I'm not doing accents. I got asked to do one, so I'll do one. Party scatter! Hey! I can't quite do the Manc accent, even though I live quite near to the city centre, mate. Right, Chubby's back there as well. So, but I'm good. Chubby, just give me a couple of minutes, mate. It's just the way I do things on my live. So, I'm just going to bring Biker on so we can say hello to everyone, and I'll bring you straight on, mate. Just give us a minute or two. How you doing, mate? Hey up.
I'm all right, Cocker, yourself?
Yeah, I'm not bad actually. I feel all right. Yeah.
Good. Good evening, everybody at chat. Thanks for all the welcome. Brilliant. Hope we've all had a good Christmas. I'm looking forward to New Year's Eve stuff, mate. That's my thing, New Year's Eve. Always has been. Brilliant.
You're not. Are you a firework guy, or is it?
No.
No.
I'm a
No, I
red
forgot to
wine.
ask you that.
And then New Year's Eve, I'm a pork, cheese, and cigar guy.
A
That's
what?
what a pork and cheese and a cigar. New
Oh,
Year's Eve.
pork.
Uh-huh.
I thought you
Was
said
that?
pork. I thought
Did
pork
I
and
say
cheese.
pork?
Is that really pork and cheese? Yeah, but what kind of cheese?
Just whatever's in fridge. As long as it ain't Dairy or fucking Baby Bells, it's fine.
Right. I mean, normally, guys, the posh way of doing it is port and Stilton. I don't know if anyone's tried it. I have, and it actually, before I tried it, someone said, you can't knock it before you tried it. So I thought, okay, you can't disagree with that statement. So I tried it, and you know what? It really went together.
Right, let me just sort my mic
Just
settings
like
out. Somebody's saying
beans on toast or
I've got issues.
Vimto and soda water, stuff like that. Things that go together. Teflon, how you doing? Thanks for coming in.
Right, is that mic alright,
I've got
everybody?
my volume on full blast.
That's alright, well, my fault. Right, is that setting alright for everybody? Can you hear me alright now?
Yeah, a bit clearer. Yeah.
What you mean, I was talking bollocks before?
Don't know why. I think it could be my mic.
Nah, it was that to me, mate. My settings were off. Don't worry.
Okay, no worries. David can hear you perfect. Susan, Lost Souls Exploring, how you doing? Forgive me, but sometimes I see names and you could have been in before, but I might have missed you. It could be a new name. Good evening. She says, right. So have you, apart from your port and your cheese and your, what was the other?
Cigar.
Port, cheese and...
Cigar.
Biker?
Cigar.
Cigar.
Yeah.
Cigar. I can just imagine that.
Right, everybody at chat, just stick a one up. Just stick a one up if you can hear me alright. If not, I'm going to have to sort this out.
She'll be on, not be one sec. Can hear you okay, mate? Yeah.
Yeah, if yours there, John, he said that were a bit quiet. Neil Robinson said they were a bit quiet. I'll tell you, that's okay. Susan, excellent. DG8's 5. I didn't ask for a
Sounds
5
all
inch
right.
pack. Right, that'll do then.
Yeah, it sounds.
Still low.
It sounds.
Fuse the edge on, still low.
Well, how do you work this out? Mine's on 100. Normally on a live, I have it on about 60.
Right, wait a minute.
And it just sounds about normal level now. So I don't know if it's me. Something changed then.
Right, what's that like? Fuse the edge on. You're
That's
saying it's still low.
Yeah. No, that is more clearer, more sharper.
Right, that's fine. I can't do anything else now. That's it. It's going to be a case of turning your
No
volume
worries,
up.
as long as we can. Yeah.
Right, sorted.
So
No, if weather's right
666
tomorrow
What
night.
do you mean?
Right.
9.
Right. 666. What's that all about? When you say I'm the devil, you know it. No, tomorrow night, if the weather's right, I'm going to, about 11 o'clock, I'll get fire pit lit up. I'll go sit outside and watch the New Year in with a piece of cheese, glass of port, and my cigar. That's what I'll do. I'll watch the
Why
fireworks.
not, man?
That's what I shall do.
It sounds really relaxing. Yeah. Yeah.
Sounds
I know
romantic,
where
doesn't it?
you come from. You've got more. Well, kind of, but there's no. Where's the lady involved for it to be more romantic? I mean,
Should be sat
you
at the
can
other
be
side of
romantic
Patty.
with the port and the cheese.
Well, she'll be sat at the other side of Patty outdoors watching a silly old bastard sat in garden round a fire pit having
Oh,
a cigar.
I get it. She's the one who's going to be pouring you the port, sorting the cheese out, getting your cigar ready, and bringing it out to you while you're just sat there in the back garden going like this, probably. Feet up, hands behind your
Yeah,
head.
mate, I wish that had happened, but no, that ain't going to happen. Not at all.
Anyway, that sounds relaxing compared to people who just go full out and God knows what they're going to end up doing tomorrow night when clubbing it and drugging it and drinking it and
Oh, mate, I
fireworking.
used to love going out New Year's Eve. It was brilliant. Every year, me and my mate we used to take it in turns, and we had a party at his house, and all his mates used to come. We just took it in turns each year, and it used to be great. But things have changed over the years, you know, health issues and things like that, and it dropped off. I've never been one since fucking hell, about 30-year-old going out to a pub New Year's Eve. I can't do with all the hassle, queuing at bars and everything else.
Yeah.
So now I just do it how I do it, and I still enjoy it.
Yeah.
It's all right.
Of course, yeah. I mean, why should it be a rowdy time? Do you know what I mean?
Yeah,
So,
it's all right.
each to their own, you know, and as long as people enjoy it, really.
Excuse me, Yvonne. It's not because I'm getting old. It's because I'm getting mellow. That's what it is. I'm
Listen,
getting
how
mellow.
can you bloody speak, Yvonne?
She's 49.
Getting old.
Yeah, she's 49 now.
49 to just almost 50. Yeah.
Yeah, 50 next year,
Yeah.
isn't she?
How dare you half centurion nearly, you, Yvonne? How dare you mention age? It's all about chilling out and calming down from those early years where I know Biker was off his head just like me at some time. It's still good times though. Right. Cheers, Biker. Guys, a couple of Be Okay Bear, a couple more new names. Is that Big Up Shady? Where have you been? James Owens as well. Thanks for coming in, guys. Really appreciate it. I want to say hello to Amanda again as well. Who really comes in, but I like listening to her on Enlightened. So, and of course,
I like watching her videos, her drone footage. Really good, Amanda.
right. So, have we got a link for Amanda then? That'd be great, guys.
I shall find one.
And right, but while you're doing that, I'm gonna bring the banner on actually first. Chubby, I know you'll understand if it's you, mate. Is that you?
Yes, it's me, Dino. Hello, good evening.
Okay. Listen, just give us a quick flash of your silly wig, what you were or something, whatever you were in. Then I know it's really you. Because I've had this before. I've had voices on, and then that's him. Right. Good evening.
Good evening.
Thanks for coming on Tuesday, mate. It was
Oh, yeah.
enjoyable.
Yes, I always have good, enjoyable nights when I'm on your stream. It's great. I always look forward to your next stream, to be honest.
Oh, that's nice. Thank you.
Yeah, I don't get
Well,
out
it's
much.
just me. I just host it, don't I?
Yeah,
You know,
I don't really get out.
it's the guests what do all.
That's Amanda's channel I've
Yeah,
just
cheers
put up
for
there.
coming on there.
Oh, thanks, Biker.
Oh.
Well, anyway.
Oh, you UK beat me to it. Right, UK, you can carry on with links, mate.
He's fast in the UK. He is
I'll
fast.
leave it to him. Yeah. I'll just deal with divvies, mate. You can deal with links.
Have a night off, mate.
Yeah, I'll do that. That's good, that. Yeah, UK, you deal with links, I'll deal with divvies.
See, teamwork on here. You know, don't forget Plod, he does a lot for me behind the scenes and all that stuff. So thanks, guys. Listen, Shady, I know you've not been in for a while, and if it's really you,
Yeah, it
of
was
course
Shady,
you
mate.
will. You know that. Okay, just keep it all right. That's it. That's all you have to do in here. So nobody judges, you know what I mean? In between, you know, you coming on and not coming on and then coming on again, where the absence is. No one slags you off on here. You know, no one says a bad word about you. So, yeah, you're welcome. And I hope you've had a good Christmas.
Yvonne, you best be doing something tonight. Don't you be leaving it all up to me. You get your finger on that button, lass.
She will. She can't help it anyway, Bikey. You know what she's like? She can't help it. She's stop trying to play him up, Yvonne.
Oh, speaking of links, mate, did you sort that link out I sent you? No, you didn't. Dave. Which one?
Yeah.
The one we were talking about last night, and I sent you a link just before I went. Remember it?
I will in a sec when I read it.
Fucking hell. Brave Friday.
The Reverend one.
No.
techpenny.com.
The one just before I went. That could be it. The one. That's the one.
Right. Oh yeah. No.
Oh yeah.
Hang on.
Scroll down it and follow instructions. Pissball.
Oh shit! Yeah, I remember now. Right.
See you later, John. You take care, mate. Be good. Thanks for coming on, fella.
Yeah. Cheers, John. And enjoy this weekend, and for next year, I hope you have a happy one. And I know, I think this is the first Christmas since, you know, on your own and that. So yeah, I'll bring it up. I hope you're okay over it. I know you will be. But, you know, guys in here, us lot, we're here to talk about anything you want to, mate. So, but cheers, John. You're a legend. And thanks for all your support.
Happy New Year, John.
Right, have a great 2023, John. I hope it's better than 2022.
Copy and paste. Oh, email. Right.
Okay. Yeah. The Revenant's a good film, isn't it? The Revenant. Leonardo DiCaprio gets mauled by a bear and he's trying to help these guys out, and then they just leave him for dead, so he tracks them down. True story.
Can't say I've seen it.
Oh, you're missing out. It's amazing. Deanology, I know how hard it is on YouTube. I feel for you, bro. I want to give up, but then the haters win. It's not going to happen, and I talk less, Dino, because of your advice over a year ago, said Shady in chat. That's not the real Shady, is it? Can the real Slim Shady please stand up?
It is, mate. I've just checked him out.
I think it is, but you never know. I'm just trying to sort this out, guy. If you just want to keep talking, I'm just trying to.
It is the real Shady. I've just checked him out, don't worry.
Oh, that's the real Shady. Cool. He'll be back later. Like
Just let me know when you sent email, mate.
Is it? Oh, fuck.
Yeah, it's the real Shady. Hey, Shady. I used to talk too much overpowered. I used to talk too much overpowered the panel. It's not like you to talk too much, is it, Shady?
DJ Samuel, let's hope no more lockdown in 2023. Whoa, mate, don't hold your breath for that one. Do not hold your breath. It's going to be lockdowns as you've never seen it before.
I want to enjoy it, mate.
Why is it not?
Have you put a title name in that? Don't worry if you can't do it.
I'll just set first part, which is Bikereddie.
Yeah, and then there's a figure after that.
Yeah. It's not for some reason. I think I might have to. I've just I've just done this from StreamYard. So maybe
Okay.
I'll go into so I've copied the link, so I'll go into the proper Gmails. I'll get the.
Wait a minute. Let me just check. No, it's not yet.
No. All right, I'll sort that out, guys. Just keep chatting away and.
Right, I'll just ping you my email over, mate. Wait a minute.
Are we allowed to smoke on you? Are we allowed to smoke, Dino, or shall I cut me smoking?
You'll have to smoke?
Odd stream.
If you want.
What do you mean, of course? Why are you asking me things like that?
I think in the new year, I think there's new like guidelines on YouTube where they're going to frown on smoking and drinking on streams.
Tell them a bollocks. What a load of shit. If you sat in your own home smoking, what can they do? Come on.
Hello.
Hiya, David. Uncle
Yeah.
JJ. Uncle JJ, is that you?
No.
Nigger.
There you go, mate. Knickers again.
There we
Knickers. He likes his knickers, does this guy, doesn't
go. Yeah. Well, we know he's a bit of a freak.
Bit of a perv.
Right, David's here.
Hello,
So
it's me, definitely.
Hi up, David. How you doing, Cap?
You alright, Biker?
I'm good.
Happy Christmas, by the way, guys.
It's been a go, mate.
you,
But yeah, thank you very much.
Hi, David.
Here, actually.
Hiya. Hi. I'm great.
Yeah, not bad, mate, not bad.
Just being
Hello, Dino.
David, have you got anything planned for tomorrow night, New Year's Eve? Do you celebrate, or do you just have a port and a bit of cheese with a cigar?
Just chill.
Sat in the back garden,
To be fair.
dancing, you know.
Chill out.
You're not out on pull, then?
Hey?
You're not out on pull? What's up with you?
I'm not really much of a going out guy, to be fair.
Get away.
Seriously.
That surprises me, David.
Why?
I don't know. I thought you were a bit of a tart. You know, I'm out on pull all the time and what have you. I've seen you in Manchester. Don't forget.
Yeah,
Whoa,
that was the one off. but
Yeah, you say it's a one-off. You get away.
it was.
So you're not doing out tomorrow then, even on your own. You're not.
I'll probably chill with my family. To be fair.
Fair enough. Not wrong with that, mate.
Yeah.
Chill with your family, get pissed.
Yep, that's the one.
Run out at front door, pick up a lump of coal, run it back door, mate. Bring the new year in. That's what you do.
That'll be my nanny. She'll be like, David.
The youngest in the house is supposed to do it.
Yep. It's a good job she's got central heating, isn't it? Really.
Yeah. I'll be sending our lass out at doors with a bucket of coal tomorrow night. She's youngest.
That'll be costing a fortune as well.
What coal?
Nah, I'm nearly there. Bet they're all wondering, what's he doing? What the on about? Right.
Just let me know when that email's sent.
I'm sat here drinking a Japanese whiskey.
Japanese whiskey.
Aye, 45%.
Jesus.
Wow. Wowza. That's strong stuff, man. Are you
Yep.
enjoying it? Is it good?
Yeah, it's quite nice actually. It's different.
What is Japanese whiskey? Is that sake?
Yeah, Sakura.
Yeah.
Boring. Yeah.
Saki. That's what Tom Cruise shouts on. Right.
Sakura.
Saki. You know when Tom Cruise on The Last Samurai
Right, you
when
should
he
have it
won-
any segment.
Cheers, fella. Amanda drinking
Right.
tea. There's no wrong with tea, Amanda, as long as it's Yorkshire tea. It's got to be Yorkshire tea, lass.
I agree with that one. Definitely has to be Yorkshire tea.
There we go.
Nice is Yorkshire tea, but so is Tetley. Make
Yeah.
tea bags. Make tea.
Tetley. Fucking Tetley.
Tetley, yeah. But who likes a herbal? I like a herbal tea. You know, a bit of marijuana. I mean, a bit of marjoram with bit of fennel. You know, bit of chamomile and ginger. Goes down quite nice, actually, guys.
I quite like green. I quite like green tea actually.
What the fuck's
not
up with
bad.
you lot? What's up? It's Yorkshire tea and that's it. Amanda's on Tetley's. You drink fucking some kind of fucking juice made up of all sorts. Yeah, exactly. Yorkshire. Yeah, it's there.
Yeah, have
This
you
is
seen how
my
much
old-
they charge for it as well? Absolute
Yep.
rip-off compared to other tea bags, which are just as good.
What is? What's a rip-off?
Yorkshire tea.
Is it?
Cost,
How do you get
cost
that?
of living mad, you know.
Pound odd for 80 tea bags, where you could get 80 tea bags for half the price of that, which are just as good, is what I'm saying.
I just got 500 for £4.
Yeah, but that's not fair, because not a lot of people can do that.
Cost of living mad, you know.
Cost
Yeah.
of living, fucking hell, you just wait till next fucking May.
There's a Lidl near you. There's got to be a Lidl near you. That's where I got it from. Yeah.
Right, well, that was about tea, so we're moving on now from tea bags.
Oh. It would have man that brought to you.
Shirley, listen, of course, the old Earl Grey. Oh, the Lady Grey. Oh, I see. Is that one a bit more posher than the Earl Grey, Charlie? For those people who don't know, Charlotte Fairclough Boyle, even though she's got the most poshest name on YouTube, and I love it, and I take the piss and same back. She's not really posh.
Lady Grey tea bags. I like Lady Grey. I could read into that. But I'm not gonna. Yeah, man, it's all your fault.
I didn't read into anything. I don't know what you're thinking there, mate.
Well, you just did because you started laughing.
That means you got a dirty mind.
Right, emails. Got here. Do that. Go to that.
Trevor uses one. Trevor, you shrewd person, you. Do you know what? I don't blame you. I bet it saves you half as much money when it comes to buying a box of tea bags.
Right, Dino. I'm just going to drop out and come straight back on. Wait a minute.
No worries, mate. I'll just dock your wages by 5 minutes. So, thanks for that linky bomb. David, you're a mod as well, aren't you, David?
I am, yeah.
So, if there's any fine links you want to put in there, and just fire away, mate.
I should drop them in, mate. I should drop them in.
No worries.
Far away, because I am titanium.
Any more?
I like to just break into a song sometimes, depending on the chat. I'm spontaneous.
You know what? I do that. I do
it all the time. So
I think it's nice. I think it means you're in a good mood when you just start.
Yeah,
it's like you perked up.
It's like whistling. It's like, yeah, I feel all right actually.
Or you just got a random song stuck in your head and it's really annoying.
Yeah, don't listen to the radio.
Radio kill the radio star. Or something like
Oh wow, what a classic!
What a song!
Is radio
God,
radio. So
in my mind and in my car, we can't rewind. We've gone too far. Oh. Okay, it's giddy night tonight. Why not? Why not? Oh shit! All right, you said 5 minutes.
Kill the radio star.
Like you said, 5 minutes, guys. 2 minutes ago. What do you reckon? He's ready to come back on again? Should we give him another 3 more minutes, or just bring him straight back on?
Bring him straight back on.
Yeah, that's right. Otherwise, I'll get
I said, give me a minute, you plank, and that link you said.
I thought you said 5. So
that link you sent was just linked to joint channel again, so it's not worked. Don't worry about it. Leave it.
Don't
worry about it.
Okay. We'll sort it out.
Yeah.
Radio was true.
We're going to be singing all night now.
That's Queen, that David.
Queen. Yes, that's Queen.
Yeah.
Radio was true.
Radio Gaga. Was it
Someone still loves you.
And all that. Yeah, Carol's in there, guys. How you doing, Carol? Carol's great when he comes on.
I don't remember that.
James.
You don't remember that song?
Pictures of Mastic Men. I remember that one.
How can you not remember Queen?
And they painted matchstock men and matchstock cats and dogs. It was pissing down whatever the lyrics was after that. I remember that, Amanda. For sure. Definite Radio Gaga. That was the one, yeah. All we hear is
Radio Gaga. Radio Gaga.
Just don't sing Two Little Boys.
No.
Really fucking got you there.
Just put a shocker in there for me. Cheers, Biker.
You're welcome, mate.
On your shoes and dance the blues. Let's sway to the sound playing on your radio. And if you say run, I'll run with you.
Give me a man after midnight.
We never remember the rest of the words.
Nope.
The man after midnight. That's a brilliant song.
It's a brilliant film as well. Mamma Mia.
Let's dance. Right, why it's been Christmas, guys. What is your favourite Christmas? Because they play the same songs every year because there's only been so many classics and they can't
Good
do it
film
anymore.
as well.
You know, it's gone too trancy. So, what are the best classic Christmas? Or
Can I go first? Can I go first? Mine's Merry
course.
Christmas by Slade. Are you
It's
hanging out
Christmas.
the stockings on the wall? Are you living it? That's mine. Carry on. Next person.
Right, and yeah, so that's Chubby's. So whatever yours is, you've got to sing a bit of it as well, just like Chubby did. So, Dave,
I can't.
too many
My
choices.
favourite.
I
Fairy
know.
Tale of New York.
Go on then, sing it.
I can't remember
You know, stop being shy.
it. I can't remember it without hearing it.
I think I've got one, to be honest. I've got a hymn. There's always a hymn that I like. But yeah, that's about it.
A
I
hymn.
I ain't singing it.
Anne-Marie, thanks so much for coming in, the lovely Anne-Marie, guys. What do you mean a hymn?
A hymn? A hymn, as in a church hymn, not a fucking male hymn.
Not him, not right.
A hymn, Hymn. Hymner.
Away
That's the sort of hymn, yeah.
Away in a day.
Yeah, we'll forget that.
What?
Let's get back onto pop songs and rock songs. Christmas.
Fucking miserable humbug bastard. That's a proper Christmas song, is it?
No, it's not.
It is. It is. They were
It's
singing
not.
hymns before pop songs come out, so shut up.
Yeah, but they don't get in the charts, do they? Hymns, you know.
Yeah, they do.
No, they don't that often, though, do they?
Yeah, but we'll see while David singing it.
When was the last hymn what got in the charts?
I shall find out for you right now. Yeah, fucking no.
Holy night, drown your mercy, mother and child.
Nah. Anyway,
David, are you all right, mate?
Yeah, Christmas now.
David, are you feeling all right? Do you need medication?
No, I'm good, man. I'm good.
Yeah, that's all right.
Why are you asking?
Just your voice sort of went a little bit iffy then.
Oh, it's because I got a cold and a cough.
Yeah, I thought it was because you were singing, mate. Sorry.
You cheeky bastard. I got a beautiful voice. Thank you very much.
David, look at that by Neil. That is brilliant.
Yeah, and
Neil, you wanker.
But David's not like that, you see. Yeah, like that. Hymns on Holy Night. Okay, Anne-Marie. Hey.
Yeah, there you go. See, Anne-Marie knows.
See, Holy Night.
I think the one we all could sing is I wish you a Merry Christmas. I wish you a Merry Christmas. I wish you a Merry Christmas. Come on.
And for coffee, yeah.
I'll tell you what, whoever thought them lyrics are fucking
to you and your no, not the king. But we wish you a Merry Christmas and a Happy New Year.
Bravo.
Oh, not the king.
Why not? What a bit of fun. And the viewers went down by half, but never mind. They did though. Yeah.
So we lost 5 when David started singing. We just lost another 15 when Chubby started. That's fucked.
Hey, I've got a beautiful voice, you fucker.
I don't care.
They should be laughing at us. Not just going off in disgust.
Yeah, we're embarrassing ourselves for them, fuckers.
Thanks, Carol. That's much appreciated.
No, James, you're right. From what I've heard from David and Chubby, but Biker won't. He won't sing. because he knows he can't.
Not a
James
chance.
Owen, how dare you?
You must admit, I'm not too bad.
Dino, you're fucking terrible, mate.
Wow, check that out.
Let's
Carol,
hear it.
thank you very much.
Kettle black, everything. Yeah.
Let's hear your singing then, Dino. Let's see your account viewers go back up if you sing.
Oh, good song, Carol.
Run DMC Christmas. Oh God.
It's the one about the war, I think.
All right. But anyway, Carol, thanks very much for that little Christmas present. What you've just given them.
DJ Evan, yes, I'm gonna comment on what you've just said there. Lad Baby featuring Lewis Martin. He has got a cracking voice as Lewis Martin. Absolutely unbelievable. But yeah, I do agree with that. Lad Baby, yeah, good calls, everything else. But yeah, Lewis Lewis.
All right, here's one. Babe meets food. I eat cheesecake. That's a good song.
What?
Yep. Yeah.
Say that again.
Babe meets food. I love cheesecake.
All right, it's me. Yeah, I said him, but
Hello.
Hello,
Can you hear me?
Yeah, I'm
It's
going.
just
Give
mate.
us
I'll give
the
you
peace sign. That'd be nice. Give me the peace sign. Thank
Yeah,
you.
man. Yeah, man.
Okay, so I've got Mike, Bastian.
Here he is.
Good evening, all.
Here he is, the controversial guy.
Good evening.
I've come to order. It's been ear torture, the other side.
I'm sorry, mate, but we have to start it off with a laugh.
You're just jealous of our beautiful voice.
Ready for people like you who come on. So, we've got to keep calm. You never know what's coming.
You can't come on and say it's been ear torture when you're going to come on and start talking, mate. Come on, let's be honest.
I know. I'll get you back. Songs. Bit of Christmas misery. Why not?
Well, come on, Mike, anyway.
Thank you very much.
Okay.
Yeah. Evening, all. No, it's been lovely.
Evening, Mike. Evening.
Hello, Choppy. How you doing?
Evening, Mike.
Hello, Eddie. Hello, Dino. And all those in the chat. Good evening.
Can I just quickly say something before we start? Carol N, she's asked Dino if he'll sing Run DMC Christmas in Hollis. That's actually a real song, Dino.
I don't know it.
I know, but could you not listen to it and just try? She's asked, she's put a serious request in that you can do that. That would be great if you could.
Who has? Sorry, I'm Marie.
Carol N. She's
Carol.
Carol's a male, mate. It's not female.
Carol's a guy, Chubby.
That's fair enough. Carol N, the guy. This is my favourite Christmas song. Dino, please play DMC.
Anything for you guys, anything. Anything for you guys, right. So what's the name of it again?
I do anything for you. Do anything.
Well, that's...
You anything for love, but I won't do that.
I do anything for you. Do anything.
That's Mary Poppins, you dozy bastard. That ain't a Christmas carol.
Who are you calling a daisy bastard, you prick?
Yeah, it was Mary Poppins, wasn't it? Anyway, Mike, please save us from this. I know I started it.
I don't want to kick off too early. I thought I'd join in with a bit of fun first.
There you go.
I'll stink on myself in a minute.
I'll put it in the back chat for you, Carol. Don't worry, I'll help you. We'll get him to sing it eventually. We'll just play it, it'll do.
Tred's put a mixture of stuff in there for you guys, so thanks for that, Trev. I think we'll leave it at that link, and people can decide for themselves what the favourites.
That I've got the best voice on panel.
Definitely the Pogues. Always has been.
How does that go again, Dino? I can't remember it. The Pogues.
The bells ring out at Christmas time. That one. That was awful, weren't it?
Awful.
Yeah.
Fucking terrible, man.
I'll kill it in a minute with Jonah
Oh,
Louis.
come on, let's bloody hear you lot then. But anyway.
Bom, 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 bom. Hey, Mr. Churchill, come here. You know the rest.
That's the one. Go on then. That was great.
Stop the cavalry.
Da-da-dum. Wish I was at home for Christmas.
Oh, Christmas.
Do-do-do-do-do.
I'll tell you which singing that song.
I'm sorry, guys.
How does you see when you do hear that song?
Joined in.
Out your head for days.
Yvonne, I can't sing. You've never heard me sing.
As
You
always,
won't either. You won't, guys, either.
Never
Right.
heard me sing.
The last person I want to ban on this channel is Biker. So you
Just for his singing, that'd be terrible.
If I were to sing, mate, you get a copyright strike. That's all I can say.
Trevor. Thank you.
oh, is that the
Fred
magic?
here as well, guys.
Ho, ho, ho. To Carol.
Oh, he was. He's just
Ho, ho,
gone.
ho.
Did I remove him by accident? Trev, if I did, I'm sorry.
Yvonne, what have you heard me sing? It must have been good if you can remember it. It must have been a lasting impression. I can't remember singing. I know I've done my sexy voice, but I've never sang.
Sorry, Trevor.
Yeah, that's true.
I am
Hello.
Living on the ceiling. No more room down there.
Yeah, no, you don't want to see my face, and you don't want to see my ceiling.
Lovely roof you got there, Trav.
Well, thanks for noticing. I did paint it this year.
You're welcome, mate.
It was a lovely shade of yellow because I'm a smoker, so I have to paint it once a year.
Oh, my favourite colour.
Yellow as
You're a
well.
midnight joker.
I thought about painting it yellow.
Doing a job next year.
Anne-Marie, thanks very much, sweetheart. Really appreciate it, and the same for you.
Good night, Anne-Marie. Take care. Be good.
Anyway, good evening, panel. Good evening, chat. How are we all?
Very well, thank you.
Excellent, eh?
Thank you, Trevor.
Thank you.
Looking forward to the new year.
Yeah.
Oh, it's classic. Yeah.
Yeah, no.
The enthusiasm's too much.
Wait, me.
I can't wait.
Well, we know what's coming, don't we?
Well, the good thing about it, it's not 2022, so, think positively. Come on. That's one out of the way.
I'm positive I'm sitting around my fire pit tomorrow night with my pot and my cigar. That's how positive I am.
And cheese.
After that, I'm a
Don't
cheese,
forget
yeah.
the cheese.
Don't forget my cheese. Yeah.
Yeah.
Bless you,
No,
cheese maker.
I don't know many people or many of my friends that celebrate New Year's Eve. Most of us are in bed by 11. They're not interested in it.
It is something that's died out, isn't it, over the last, I'd say, 5, 6, 7 years? There's not so many people celebrating it.
Yeah, the
Well,
money's gone for me now.
I don't know.
Not a lot to celebrate, and it's very expensive. I mean, even your local pub starts charging to get in on New Year's Eve, don't they?
Okay,
Yeah.
Yeah.
Chopping up there a bit, Trevor.
1, 2, sibilance. Is that working
right.
now?
Yeah, it's fine, mate. That.
All right.
Yeah,
It's those aliens messing around with the frequencies again.
It's the pigeons.
Shoot them pigeons.
I think that was the
Seagulls.
reason I stopped going out on New Year's Eve to pubs and they started charging. You spend all year going in your local, giving them your custom, and then on New Year's Eve they want to charge you for going in. I thought, right, you can fuck right off.
And it's like £6 for a pint. Yeah, fuck off.
No.
Yeah.
Won't do it. I won't pay to go to be local. Not a chance.
No, well, for me, going into a pub is stupid anyway because I spend half the time in the beer garden. So,
You know what I do as well, because I'm a smoker as well,
So there's no point me going to a pub, and they're pretty rubbish nowadays. Any day, Weatherspoons a horrible place.
Horrible.
Absolutely revolting.
I
The
detest
McDonald's of pubs. The McDonald's of pubs, they are horrible.
Yeah.
I've been in one to use a toilet, and that was about it.
I wouldn't go into Weatherspoons unless you want to see a fight break out.
Yeah,
Yeah.
they tend to.
Absolutely detest them.
Is it not the same though? You know, where people go on a bit of a crawl and they say, right, we've had enough here, so let's move on to the next place. But it's the same fucking thing, just a
Yeah.
different venue.
Yeah.
It's just a different pub, innit?
So they
Yeah,
get bored of one
Weatherspoons.
place. It's like, oh, I'm bored now, let's move on.
Weatherspoons is just on the BBC now, isn't it? I mean, you walk in Weatherspoons, and the first thing that hits you is about a dozen tellies all showing BBC News.
Yes.
Not impressed
Yeah,
enough.
that is not cool.
Half a breakfast still left on it on many tables, what they didn't collect from fucking 6 hours previous.
Yeah.
And ketchup sachets underneath the chair legs.
Yeah, it's been there the whole night.
Yeah, that was me, mate. Yeah.
I've had that before.
Looking good there,
Not
Chubby.
Wherever you do, don't go for the coffee. The coffee is minging. Ugh.
What I hate about them is the fact that they take over such lovely buildings, old libraries and churches and all these beautiful buildings, and they turn them into these nasty cathedrals to drink.
Yeah.
With laminated menus, no music, bar staff that look like they'd rather be anywhere else but there.
What they need to do is they need
the
to
worst
grade.
service ever. Dreadful.
They need to grade 2 list the buildings, and no one can take over them.
The one in my
Yeah.
town is an bank, and it's on a corner, so it's like the actual shape of the building is beautiful. It's kind of rounded on the edge, and then it straightens out on an angle. Like
That's some nice buildings. I went into one, what was it, Tunbridge, I think. And that was an old theatre. And they've still got the stage set up. And what they've done, they've got a load of mannequins and dressed them up as if they're doing something on stage. And
that's cool. I like it when they do stuff like that.
Yeah, yeah.
I'd rather they were moving.
Well, yeah, I suppose that was a bit too much expense for Weatherspoon's budget. But, yeah, it was... Mind you, it's quite a reflection of society, really, when you sit there watching it. It's like, yeah, it's about as interesting as it gets. Watching a load of dummies.
Yeah. There's one in the town just down from me, the town I was born in, and that used to be, it started off as the Grand Theatre. Massive place, really massive. One of them very high. So I think you had a balcony, then an upper balcony in the gods, so they say in the theatre. And then it turned into a cinema, and it was. I went as a kid, the matinee and the cartoons and all that, sort of Saturday afternoon, I think it were. And then it slowly dwindled down round about the 80s, mid 80s. And then it closed down altogether. So it become redundant for years. And then now it's a Weatherspoons, and I've been in, and it's so fucking huge, it's unbelievable. And don't forget, well, Weatherspoons, they're all open plan style, like American style, open plan. You know, you don't have your little snug rooms anymore, and your little, your little cozy off areas with partition.
I like it's the old-fashioned pubs, Dino. I like all them, with the old saloon bar or public bar, and you had little covios if you wanted to have a private chat or something, and but with Weatherspoons, it is a bit sort of open plan office type style thing where you just, mind you, it's good for if you're a people watcher, but I know what you mean. I know exactly what you mean. It takes away that.
I think this century is brewing history for me,
and it makes more noise as well. I mean, a lot of people are not bothered about buying noise and kids running around. Fair enough, family day out, bit of a meal, couple of drinks, whatever, that type of pub. Some even let the pets in and things like that. But when it's open plan, the noise level goes higher as well. Which, if someone was in there and they think, well, I just want a relaxing pint or of whatever, I'll just read my paper for half an hour. I just need to relax and get off the street and get off the stress from
Well, you wouldn't
yesterday.
go to Weatherspoons to do that, mate, would you? Come on.
No, I'm going to say.
Yeah, there's not many traditional
well.
pubs left now. I mean, they're either obviously Weatherspoons or your slug and lettuce type pubs, or now, you know, most pubs are turning into what they call gastro pubs now, you know. And the thing that I find frustrating is 9 times out of 10, you go into a gastro pub now and they're taking 20 minutes to serve fucking coffees. I mean, you know, if I want a coffee, you go to Costa Coffee or whatever your preferred coffee outlet is. You don't go in a pub, but they spend like 20 minutes serving up coffees.
Yeah.
So there's no fun anymore. You know, you try and go in there for a drink, you go and get a couple of pals or whatever, and it's like, oh, for flipping heck.
You just want basic service, and it's not even that.
Yeah, exactly.
You know? And you can forgive 5 or 10 minutes, like, hang on a minute, should have been here 10 minutes ago. You can forgive that, but when it gets to 15, 20, it becomes ridiculous. And it's even worse if you paid for it before you got it. As well, like you're right, but most of the time, I'm like, fuck this, I'm off, you know.
Exactly.
Otherwise, I'm going to nip off for a minute. Carol, I just want to say thanks very much indeed for that. It means a lot. It really does. It helps, and thanks very much. Nice gesture, Charlotte as well. Guys, I'll not be a couple of minutes. Just
Dino, I'm just going to nip for a cigarette as well. So,
sorry,
I'm just going to nip for a cigarette. So,
it's off for a fag.
Not allowed.
Is he allowed? Is he? Can he?
Yeah.
Is he allowed?
It's off for a fag, mate.
Oh, mate.
Isn't that cannibalism?
What, cigarette?
You can have a cigarette now and still
nuts.
Yeah, cheers, Carol. It means a lot. Thank you, mate. Thanks.
You need a TV license passport to get into Weatherspoons, Carol says.
Brilliant, it's Carol, isn't
Yeah.
it?
Carol, that's very generous of you. And you're so right about that needing a TV license and a passport again to Weatherspoons, because that only came about after the World Wars. We could travel freely in the country before the World War started. And after that, we needed passports. Right? And you're so right about that. You're so generous as well. You know, you see entertainment and you're donating.
Yeah, it's not my
that's so generous. Thank you. You know, I would donate as well today, you know, if I had the money, but I'll donate to other stuff.
Going back to pubs, I mean, in my village, our local pub, we're a Sam Smith pub. That's a Tadcaster brewery.
What, the singer?
No. And he's got loads and loads of money. He's got pubs all over Yorkshire district and what have you. He's got a couple in York, really nice buildings and what have you. But in the villages where they're situated, he's shut them all down. He's just literally just closed them overnight, and that's been it.
Is that because of the cost of energy?
No. It's been shut for 2 years.
Oh, really? Oh, bloody hell!
It's been shut for 2 years, and it was not to do with COVID or anything like that. All these other pubs, except those in York City, has kept them open. But all the small villages, he shut them down, closed them down. That's it, and they just stood dormant now.
Because what I've noticed in North Yorkshire, Bikereddie, is there's a lot of pubs like in villages out in the Dales and that. They've been closing down, but the villagers have got together and they've all bought shares in it between them.
Right. Yeah.
Well, that's bringing it back. That's bringing it back to what. That's bringing it back to what it should be. A local pub was meant to be for the locals and the public.
Yeah, well, we tried that. We tried that in village, but the guy won't sell it. He'll knock it down before he'll sell it. He's a really tight, mean bastard. He really is.
So
he's a nasty fucker.
But he's not making nothing out of it, isn't he? Or has he got future plans for it? Or, you know, they're going to turn into McDonald's or flats?
Not a clue, mate. Not a clue. I mean, the land that it's on, there's not much land with it. So you've got basically the pub and its footprint and its car park.
Big enough for a co-op. They could turn it into a co-op. They do that too, some of them.
Yeah.
We've already got a co-op in village. We've got a Sainsbury's local in village. So that won't go down at all.
Is it listed? Is it listed?
No.
Any other buildings?
It was built in the early 60s. In fact, it's still got the original windows in, which were the metal frame windows.
Yes, yeah, it was like my old, my family's pub where I was brought up, the Crayfish. That was the '60s building, same sort of deal, Bikereddie, with the old metal frame windows.
Yeah.
That got sold off about 4 years ago, and now they've put 12 houses on the plot because it had a brilliant.
I reckon you'd probably get 10 houses on plot if they were going to do it, but where
That's
it's
what he's doing now.
situated,
He's hanging on, isn't he? He's hanging on to sell it, isn't he? To sell the land.
Yeah, definitely.
they'll never let him build houses on there, without a doubt. That's not going to happen.
Money
There'll
speaks.
be
Money
no
speaks.
business base there. But, I mean, the demise started probably 20 years ago. It took out all the fruit machines. Then there were a big uproar with that. So they put the fruit machines back on, and then they were all silenced, so there were no noise coming from them. It took out the jukeboxes, so all they went. And then obviously you got the government ban on smoking in pubs, which I'm a smoker. I agree with that. It didn't kill it, actually. No, it didn't. It wasn't an issue. It's never been an issue. And then after that, it banned the use of mobile phones in the pub. If you were using your mobile phone in the pub, right, the landlord had to said, yeah, honest to God, that's what he did. He banned the use. You look on Sam Smith's website, and it's on there that the use of no mobile phones in his pubs, and that's what he's trying to do. That is what killed the pub, in all honesty. You took your mobile phone out, and you had to be escorted out of the premises by the landlord.
I wonder how that worked out for him during the track and trace facade.
The pub closed. It closed just after lockdown came in. So
that's handy.
That would yeah. But no, that's how it happened. And the pub's still sat there. It's not used. And, we have got 2 other pubs in the village that we can go to. But that to me, with my local, it's like 5 minutes walk away. And half an hour walk back when you've been there. But it was handy. It really handy pub. But it's shut down, and that's it. And it was cheap beer in there as well. If you go to the centre of the village, you pay like £3.5-4 a pint. You go in there, you pay £1.50, £2 a pint, depending on what you were drinking.
Wow.
What year was this? What year was this?
A year ago, mate. Honest. I was drinking Sam Smith's lager, and it was £1.85 a pint.
Yeah.
And you went up the village to 2 other pubs up there, and like I say, you'd be paying £4, £4.5, £5 a pint.
It's still averaging about £3 a pint up here where I am. Whereas I was paying down in Wiltshire about £5, £6 a pint.
Yeah.
Up here it's half. It literally is half of what I was paying in Wiltshire.
Yeah, it's a lot cheaper in Yorkshire, mate. Not have to look after it. Not have to look after you.
Yeah, they get the priorities right.
Oh yes, of course we do.
There's very few, I would say, English style pubs left, especially in city, big town centres, things like that. I think the more you go out, you still got your country pubs, and even with your real fires and your homemade menus, maybe if they do food.
That's all that's around though. Yeah, mate. You've got your country pubs, and that's it. And they are traditional pubs. Like you say, you can go in there, you can get a meal, you sit around a log fire and everything else, and it's your traditional country pub.
I got some food ready. I'll be back later.
No worries, Chubby. Thanks, mate. See you in a bit. Birkin Mad 8, thanks for coming in. Rug Ops, good comment.
Hello,
Carol, thanks for that. Couple of quid again. You don't have to keep doing that, mate. At all. So, but thanks anyway. It means a lot. And I think you might be coming on in a bit as well. So. Bear with me if I've got a full panel. I only have 6 on max. So please bear with me. I'm not ignoring anyone. Depends what's being talked about and stuff like that. So I want to talk about just a bit later on while Mike's on. I want to talk about the WEF just a little bit. video
My
that myself
favourite.
and Biker have watched recently.
You don't know what
Yeah,
buttons to
yeah.
No.
It's just, Mike, can I just ask you before we go into it a bit more deeper, because I don't know if Fluke's going to come on and maybe a couple of other people where it,
Oh, he's normally getting out of the bar now. So
where it can go more in depth, you know.
Yeah. Okay.
But it's a channel called May Hair Tuesday or My Hair
I know him. Yeah.
Tuesday.
Like the Asian guy, is he?
Yeah.
Yeah. Mm-hmm.
He is, but he's British.
He speaks better English than me. Yeah.
Yeah, he's kind of the old school of immigrant stroke born here stroke family, that type of thing, that generation ago, and he's kind of like anti-immigration or anti the way it's kind of got to at this stage. He's kind of had enough, and he brings some great videos out. He's brought a couple up recently about which was interesting, a 15-minute city, which is Paris, and he explains all about the dehumanization of, you know, the dystopian ideals of the WEF. Well, I thought that was interesting.
I'll put his link in now.
Yeah,
cheers.
They're trying the 15-minute city in Oxford
and Canterbury.
And Canterbury.
I'm back, guys.
And what this will ultimately mean is that you'll be allocated a certain amount of miles that you can travel in a year. And if you want to travel any further than that, then you have to go to your local council and ask permission. And this will be all done under the guise of saving the planet, of course, and carbon footprint and all that nonsense. But it's all about control.
But that's what they're claiming in Paris at the moment, that it's all about the carbon footprint, reducing cars, getting all push bikes into the city, blah, blah, blah. Yeah. Doing away with all car parking spaces and what have you. And that's what they've instigated right now. That's what they're doing right now.
I know. I saw them trying that on Christmas Day. They were turning the cars over, setting fire to them. It seemed like a pretty radical way to clear the city.
Yeah, that was the demonstrators, I think, that.
I know. But it's this carbon con has gone on for too long, and I think people are starting to wake up to it, but it's just getting out of control now.
Quoting the carbon thing, and that's just a smokescreen. It's just a precursor of things to come, and that's what it is.
Can I just say, it's been happening for years, so why are they only just caring about it now?
Because it's accelerated, and it's got to a point where it's like, you know, where you leave, no matter what it is, and you kind of leave things for a bit, and you think, you know, and then all of a sudden it's upon you. It's kind of like, not panic stations, but
so it's basically got their attention.
I'd say very much so. And France, I brought France up because you know, that country, it's always been known as peaceful. Forget
it's a fucking bag of shit.
But yeah, I mean, you know, and I just read up a little bit, and I thought I'd look at religion in France, and it's Christian, and you know, secularism means a lot, which means conducting human affairs based on secular naturalistic considerations, and that's what France has kind of been about in their attitude and the way of living, and as far as religion goes and things like that. So it kind of disturbed me a bit.
They showed the true colours here at war, didn't they?
Well, yeah, but that was then. See, that was then, and I think we should need to let go of the last World Wars. You know, a long time ago, and now it's a completely different war. You know, so
but
I mean, back then,
don't you think there's some similarities going on?
Generations ago, totally different.
Well, going back to this 15-minute city business, I was reading a reply from Oxford City Council that got so much abuse. Well, they say abuse. Oh, we got abuse. Basically, people was asking them questions and not too happy with the situation that they're proposing. So they put a rebuff out. So basically, trying to fill in the lines, but it was nothing more or less than what it put out originally. But one of the things they did mention in there, and that I picked up on, was if you're a resident and you live in that area, it sounds like a first come first served basis. There's only going to be so many permits where that you're allowed to go into these certain places, probably 100 times a year. Oh, this is how it all starts. So what you're going to end up doing is the first year it's going to be, okay, well, everyone gets a reasonable amount of journeys in between areas of the city. The next year they'll say, well, we did have 100. I'm just using 100 places as an example. We've only got 50. So you're going to have to bid on them. So your journeys each year are going to be less and less and less and less until, and what they're hoping is that people go, Christ, I haven't got nothing this year. Might as well get rid of the car, sell it. Bang. That's what it is. And it's the same as everything we do in this country. It comes in, they sell it as a reasonable idea, and then year on year on year and year, they put the thumb screws and they turn them up and up and up and up. And this is where we're going with it. So don't be fooled by these councils that are trialing this. I mean, once Oxford, they'll try it in a well-to-do area like Oxford. Because they know that many of the people there, they'll be, oh, yes, well, it's our contribution to saving the planet, and all that, darling. And before they know it, 2 years down the line, they fucked themselves. Oh, we can't go and see Jemima up the road. We can't see Jemima this week because we're not allowed to drive there. Public transport, shit. How many elderly people, how many disabled people in this weather that we're experiencing now are going to see them standing at a bus stop at minus 2 degrees waiting for the fucking local bus to turn up with a load of kids on it, beating the bus driver up? I mean, that's basically, I'm talking about London there, but it's concerning because this is the embryonic stage of something bigger, and that's you. And I'm going to reflect on this. This is a Klaus Schwab saying, "You'll own nothing and you will be happy." You'll be happy. You're stuck in your house watching the telly all day. And I think that's where they want us. This is all part of a great reset. So and that's in answer to your question, Dino.
It's definitely part of their big agenda, and it's all built in under the guise of climate change, and we've got 15 minutes to save the planet, or whatever the hell it is. We've heard this for years and years and years, that the climate and the global warming and ozone layer and all of this stuff, it's all very convenient that they're using it all now in this sort of hurry up, we need to get this done attitude.
Yeah. Mm-hmm. And they do. The pressure's on now. The WEF have now got themselves in a place, and they openly admit it, that they got their fingers in all governments around the world. You've only got to look at the last prime ministers that we've had here in the UK. They're all WEF members. Same in Canada, same in France, same in Germany, even Russia and Yugoslavia. Ukraine. All WEF. Zelensky is a WEF member. Putin is a WEF member, which is why, I'm very cautious when it comes to this war in Ukraine, what's going on here. I just think it's all part of the act.
Yes, it is.
Can I just ask, what would actually happen if we ignored the situation?
What, in Ukraine?
Anywhere, like with the carbon crisis and stuff like that. What would actually happen if we ignored it?
Nothing. The planet will carry on. It will carry on doing what it's been doing for a million years. Over cycles with the sunspot activity, it gets hot, it goes cool. It gets hot, it goes cool. It's just that they're taking advantage since the modern times, let's call it since the 1800s. Everyone's just got on with it. It's never been an issue. But now...
So why are they worried about it then? Why are they worried about it then?
They're not worried about it. All they're worried
about.
They're
not worried about
it. How can money solve the problem? How can you offset your carbon footprint? How will that save the planet? Because the rich people, that's all they do. It's all a load of bollocks. Anyone that suckers all this and thinks that we are saving the planet.
Money will. It'll only solve people for people in that direction because money's a control factor, isn't it? It's like to the lower classes, if you like. It's given in one hand and it's taken out the other.
Exactly.
So it's a no-winner for people like us.
Oh,
so the hierarchies,
come on,
they can control it. They can stop printing it.
Yeah. You're not far off my age, Dino, and you remember back at school, the ozone layer is going to kill us by the year 2000. We'll all be zapped. We'll all have to wear special suits and all this. Yeah. We've heard it since the 1960s and 70s. They've come out with a thing.
We should know better in this country because. For me, what scared me, first of all, when I was younger, was when they mentioned that, because you kind of believe in, and all that when you're that age. And it was like the sea levels are going to rise so much, we're going to start getting flooded, the cliffs are going to erode. If you live in a residence near the coastline, Luke, I'd think about moving out and going more inland. And do you know what? Fuck all's happened. They were going on about 1 inch per year or something like that. And it hasn't risen at all. It's just stayed the same.
So basically, they're just trying to scare us.
It hasn't changed. Nature just does its fucking job and it makes...
Cha-ching.
Can I just bring a point up about this 15 minutes?
It made money to it, David, as well.
15 minute city, right? Where I live, it used to take me nearly an hour to get to work. So how does that work? How are they going to implement that one with the 15 minute cities? When people travel outside to work. So how are they going to implement that? Most people's journeys to work take more than 15 minutes.
They want you getting on the bus, Eddie. That's what they want.
Well, if I went on a bus, it'd be fucking 2 hours.
Oh, no.
There you go.
Bus. Yeah, because you're safe. Eddie, you're safe.
What are they going to do? Bring all the jobs 15 minutes closer to your house? What the hell? It just makes no sense. They're absolutely insane. They've worked out a way to make money out of it, and that's what it's all about. And control. We can make money out of this, and we can control people. And it looks like we're doing something good.
All they do is have a simple list. It's as simple as that. Fear, control, lies, false images. There's a list, and it's short enough to kind of fool most people. And the ones who kind of aren't fooled, the very, very few, and the ones who were fooled at the beginning, like myself, like us, and then we kind of wake up a bit. We're kind of a bit slow, we're a bit too much behind, and that's why I keep saying, what do we do about it? So for me, for us guys, it's just passing the information on to younger people.
Yeah.
The older ones who was awake and the generation in front, I'm really sorry, they must have still battling hard over it and getting nowhere. But all we can do is keep passing it on just keep passing information on. Especially to younger people, because their lives are all they're interested in is bloody clubbing and, just a materialistic lifestyle, really.
Not me.
No, not everyone, David, but, it gets worse and worse. You've seen it. It's all about, look now, it's gone from the high street to retail parks.
Yep.
It's gone from, like, when I were a kid, supermarkets were about 4 aisles long. I don't know, 1,000 square meters. Look at them now. Hypermarkets and, crazy. And then you see stuff thrown away 6 months, 1 year later on. Complete waste of plastic. I've got someone backstage, but I'm not sure. So give me 1 sec.
Cool.
Hello.
Yeah, it's me, Dino. It's me, Anarchy Television. Can you hear?
Oh, right. Okay.
Yeah.
Anarchy TV's on, guys.
Yeah. I knew you were kind of weird about that. Yeah.
Yeah,
But
because Wingnut Radio, so I've not heard that.
Right.
name.
Radio,
see,
lovely.
Anarchy TV, Anarchy Television, my YouTube channel, but Wingnut is my nickname, so that's what I go by. On
No
the
worries.
thing.
We know from now on.
Right on.
All right.
Well,
All right.
I-
Wingnut.
yeah. Good evening. Or I was sitting there talking to somebody about this 15-minute city scenario the other day, and they were like, "Oh, this would be great. This would be awesome. I mean, because then I won't have to travel very far, and blah 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 blah." And I started thinking about it. All right, let's say in a 15-minute city, how many plumbers do you think they would need for a 15-minute city?
Oh, yeah.
All right, and then what would they have to do? Force people to be plumbers? If you know what I mean. I mean, because
Yeah.
I mean, let's say they needed, like, I don't know, 400 or 500 plumbers for that 15-minute city. Now, what are they going to force people to be plumbers? I mean,
Wingnut. It even goes to the people that are living in these areas, and when they break it down to regions within the city,
what
people
you're
are already
saying,
saying, "Well, hold up a minute. My son goes in one area of the school. My daughter goes into another area in the
Right.
school. So if my 100 journeys are going to be used up in the space of 2-3 months,
yeah,
dropping their kids off." People that work in the area, like the hospitals and places like that, they're just going to move somewhere else. They're going to move to a town. They're not going to live in a city. People move out. It will just put them off. They'll just move away.
Well, even then, but like on the 15-minute city scenario, wouldn't that have to be pretty much contained? Like everything that you need would have to be in that 15-minute city, right?
Yeah, exactly.
Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah, it's all
Exactly.
about dehumanisation. So maybe they said if you live in this city, you're not allowed to move for at
Right.
least 10 years, 20 years. Maybe they come up with
Whatever they
rules
want.
like that.
Yeah. The thing is I started thinking about it when I was having this conversation. The guy was like, well, what they'll probably have to do, like, for instance, the plumber scenario, what they'll have to do is, like, when you're born, you'll be a plumber when you grow up or when you work. That's what your job will be. And when you're born. Well, let's say, okay, you're born and they allocated you as a plumber, right? And you grow up and you're like, I don't want to be a plumber. I want to do something. I want to be a carpenter or something like that. What then? You know what I mean? Will that be considered a crime? Or, I mean, and then I started thinking about it. It's like, okay, what if you were allocated to clean people's toilets? All right. Now, and then I understand. I'm like, okay, how is people supposed to be happy? I mean, I don't understand how people are actually for this, because I was even going a step further with that that thing out in Saudi Arabia. They're calling the line, that long city that they're building out in the middle of the desert. All right.
Oh yeah, I've seen that.
Well-
yeah, that's
okay.
insane.
Right. Well, that's the same kind of idea as a 15-minute city.
Yeah,
All right.
yeah.
All right. Now you think about it. You're going to have your population at a certain amount. Next thing you know, they'll start allocating whether you're only allowed to have one child. You know what I mean? Because they got to keep the population at a certain thing, because it wouldn't be sustainable otherwise, because the population will outgrow their sustainability. See, this has all been tried before, and it's failed. You look at past civilizations. All right.
Well, no, I quite agree with you, Wingnut. And the other thing that's going to fail as well is electric cars. At the moment, we've already seen, right, there's something like 53,000 charging points in the UK, and there's 2.4 million electric cars already in the UK. And over this Christmas period, they found two things. Three things. One is most of them are in the south, not up north. Two, they're having problems charging the cars in this weather, and also they're getting the ranging anxiety. Those that have travelled over the Christmas period in this cold period have found out that their Tesla that's got 280 mile range.
I'll go a step further, Mike. I'll go a step further. They're already talking about brownouts and blackouts as it is right now with the power grid.
Yep.
You add everybody having an electric car to that power grid. How is it supposed to keep up with what we got now? We can't even keep up now. I mean, it's happening here in the U.S. the same way. I mean, there's certain areas that we can't even keep up with the power grid as it is now. You try and add electric cars to that,
Yeah, they wonder
I mean,
why Tesla's shares are plummeting at this moment. It's because I think they've reached the point where they think this isn't really a future viable plan at the moment. I know, so
well,
we're certainly seeing that in the UK. We haven't
it's only viable for them because honestly, you think about the elite; they're not going to have to live in this 15-minute city and have the same rules that we are supposed to be obliged by. You know what I mean? They're going to end up eating whatever they want. They'll be able to travel wherever they want. They're going to be, you know what I mean? I mean, so it's two class. It's basically it's shutting everybody up. It's making the poorer poorer and the richer richer. It's a what do you call it? Like a
really, isn't it?
You've got to ask yourself this question: why are most of these electric car charging points, the majority of them, they're powered by diesel generators?
Powered by coal or natural gas. Yeah.
No, Wingnut. They've actually got on some of the motorway service station networks where they're so desperate to get these charges in, they haven't got enough power within the service station to provide them. So what they've had to do is import external diesel generators on site.
Right.
Exactly.
These charging units.
Yeah. Electric cars powered by diesel. Isn't that awesome?
Exactly. Yeah. Can't make it up.
The thing. See. This is if it infuriates me, you guys. It really does, man. That these so-called elite are trying to force us into this scenario. You know what I mean?
When have you ever had the opportunity to vote anyone in at the WEF, which are running this, planning all this? When have you or anyone on this planet had the chance? Who is Klaus Schwab, right? Well, I know.
Exactly.
And I know his background. I've never been in an opportunity to vote him in as a one world new order, because that's what it is. I've never had to elect him, and neither has anyone else on this planet.
No.
This is their dreams. This cultocracy.
Yeah. Well, I mean, and that's it. I get so angry, and I have to really watch my language when so I'm just like, oh my gosh.
I had a butt out for a while. I really did. I mean, in March, I just thought, no, I've had enough of this. It's my blood pressure, everything else. It is starting to. Yeah, I'm the same as you, Wingnut. This really is passionate to me, and I think we are. And I keep saying this: we're at a crossroads here. We either do something now about this. This is the time where they really if you can't see what's going on around you, whether it be electric cars, whether it be with this power,
cryptocurrency,
it's another thing that the
climate change, transgenderism,
so
all of it it's all bonkers. None of it makes any sense when you think about it.
Well, a lot of that transgender thing actually goes in line with eugenics and transhumanism also, because they're trying to push that. And this transgender scenario is actually trying to get it to where we're normalized into thinking that direction. There's up to a million different genders and all this other stuff. You know what I mean? Because I mean, honestly, that's where it all falls in line with that eugenics and transhumanism. It's the same thing. Like I said, it's like past civilizations have tried to do this, and they've all end up failing one way or another. All right, and there, it's a big, massive transfer of wealth. The wealth of our pocket, out of our pockets, into theirs, and we as people worldwide are basically funding our own slavery, and it infuriates me. You know,
Wingnut, do you run a channel you own?
Yes, sir. Anarchy Television. That's mine.
With you, mate.
Can someone stick it in the link? Yeah, I'll subscribe to you, mate.
Right on. His link, guys.
Yeah, I appreciate it.
Awesome
I appreciate
if
it.
someone can stick.
I try to do a little bit of stuff.
Every live anywhere.
Yeah, I try to do a little bit of stuff, but that channel is, it does a lot to do with CB radio and stuff like that. But I get on there, and I do, I do talk and stuff like that.
Well, I think CB radio is becoming more relevant soon.
Oh, God.
What you got there, Mike?
When I moved, I've resurrected this. Oh, where's the camera? There you go. It's all ready
to
go.
Right on. What is that? Is that N2?
Sorry?
Is that an N2? What is that?
No, it's a 9700.
Oh, okay.
PRT.
Okay.
There you go. 10 and 11 meter rig.
And I'm going to tell you something right now. 11 meters is kicking because the skip and all that stuff is really good. Because in the mornings here, it's about, I don't know, about 1 o'clock in the afternoon over in the UK. And man, I'm going to tell you, the conditions for DX is all the way over to the Europe and in America in the mornings here. And in the evenings, I start getting Australia and New Zealand. So I'm enjoying the conditions right now. We're in the top, and we're in the peak of the season or the cycle right now.
Well, I think we're going to need them soon. The CB,
Well,
I think we're going to be going back in time.
Yeah.
We're spoiled,
I do.
social media at the moment, but there will come a time that the likes of us will be totally restricted from any.
Well, I'll tell you this. I'm going to tell you. I mean, honestly, I agree because I mean, communications is a big deal to me. I've been talking on a CB radio for over 30 years. You know, it's like it's a big deal to me. And YouTube for me is not just entertainment. I use it for networking, to meet people from all over the world. That's what I use YouTube for. And I've noticed when all this stuff started a couple years ago, more and more people are on YouTube and actually talking and have panel talks and all this other stuff. So the information.
Go.
Oh, we've lost your wing nut.
Just as he was getting to something good.
Yeah. Wing nut. I don't know if you need to come back in.
Yeah, I'll leave you there till you come back in. No problem. But guys, carry on talking about it. Yeah, he's absolutely spot on. You know, he was just saying he's been listening to CB for 30 years, so that'll be interesting. If he wants to carry that on about his CB years. So, but yeah,
I mean, back in the
guys,
day, that was.
to wake up, like, madness.
That was the social media back in the 70s and 80s. Was things like CB.
Yeah, I remember.
Yeah.
I had one.
Yeah.
They were brilliant.
I think everyone had one. I had one from 1982. Then sort of packed it in early 90s. But now I've 3 years ago I bought another rig because I thought, hey, one day we're going to need this. And I know it sounds all conspiratorial and preppy type talk, but I honestly do believe it won't be long before we do need something like this, because this will be the only way that we'll be able to communicate. Social media, we can all see what's happening with it. Who was it said earlier that they're going to block your channel if you're drinking on video or if you're smoking and stuff like that? I mean, this is where someone said that earlier, didn't they? And it don't surprise me. Doesn't surprise me at all. The more power these private companies get, like Google, which own the whole show basically, the more they're going to restrict us. That this is their power drive. This is them controlling the narrative. And it's quite clear where that narrative come from. And if people can't see it, it don't come from our politicians. It doesn't come from Parliament. It's coming from a higher source that I think we've mentioned a few times tonight. And this is the fight. This is the fight that we're going to be in, is the battle for communication and communities. Because what they've successfully done over 20 years is destroy communities. And that's breaking down your local communities. Eddie said it with his pubs. That's just the basic. I know that's just the basic things of it. Pubs, they're very social things, but they're trying to kill that off. And if they can stop us driving to see each other, it's their utopia is where we're heading. It's not ours. It's
if you go back to 80s, when CB radio,
it's dystopia, mate. That's what they're after. Dystopia.
Exactly.
If you go back to 80s, Mike, when you're talking about CB radios, everything else, right? They all used to broadcast on AM.
Yeah.
Right? And then that were illegal to broadcast on AM.
Yeah.
Right. And then the government brought it in that you will broadcast on FM. Right. So you had to change all your rigs and everything else to FM to make it all legal. That's when they killed it.
Yes. Yeah. It was the 84 certificate, when it 84 stroke
84, 85, something like that. Yeah. And when they brought FM in, that's what killed it. Because as you know, FM has got a limited modulation frequency anyway.
Yeah. It's local, whereas AM, I've worked the States on this rig here. I've worked the States, I've worked South America, I've worked Italy, most of Europe on this thing, on AM and sidebands, they call it. SSB.
That's right. SSB,
It is a good form of
That's what I
communication.
talk on, sideband.
On sideband, yeah, same as me, yeah. Mhm.
Yeah, that's what I talk on is sideband.
Uh-huh. Yeah. Oh, there's finger action going up in the top left-hand screen now.
I'm sorry, but he's been putting naughty pictures up, mate. While we've been talking serious stuff, you know what I mean?
Oh dear, I don't know.
That Anarchy, that's a shot of me from the early days. There's another. I don't know why he's doing that.
Quite youthful there, isn't he? But then that other one he had on, what was that from that TV? This one from the TV show. There is 20 years, Dino.
Can't believe it. Can't believe it. I started off in March. It was cold. That's why I had my hat on. And then I actually had one viewer. Within a month, she was like fucking mad on me for some reason. They were like, "Can I have your beanie? Can you send me your beanie?" and things like that. Jesus Christ, the thing got rid of that.
Brilliant.
I've got a catalogue of them.
So, but yeah, I just want to say thanks.
Yeah, the powers that should not be doesn't want me to talk too much.
Yeah.
No, it's fine. You talk away, mate. You're in good company, yeah. You've got Mike on, very knowledgeable, so's biker. Me, I just listen and ask questions, but I do know a little bit about stuff, so it's always a good mix on here. I think Carol said he might be coming on. I was half expecting Flute, but you never know. It's only 10:30. So
That's a bit early for him, isn't it? Like I say, he's probably stood in the bath.
Yeah, he's probably fell asleep with his candles.
I'm trying.
Empty candles all over, you know. But yeah, Trev.
Yeah, I'm still here.
All right. Okay.
It kicked me out again, didn't it?
I'm trying to stay in here, man. The powers that should not be does not want me to talk about important things. They try to shut me down all the time.
Well, StreamYards has had. I've heard people talk the week that StreamYards has had problems over the last week or so.
Yeah, it has.
It's not been. I mean, touch wood. So
I'll tell you this: I can sit here and talk about puppies all day long and nothing will happen. But as soon as I start talking about 15-minute cities or something like that, it shuts me down.
That's it. We know every single live I do, and we always have banter. We have a laugh. We talk. You know, we have a good laugh and act stupid, but we always get into a bit of a serious couple of hours. You know, but I never get fully monetized. It's always ineligible. Some parts of your content are this, and some parts of your content are that. I just think fuck it anyway. Just listening to people talk. Whatever knowledge they bring, you know, whatever brightness they bring to the live stream, whatever that's far more than you know than a wage packet for a live. And people.
Here, I'm gonna restart and try to come back if that's okay, Dino.
Yeah, no worries. So no, I don't. Right, no.
Well, I've got to try and look for that link now for Wingnut's channel. What should do it? Yeah,
Yvonne put it in.
Did you? Oh, thanks, Yvonne.
Where is it?
Got it. Yeah, thanks,
Got
Yvonne.
it. All right, Mike. Yeah, no worries. So,
copy. Stick that on there.
Yeah, good stuff. Right, I think who's gone? Oh, Wingnut again. Could be a technical problem, as we say. But yeah.
Needs testicle support. Right, that's it. Yeah, so it's funny, isn't it? How they all these things are coming together now. You know, we can see through the COVID crisis, the COVID con, where they were going with that, with lockdowns. Are they going to be gullible enough to go along with this? Well, unfortunately, we was. Well, some of us. I mean, I know mainly a lot of people in the chat there probably weren't, but the majority of the country did, and they probably thought, well, that's a breeze. What we'll do, we'll just speed up the rest of the agendas now, because I mean, we only got to go back 6 months, even a year. You know, they weren't so, how can I say, forward with all these ideas that they've got made up for us here. Because don't forget, this isn't just happening here in the UK. This is a global thing. They're already doing this in South America.
No, it's Mike. We know it's worldwide.
Yeah.
It's worldwide, and it seems to affect. I don't know if that's Mike or me. I think it's me.
What you done?
You just got a bit of lag, that's all. I know in America, they're going to implement lockdowns again due to the China crisis and what have you that's going on there. They're going to stop all the Chinese coming in. Those that need to come in, they are going to issue lockdown sort of restrictions or what have you. So once America starts doing it, it's going to happen all over the world.
Well, I think it was Fluke that said, what was it, on Tuesday? Was it Tuesday or Wednesday night? I forget now. And he said something about how was it Italy was the first place to get affected in Europe with all this, blah, blah, blah. Well, only today, the government's announced, because Spain, I think it's Spain, there's America, Canada, I think they've said that they're going to be testing everyone that comes in flights from China now, and they'll be sent back if they've COVID positive. Well, only today it's been announced over 50% of passengers that landed in Milan, at Milan International Airport over the last couple of days, have tested positive. So, yeah, it sort of correlates to what Fluke was saying. I don't know whether there's some big China deals going on in Italy, Milan and places like that. But the fact is that over 50% of the people flying in over the last few days are 50% COVID positive with this new murderous strain, apparently. Tells us a bit of a story, doesn't it? Because they're very repetitive. They don't come up with nothing new. They try it old, and
right, well, ask yourself this question. If it's a new strain, how are they testing for it?
Well, apparently the Chinese have said this is a new strain. It's like a double hit of COVID. It's more virulent. It's more of a killer than the previous COVID strains that we've had. It just.
But the question is, how are they actually testing for this to say that, yeah, these have got the new strain? What have they got out there? What CPR tests have they got out there to say they've got this new strain?
No idea, mate. No idea. But it begs the question, Eddie, why have they been loosening their grip on the lockdowns in China over the last 6 weeks if this has become such a bad thing? Because it's only been announced in the press over the last few weeks that China's relaxing the rules on COVID and lockdowns now. And it's like, well, hold up a minute. Over the last 6 weeks, you're relaxing the rules, but now you're saying there's another pandemic in China and people are freely traveling. And you're not having lockdowns. As if, again, for the second time.
They did try to instigate lockdowns, didn't they? But the Chinese people rose up against it and protested. The government backed down again and said, right, there'll be no lockdowns and people are freely travelling. But now they're passing this new super fucking COVID about and they're being tested positive for it and nobody knows what these tests are actually testing for. Yeah. But yet we're getting these figures. So... Yeah. Where's the bullshit coming from? It's coming from somewhere.
Well, yeah.
WAF.
Yeah, you go. There you go. Look at the World Cup that's just gone on, right? The amount of people, the amount of players there from all over the world, the amount of people that came to watch it from all over the world, right? These players, they were going down with flu. They were going down with flu because if they went down with COVID, right, they'd have to be removed from the game. They'd have to go into whatever it was, and then the rest of the team, because they've been in contact, they'd have to go into the same sort of thing. So that team won't be able to play. So it was called flu. There were no cases of COVID mentioned during the World Cup, but yet there were.
No.
The COVID testing that went on in Qatar, Qatar's system rose. Mm-hmm. When all the people from all around the world got there, it actually rose, it increased. But yet COVID was never mentioned during that World Cup.
No,
it was a flu.
Well, they couldn't spoil that. With the money that's changed hands there with FIFA and Qatar and all that. That was never going to happen. But I am here. I mean, only a footballer, I think, yesterday died. He was in his 40s, died of a stroke. There's a lot of sports personalities that are feeling over at the moment, and whether it's be heart problems, this guy that's just recently died of a stroke. Is this next pandemic more the case of what we're going to see from people now that's going to start showing symptoms of not just COVID, but the itself?
There you got it. There it is.
I think that's
there you got it.
Is that?
It's that. It's exactly that. Because did you hear about the Australian doctor that suddenly dropped dead in his 40s? And he was fully jabbed up and was jabbing everyone left, right, and centre. Sudden death.
There's lots of it. Well, we got 2.5 million yellow card cases going on active in this country at the moment from this vaccine. 2.5 million, right? So that's just tip of the iceberg, because I mean, I can imagine that there's lots of cases that haven't got to the yellow card system. If anything, no one knew about the yellow card system for a while. They weren't heavily promoting it. It's only been recently we started speaking out about it. So I do think that our next pandemic is the vaccine pandemic, the COVID vaccine pandemic.
I completely agree.
They're helping with this mRNA technology, because now they're saying that cancer treatments are going to be using this same technology, which I find very concerning, to be honest.
Everything I hear every day is very concerning, isn't it? And also, a lot of it makes no effing sense whatsoever. You go, this is bonkers. I'm living in some sort of weird, twisted reality here. This must be a dream. This is clown world. What is going on?
Yeah.
What is going on? And it is unbelievable that so many people are blindly going along with this and can't see what's right in front of their faces. It really, I'm bereft of it all, really.
I think the majority did even heard of the WEF and what agendas they've got going on behind our backs, and before we know it, this new kind of powers come in and this new kind of societies come in, and you're going to have to deal with it and things like that, like a 15-minute city or whatever. You know, it's just ridiculous, the amount of people who just get selected to do things rather than elected. And people we've never heard of before. We don't know anything about them.
Well, let's face it, our last, 2 or 3 prime ministers have been selected, not elected. So this is at every level, every slice of that onion you peel back, this is happening. There's no democracy in this at all. You and I, whether we voted or not, is never going to have an impact, because it doesn't matter whether you get red, blue, yellow, green party in. It's never going to change, and you're never going to change that mentality with, as I call the general population or the plebs, because it's their comfort net. It's that, government look after that. They'll do this. So they're in this false sense of security that government is there for is looking after their interests. It was the same with the lockdowns. I'm going to do as we told, put my mask on, do this, stand on the left-hand side of the supermarket and follow the footprints. Yeah. Because this is how sheepish people are. But now, it's one thing I am starting to see. When I went back down south for Christmas and I saw some family and friends and things like that, people are now asking questions. And I thought, okay, now, it took you long enough to ask these sort of questions. Certainly those that have had the vaccine, every time they've had the vaccine, they've had COVID. Yeah. They've been more ill.
And them who follow the rules and things like that. I mean, sorry, Mike.
No, Dino, no. I was just going to add on to the end of that, but a lot of people were blackmailed into it. At that time when COVID kicked in, my mom was visiting my father in a dementia home. Yeah. He's been in for years, and they blackmailed her. They said, well, look, you can't come and see him if you don't have the vaccines. She was forced into it. She didn't want it. And now, here we go, after her third booster, she's now got serious health problems. All the same consequences of the vaccine, the problems that she's got, she's got spine problems, she's got breathing problems, all stem from the side effects of these AstraZeneca vaccines that she's had. So now she said, well, that's it, not having any more, because she was offered a fourth, I think it was earlier this year. She went, no, that's it, you've done me. Yeah. Now she's asking questions. I'm not the nutcase anymore. I used to be the nutcase of the family, questioning all this. But now she's seriously taking this serious. She said, this is a control thing. She's seen how they blackmailed her to go and see my father with the vaccine. Otherwise, she couldn't visit. And I think that's, excuse me, we've gone 10. Yeah, fucking disgusting.
I was in a similar situation, you may recall, Mike, anyway, regarding our lass. That's why I had the 2 vaccines done.
How is she, by the way, Eddie?
No, she's fine, mate. She's got the all clear, that's it.
Fantastic. Nice one.
She had the all clear last 4 tests. So, yeah, but she's got to wait 5 years till it's totally done. But, yeah, everything's fine. But going back to the vaccines, I had those first 2, and the reasons why, blah blah blah. I didn't have any more after that. I refused to have them. Totally refused to have them. I've had COVID, but it was nothing more than a mild flu.
Right. Yeah.
It tested positive for COVID, but it was a mild flu, and that's all it was. Really mild flu.
They can test positive for whatever right down.
But there is people out there, they've got underlying issues, and it would affect them, without a doubt, as flu would, as a cold would. Yeah. And that's how I saw it. So it didn't really bother me. It didn't affect me. I still went out and about. I still did everything I would normally do, even carrying COVID. I'd, call me fucking all you want for walking around being tested positive for COVID. I wasn't isolated. What a bollocks. Stupid. Absolutely stupid.
Look, I mean, at that time, Eddie, I understand that your wife was going through treatment as well, wasn't she? So, you probably felt obliged to do it as well to protect her.
That's exactly it.
Yeah, no, and that's fully understandable. Like my mother was put in the same situation with my father, so I can fully understand as to why people had it. Some people had it because they had holidays booked in advance and went, oh bloody hell, I need this break, I need to get away from all this crap. Only to go on holiday and then walk into exactly the same situation that we got here. People can't go in the restaurants, food's got to be brought to your rooms and stuff like that. So I understand it, I do. But people thought it was all a bit of a good. I mean, my mother was, she heard what I was saying about it and was like, oh, bloody, well, you've had vaccines in the past. And I think, I said to her, well, them vaccines were tested between, at least 7 years. This thing's just come out. And the only thing I can find out about it, because it's mRNA, was when Pfizer trialled it on horses in America and got one of the biggest fines for it being a total failure and killing lots of herds of horses, herds or whatever you call them. I don't know.
Well, I mean, it takes 10 years. It takes 10 years of research, doesn't it, to introduce a vaccine, right? So you've got 10 years. You've got the vaccine. There we are. We've got one. It takes a further 10 years to get that onto the market.
Yes,
but you did this within 12 months.
Yeah. And with the tests and trials and everything, you get a balanced view. I mean, you always know that there's going to be some side effects with a vaccine. With this, I thought, I thought it was too quick.
12 months, mate.
Go in a bit.
Yeah, of course it was.
Just go in a bit deeper. I mean, it's wide knowledge that before a product's brought out to the masses or whatever, whether it's makeup, vaccinations or whatever, I think they always test it on something first, like another animal.
Well, it was human being. mRNA was horses at first, It was horses.
Yeah, and I've never heard of people bragging or the government of anyone like that, the medical services and people like that, the big guys, Astra and Glaxo and all them men say, wow, what a success, look at that. Because when you look at it, the full industry of where people need care is just expanding, accelerating. There's not enough staff. There's that many people getting ill. There's not enough resources for them. Whereas before, like in my time, there were one care home. But now they're on every fucking corner.
My mindset is there's a cure out there for every disease.
No one ever seen proof.
Yeah, Eddie, I believe that as well, mate. But it's money again.
That's exactly it. It's being withheld, right? I think, let's go back to our last having cancer, right? With her age, right, they technically cured her, right? We will see. We've been told we've got to wait 5 years, but we will see. But they cured her. They cured her with the technology and the medication and everything else that they've got, right? Because of the age. Now, if that was an 80-year-old woman, would they have done the same? Would they have put that 80-year-old woman through the same procedure, the same treatment, everything else? What the fuck?
Was it chemotherapy your wife had, Eddie?
Yeah, she had chemo. She had chemo and radiotherapy.
Oh, wow, both. Bloody hell. I mean, if that was an 80-year-old, like you said, that would kill their immunity system, which would end up killing them. So the treatment...
It killed our lass's immunity system. That's the reason I went for the vaccine.
Right.
Anything that came into our house, it came from me. Because she had no immune system. She didn't go out for 6 months. She didn't leave the house for 6 months. She couldn't.
Mm-hmm.
Because she had no immune system. Anything that she had, it would have made her severely ill. Even a common cold, it would have made her severely ill. So she couldn't go out.
Yeah.
And that was it. But like I say, the same treatment that she had, if it had been an 80-year-old, right, they wouldn't have even bothered. They wouldn't have done it.
Yeah.
They wouldn't have given them chemo. They wouldn't have given them radio.
Mm-hmm.
They just left them.
Yeah.
Now, going back to the COVID vaccines, everything else, right? The COVID situation arose, well, it started before 2019, but it hit our country February 2019. She was diagnosed March 2019, and that's when it all hit off. And because she started her chemo within 2 weeks of being diagnosed, right, I was advised to have the vaccine that wasn't even publicly available at the time.
Wow, really? Bloody hell.
Right, that were in the March of 2019.
So you felt like a bit of a guinea pig yourself.
Right,
like,
well...
Shit, this is work, you know.
But nobody offered it. Nobody were offering the vaccine. And then I think it ran about June, July time, the government came out with it saying that the vaccine will stop you. It will stop you getting COVID. It will stop you. That's what they stated. Right. So people going out getting it, just knowing that they would be vaccinated against it and they wouldn't get it because they've got the vaccine. That wasn't the case, as it turns out. And it took nearly 2 years for people to realise that that was the case.
Yeah.
You would still get the COVID regardless of the vaccine.
Right. Mm-hmm. Yeah.
The vaccine was available before it was publicly made available.
So
they were there.
Of course.
Well, the thing is, the only thing it's proved to me is that if we've got to start doing what we were doing before, testing people at airports and stuff like that, well, it just proves to me that if the majority of people have had it, then why are they worried about people infecting each other? Because it's not really a vaccine if it doesn't protect you from spreading it or getting it. You know, there's something radically wrong where here we are in 2023 coming up, 2 years, let's call it 2 years since this vaccine come out. It's not really a vaccine, isn't it? You know, the vaccine would have had some sort of impact with the spread of it at the moment. And from what we're seeing at the moment, it's not. And I know they say variant this, variant that. It's just not. But where do we stop with this? This is like perpetual war that they want at the moment. As long as the Ukraine-Russia war is going on, great. It fits their narrative because they want us in perpetual war. And I think it's the same with this COVID thing. This is why they'll say, oh, it's Omicron. Omicron was going to be a nasty version of it. And then it turned out to be softer version of it. I don't know what went wrong there, but I don't know. This vaccine seems useless to me because a friend of mine, he's had the shot. He's on his 4th booster. He's swore blind now that he's not having any more because every time he's caught COVID, he's had it worse than me, and I've had none of it.
I mean, going back to when we were kids, right? We all had inoculations, everything else, right? In my book, right, if you were vaccinated against a disease, that stopped you getting that disease.
Yeah.
Yep, that's the idea of a vaccine.
Yeah. Yeah.
Like malaria, diphtheria, everything else, right? We were all given vaccines as kids, and we've never had those ailments. They curtailed those diseases in the early 50s, 60s, even going into the 70s, right? Those diseases were gone. Rickets, everything else. It were just gone because you were vaccinated against everything.
Yeah.
Right?
Yeah.
And nobody since then has had anything like that because they eradicated it.
Polio and all that, gone.
Yeah, it's gone. But, well, polio's now coming back in, isn't it? I wonder why that is.
I think that's more. The more that we open borders, the more that we have an open society where anyone can go anywhere, this is going to happen, and it will happen. And it's happening not just here; it's happening in America. It's happening throughout Europe. It's going to happen
all over the world. Where it's highly populated, so the Western world and things like that. So do you not think that most of it is like a depopulation agenda, and it's like
yes.
Don't forget,
Yes.
was it the 50s or the 60s? There was what they called a baby boom, which meant the generation before that, they were lacking in numbers to feed the system. I'll just put it as simple as that. And so these vaccinations come out, maybe they cured all that. And then it probably started, well, it did start getting out of hand as far as they're concerned when it comes to population, according to their figures anyway. So, the easiest targets are the elder people. I don't know many young people. I'm saying young, I'm talking from being a baby to, I'd say, early 20s who died from it.
No. See,
You
I'm
know,
not.
If you compare the over 50s to the younger, it's the same disease. It can affect anyone.
Yeah.
It's not ageist. It's not selective. Well, according to them, it fucking is, but they're not actually saying it. You know what I mean? You can't go into a pub after 10 o'clock. All that shit like that.
Well, the thing is, the simple thing is, what they have to do now, if you're asking any questions about this at all, it's another word that we've got now. And I put it on the same part as racism. That word racism now has become so demeaned, it means fuck all to me now. It isn't as powerful as what it used to mean. Racism is when you just hate someone because of their fucking colour of their skin or the nation they're from. Today, I've got a typical story here that I'll bring up in a minute, which probably might put a smile on your face, but this is how sick we are. And it's the same with these vaccines. I'm not anti-vaccine. I've had shots in my arm. I've got the BCG. I've got everything, the polio, malaria, and all that stuff. I've had all that in the past. But I know there were tried and proven, tested, pretty safe vaccines in the past. What they was asking us to do back in 2020 was to put something in our fucking arm that they admitted that hadn't been properly tested. It was so many thousand people that they had tested. I think it was 40,000 maximum that were tested before it was rolled out. And they were asking us to put our faith in it with this new technology. And I just done one simple bit of research, just one little bit of research. I'd never heard of mRNA vaccines. And I used Google. I didn't even have to use a special web browser to do it. I used Google. And the first story that popped up was Pfizer's, the biggest fine Pfizer have ever got in its history, was due to the vaccine rollout, mRNA vaccine rollout, some horse vaccine that they're giving out. A lot of horses died. I think it was something like 70, 80% of the horses that had it were killed off, all because of this experimental mRNA vaccine. That weren't that long ago. That was this side of 2010. And here I am in 2020 looking at it going, fucking hell. no one knows much about this mRNA technology, what it is, and they're going to put it in us. No, thank you. And that's all so I'm not anti-vax. I'm anti this. I'm anti something that's not, because they say, oh, well, yeah, but it was, experimented on 5 years before that. Okay, well, go and have a look back on the results of the 5 years they were using it on animals. I mean, you were quite right, Dino, saying at the beginning, well, normally they test this stuff on animals. Mice get it with cancer treatments, chemotherapy and stuff like that. That was all tested on mice and rats and stuff like that. But this has got form. This vaccine has got form, and it's not good. mRNA technology to me is either something that they know that they're putting into it, which will eventually create something they want to achieve. But to us out here in web world, it's like, oh, well, this is something I've not heard of. To me, it's got no great sort of success rate. I don't want it, thank you. I'm not willingly, openly, someone to put something in my veins. I'm not 100% sure what it's doing. And that's simple. I'm not an anti-vaxxer. Crinkle there and go, no, you don't trust the science. You don't listen to the doctor. Oh, Mark, you're fucking anti-vaxxer. You're an anti-vaxxer. Right, and it's the same racism, oh, you're racist because you think this, or you think, oh, you don't like people coming on boats over the English Channel. Oh, you're racist, you are.
If you go back 15 years, Mike, look at the MMR vaccine that they were trying to instill on parents with newborns, and there was a big uproar about it. And there were evidence to say that the MMR vaccine then, which was the measles, mumps, rubella,
the triple vaccine. Yeah,
that's the one. Yeah, and it were having a serious effect on these children. Some children were dying from it. Some children had difficulties afterwards after having it. And people were not having it.
My son was born in Cyprus. He was born in Cyprus in 2007. And when we went to the doctors, they were doing the MMR, but they do not give it as 3. She said we have to book 3 appointments. They only give it singular. And I asked, why is that? She said, well, we've done tests here and we don't like the results that we've seen. Basically, that's what she was saying. We don't like the results that you're seeing. We don't do what the UK do. They give them individually, but they do it. I think it was every 6 weeks in between, rather than giving the 3 shot.
Yeah, they had the 3 shots all at once. I mean, my kids were growing up by then, but I got grandkids, and all 4 of my grandkids never had it. And I said to my kids, do not let your kids take that. Do not let them have it. I says, you two never. I says, you and your sister never had it. I says, so don't worry about it. Leave it. Just do not let your kids have that. And they've never had it.
Can anyone remember what the government said about the chances of catching COVID compared to the chances of not catching COVID? Percentage-wise.
I don't know.
That turns out to be ridiculous, really, doesn't it? I mean, when you look around, it's like you'd be seeing people dropping dead. Ambulances, you'd be so busy with,
They said you were 8. If you've not had the vaccination, you were 70% more likely to catch COVID. 70%.
And if you're aware, which I think a lot of us are, you wouldn't see that without knowing any details. It would just come as a natural thought and feeling. It's like, hang on, I don't know anyone who's popped off from it. It's like, and the people who said, well, she died of that, but they put it down as COVID.
Yeah. But the thing is,
it down as COVID.
It's like flu. It's like flu. Flu kills old people. Flu kills old people, with underlying issues. So it's nothing different.
But Mike, going back to your flu, 2 years prior to that, 2 years prior to the COVID being announced.
No, it's not. Except we didn't fly up.
Gino, you're lagging, mate. You're going to lose connection.
Oh, I've got to go quick leak, and I'll be back.
Yeah, you've got some lag going on, mate.
Right, okay.
Drop out, come back in.
1, 2.
Yeah, drop out and come back in.
Okay.
3, 4.
Right, okay. It's not.
Yeah, it gets it about 10 seconds after it. Does that, Trev?
I tell you what, there's some weird things going on at the moment. You set notifications for premieres and you don't get notified until 3 minutes into the premiere.
Yeah, that's just how the subscriptions work, mate. Imagine a pack of cards. You pick one off at top, right? So you're top at subscription, and then 10 days later you're halfway down pack. So you're going to get the subscription sort of notification a bit later than anybody else, and 2 weeks later you're at the bottom of the pack, and it just and that's it. Basically, unsubscribe and then subscribe straight away. You're back on top of the pile. That's how it's working. It's a load of shit, is this subscription thing.
It is, isn't it?
It is. He'll be back on. He'll just be resetting his router now.
God, when's he going to get a new router?
Do you know, 99% of the time it works absolutely fine. It really does. And then there's certain times where it doesn't. There, it's back now. Look how crisp and clear he is.
Yeah, I'm back now, and the whole sound
back in HD. Yeah,
it's spot on now, mate.
Dino in high definition.
Yeah, when you see his picture start going blurry,
that's blurry.
Yeah, it starts losing connection.
Yeah,
I thought it's my eyesight.
Well, it could be, Trev, mate. Put your glasses on, fella.
Yeah, I might have to.
I mean, right. Let's go back to vaccination again. Going back to the late 50s, early 60s. Thalidomide, right? The thalidomide drug was introduced for morning sickness. It was introduced to pregnant women. It's safe. This will stop you being morning sick and everything else. And
thalidomide, yeah.
And everybody took it.
Yep.
15 years later, look at what happened. And it took that long for them to shut the vaccination down.
Yeah.
15 years to shut a vaccination down that were making, able-bodied babies that were normal.
That was terrible.
That was absolutely shocking. Yeah.
Yeah. I mean, we had two people at our school had that thalidomide, or they were called
thalidomide. Yeah.
And it was terrible. It was, debilitating for them. I mean, to them, they just got on with life.
They didn't know more different, and that's it. But the drug that were there, it were introduced. It was introduced for a reason. I don't think the reason was legitimate that they came out with at the time, to stop morning sickness.
Right. Wasn't there some throwaway about it being released in the first place? That there was a lot of people in the industry that said, "No, this shouldn't be released." Yeah. It was just released.
There were only certain countries released it. Certain countries in Europe, I don't think they actually used it. Obviously, the UK did. No. America did. But there were certain countries in Europe that wouldn't use it. They outlawed it.
Yeah. Yeah, I know there was some throwaway about it.
Hello, Dino, mate. It's me. Yes, it's me. Sorry, gentlemen.
No worries, mate. Just give us a minute. There you go.
Yeah, I mean, if you look at the context of that inoculation, based on the inoculations of COVID, I mean, there's similarities there, without a doubt.
Yeah.
Without a doubt.
It's just.
I don't know. It's you've got to look at things in your own perspective and think, right, is that good for me? It's like driving a car. Is it good for me to do 150 mile an hour in a car, or is it good for me to do 17 stick to the speed limit?
Mm-hmm.
Right. It's the same sort of situation. You've got to look at what's good for yourself. And
when it's a child, you don't have that choice, Eddie. That's the thing. Like with the thalidomide thing, them children had no say in it.
Well, no, because they weren't born at the time, were they?
Yeah, yeah.
I mean, every mother out there, yeah, that went through morning sickness. I mean, my wife or my ex-wife went through it. My daughter went through it, and I sympathise with them big time. I really do. It can't be a nice thing, and
No,
if you're offered something to cure that, then the chances are you're going to take it without a doubt.
Yeah.
You know, it's the same as if you're in pain, you're going to take medication to cure that pain if it's excruciating. So yeah, you can understand that, but when they're being convinced that medication would not harm your unborn baby, it will cure your morning sickness, blah blah blah. Those people, they're going to take it without a doubt. And there were thousands, hundreds of thousands that did take it, and look at the situation.
Yeah.
I mean, are there any thalidomide babies still alive now?
I don't think so now, and I think a lot of them died off early at young ages, didn't they, because of that?
Yeah.
Listen, you know what the latest thing is, boys, and I may have some relevance on a bit of intellectual conversation what you're having, otherwise Chris Brick's fucked. You know all these jabs you used to get when you were a kid, and they were singular jabs what you would get, and now they're multiple ones, and they've been accused of autism being a massive thing now.
Yeah.
That
But I have two younger children that are autistic. Two younger children are autistic. And do you know what it is, lads? For me, it's one of them ones, how are we ever really going to ever find this out? Because it's like...
If you look back to the early 80s, sorry, Chris, early 80s, you'll find somewhere there's a graph. What was the vaccine? Or vaccines, I forget. But anyway, there's a rise in autism.
Yes. They were grouped into one instead of multiple jabs. Like, for example, we had the BCG, you had the flower prick at first, and then you had the BCG, and then you had this other vaccination for that and whatnot. Now, I'm not going to lie to you, boys and girls, right? I am probably a bit fucked up, right? But that is just through like human life things, experiences. This isn't through anything what a vaccine could have given me. But realistically, you do see a lot more, and it might be just because of the awareness in medical science that has brought it to our attention. Because I was a naughty kid in school. I was put in the corner of the class. But realistically, I came out of school and got a job better than most people that were studying well at school got. So what does that tell you? Does that tell you like
you were just naughty? That was it. And this is one thing that pisses me off. And I think a lot of what's been passed over is they've got to have a label for fucking everything, whether you're ADHD, ADHR, ADBB, whatever they want to call it. I just think that sometimes, you know, they'll say, oh, well, your son's got this, your son's got that. And then they'll put them on medication, which just sustains it. And it just makes it worse. And they're permanently in that state. I think it's just a control mechanism.
To make them no longer a problem, which is what they've done with wives years ago with Valium. You know, wives, when they give them Valium.
Yeah.
And then they all got addicted to them, and then they realised that it was a depressant, and they thought, themselves, fuck me, what to take this away from them. But then the aftermath problems with, fuck, I won't even take codeine, paracetamol, or anything if I can help it. It's one of them ones, it becomes a dependent on you. But my kids are a gift to me, you know, mate, lads, honestly, regardless of the hour looking at them, these make me feel young, and, you know, the abilities some of these kids have, but also in the wrong environment, they can be brought up to have, like, you know, this. For me, my kids, they're lucky like I was, but unfortunately there is going to be people out there that are the victim of society. Yes. So when... Listen to me, being intellectual.
Well, we're all trying to be in some way. Yeah, I know. Yeah, I know exactly what you're saying, and what you're saying, Chris, is bang on, is spot on. It sort of reminded me of what when I compare when I was at school and to kids at school today, and they want to label kids with a certain, and it's all to do with the pharmacy industry. They need to push peddle their drugs. So I think that's what it is. Well, back in my day, we had bad kids, we had good kids, we had, middle of the road kids, we had the lot, and 9 times out of 10, it was bad behaviour. But all them kids that I knew, which were the little shits and stuff like that, they all ended up with good jobs. They weren't a menace to society, stuff like that. But nowadays, they'd take one of them kids and go, oh yeah, well he's got concentration problems, or he's got personality issues, stuff like that. They need to
They've got
label.
bipolar, they've got borderline split personality disorder, ADHD, which could be borderline autism.
Some of the more successful people, if you like, are the ones who are like dyslexic or illiterate or
yeah.
You
This
know,
is why I love you, Dino. This is why I love you, Dino. You let us think outside of the box. Now, hackers in the FBI are mainly, a lot of them are autistic children because they think outside of the box. Okay.
Yeah.
Now, us people, let's face it, Dino. Right, my son, my 9-year-old son, can't read. He can't fucking read, right, mate? But I'm telling you this now. He understands more about the stars and astrology, right? And he can navigate himself through his platform on YouTube, which is like, you know, he's certain channels, without being able to read. Now, can you imagine when that kid is able to read? Can you imagine what he is going to be able to achieve? Also, he's massive, very strong, and he really hurts when he hits. So he's going to be my protection, ultimately.
Good lad.
Bodyguard in the making.
Anyone wants to fuck with me on YouTube, I've got 4 boys that are going to back me up.
Well, what Anarchy Television just said there, what kind of life are our children and grandchildren going to have if we continue to allow this to happen? I do think that, you know, our age, I don't know, you know, I don't know the age of the people in the chat, but I assume we're all sort of 30s, 40s, 50s. If we do allow, where we are at this very moment in 2022, if we do allow what we know they've got planned for us, it's, you know, I mean, you know, for me, 20 years, 15 years, 10 years, I might be gone. But I do worry about our next generations that are going to be, they won't know any different. I don't think they know any different because the way the education system run at the moment, the education system is facilitating all of this. Certainly when they get to universities are fucking terrible. They're a quagmire of shit. You know, and the agendas that are going on there, the brainwashing that's going on there is just conditioning kids to walk into this, whatever this great reset that they're talking about. I mean, we've got a pretty good
idea. It's a manufacturing line for zombies, right?
Yes,
but unfortunately, my kids have me. My kids have me to spar them wide, right?
There's no way anyone...
Sorry, Dino, what was that? I missed that.
It's breaking closest connection.
I was going to say, there's no one who's... Yeah, who will step into a position of university or school teacher or whatever. They don't employ people who will teach people to think out of the narrative and teach them about critical thinking. And they're not there to do that. And they believe all the shit themselves. You know, they wouldn't employ people unless they followed the status quo.
So my kids can all follow my trade. My kids can all follow my trade and make a very good living, Dino. My kids can make a very good living following my trade.
At least we can start with this. Now you pass it on. You know, we need guys of your age.
You're lacking, mate.
Pass it on to even
you. Baker, it's not just me, is it, mate? Listen, Dino, Baker, can you give him a little bit of a push, right? Dino, you're getting too big to be this fucking, like, you know. Come on, Dino. Baker, kick him, Baker, kick him.
Not kicking him, he'll take himself off. Dino, you're lagging again.
No, he's a fucking...
Yeah,
Dino, come on, mate, you're a legend. Honestly.
Anarchy Television.
My eyesight's going again.
Oh, you go.
Whoa. My eyesight is gone, lads. Look at. One eye keeping one eye seeing the graph.
Right, see you at LT. Be good. Happy New Year to you, mate. Hope you have a good one.
Yeah, Happy New Year, guys. And to you, Yvonne. Good night to you as well.
You're going, Yvonne?
Oh, good night, Yvonne. Good night, Yvonne.
Yvonne.
No,
give Dino a bit of it.
Saying good night to LT.
Oh, I was going to say, if Yvonne got that, the whole fucking place got its tits up then. Yvonne keeps a fucking contact on this.
Yeah, God she can't control us, don't you worry, mate. She's not a threat.
Baker, we both know, right, all joking aside, right, once Yvonne's gone, this is a free-for-all, right, especially when you're here, right? Dino relies on people. I mean, we all rely on that strong individual, and it's normally a woman, right? So let's not kid ourselves, lads and lasses, right? Yvonne, you're going nowhere, love, right? At least until I've gone, because I'm not getting blamed for any shit that happens on you tonight, love.
That won't happen, Chris. It won't happen.
Of course it won't, mate. Of course it won't.
No, there'd be no reason to whatsoever. But
So
thanks for coming on. I've noticed you've been doing quite a few lives yourself.
You jumped in my live earlier on, Dino, and I tell you what, mate, that gave me a warm, tingly feeling, but it did.
I ain't seen you do any lives.
That was it.
And they get deleted, Biker, mate, because the trolls I've got and the nonsense that some people. This isn't. You don't get this from me in my lives, mate, or anywhere else I go. And I think Dino will back this right up now. I have a lot of respect for Dino and his channel, lads and lasses. I genuinely do. One of the first channels I come on to, so I do try. I will always be civil on you, as I have been. But seriously, YouTube for me, it was a bit of fun, but there is some places you can be serious in. And other than that, I'm just a normal lad, bricklayer. That's all I do. The lives mean nothing to us. Dino's an artist.
I've never seen you do a live, mate. If I had, I would have come on.
Well, if you're up at 4 in the morning, mate, you're more than welcome. But I don't do normal times. It's silly, stupid times.
Well, I'm normally up at 5:30 to take dog out.
But Baker, tell me when you want me to set a live up, and I'll have you as a special guest. Right?
Right, 8 o'clock on an evening.
Yvonne, if you don't mind, it'd be nice if you, while Anarchy's, I think maybe just about to go, is it okay if you put his channel link up again, please? That'd be great. Thanks, Anarchy TV, brilliant stuff, mate.
Oh, he's from America. He's from America, isn't he?
Yeah.
Yeah, he is.
He's a trucker, isn't he? He's a trucker.
Yeah, I've just subscribed to him. Yeah, he was on earlier, Chris. He was on the panel.
I've spoke to him, man. Listen, I've spoke to him.
Oh, you missed him, Chris. Missed him tonight.
And you'll know me. Listen, mate. I was called what was I called? There was a word I was called, because I do like to jump in civil places, mate, now and again. And Anarchy TV, there was honestly, that's just given me a foot. Anyway, he is a good bloke, right? He is, but realistically, and he don't look at me from any other places, mate. I was nice in your chat as I am, yeah, bud. He's an old school man, CB radio type.
That's
yeah,
right.
You mentioned that.
CB
mentioned
guy,
that as well. By the way, who's that, Yvonne? Oh, Chris the Brick.
That's your channel, yeah.
Channel link for you guys.
If one of you just doxed my channel, love, you're going to get me into trouble now. I'm going to have all these trolls coming over from Dino's into mine.
Brilliant. She's brilliant.
I'm sure I've subbed to you.
The Baker, if you're not already subbed to me, I'm telling you this right now, right? I ain't going to take no offense to it. I don't blame you, right? Seriously.
I'm subbed to you, yeah, definitely.
Wipe your feet on the way out of my chat. You will never have the chance to find.
Just there you go. So Anarchy's links there as well. So please check him out, and I'm going to check him out. And
Kindred Soul. That's what he used. Kindred Soul. That's the word they used about us. Right. The nicest thing I've ever been called on YouTube.
Kindred Soul.
Yes, it was a woman that was on there with him.
Oh, all right.
Sorry about that. I was just bookmarking some channels, and it dropped me out the stream.
No worries, mate. Anyway, I'll see you in a minute, guys.
First time.
Dino's urination time is scheduled more than Sheldon Cooper's bathroom time is off the Big Bang Theory, people.
Right.
He's off, yeah.
Twice an hour, without a doubt. It's worse than me.
So what's Dino averaging now? Is it 1 pint, 2 pisses, roughly?
No, it's once an hour. If you take notice and look back.
Hang on, Dino. We're talking about you, not to you. We're talking about you, not to you.
I am allowed. It's my live stream. I'm allowed to do what I want.
I thought you'd gone.
Listen, go for a piss before you have an accident, mate. You know what happened last time.
Right, you.
Go on, off your pop. Go on.
Tomorrow about that.
Crack on. Go for a wee. Go on, you don't need one.
Oh, Eddie, you're going to get a disciplinary now, mate.
No.
Yeah.
I'm not going there because
I tell you what, if you're a security guard or a delivery man that's dodgy at the job, Dino's gonna fucking have you. But if you're a biker or a Von, he doesn't stand a chance.
Not a prayer. Not a fucking prayer.
Yeah, do not fuck with me if you're security, especially if you're a newly, entered fucking entity in this country. Don't fucking think you.
Wow.
I mean, that guy in fucking Felton.
Wow.
You cannot film me. This is public. You cannot film in public.
You take my soul away if you film
what I
me.
was thinking, right, and I'm not a bad person. I was thinking, fuck off back to where you come from.
Dino, how do you stop yourself from punching them? How do you stop yourself from punching them?
In him having a job when you've got guys out there who might be proud of being a security fella.
That went slightly downhill.
And all that, but you don't see many of them, do you? But yeah, I'll fuck them up when I come across them.
I tell you what, though, Dino, mate, I would baffle you, and I'd baffle you with kindness, right? If you were to come onto my Amazon, if I was a security guard, which I'm not, I would just literally baffle you with kindness, right? I've got that knack, right? Other than that, if I was you, I'd punch me. I would literally punch us.
No, there's too many twats in security, and they should get it right. And I think there's too many people employed in that job who, let's face it, are not familiar with the laws of the land and things like that. Even their own job, their own rules.
People. That is. Your fucking CB, that is a fucking card to be proud of, people, right? Never mind. Yes,
sorry, I've come across too many, and they've been so disappointing.
Chris the Bricky, you got SIA there?
That's a
I'm saying that is not a CS, not as this is me normally, people. That's me, right?
Okay.
What I'm saying is my CSCS card is that is something you put these security guards in a. It's not they're not like doormans working on the city centre dealing with they are just standing. They've got power. They're power mad, right? Authority goes to their head, and when they don't understand the law, it makes me laugh when someone like Dino approaches them and just baffles them with it's not even bullshit. It's not. It's like facts, and they're like. I would just love to punch them. I would. I'm sorry, Dino. I haven't got your patience. I would love to just fucking tie them up in a knot and put them in an arm bar.
I get loads of comments saying, "I don't know you do it." I'd have just gone up and fucking whacked him one. You know what I mean? But yeah, I mean, me being small, but I still do think that.
Don't you dare think you can fucking fool me.
No.
So, have you had your piss yet?
I've done that job all right.
Have you had your piss yet, or you just rigged that bag up to your leg?
No, I was just butting in before you started. Listen to you. As soon as I fuck off, you're like, yeah, Dino, fucking.
Well, hurry up then, will you? For fuck's sake, we've got about 5 or 6 jokes lined up, and they're not going to happen.
Guys. I can't even turn me back for 1 minute. Right, can I go now?
You're going to have an accident if you don't.
All right.
Go on, you better go. Dino.
No, Dino, stay here. Have an accident. Go on.
Right, I'll tell you what I'll do. I'll go right back through the chat. Let's go back half an hour.
Oh
You know,
no! Oh,
you're
not
not going to
this!
do that.
Oh God,
No,
no!
Oh,
Not
don't
this!
listen, people.
I'm joking.
He's made his bed. Let him lie in it. Come on, let's see how long he lasts.
I'm
I don't know. You
joking.
can afford to spend a penny.
Carol's back in, and anyone who's come in, thanks for listening, guys. You know what it's like on here, non-stop, and always great guests. Cheers, guys, for coming on. See you in a couple of minutes. Shut up. Just let me go for one and come back. Is that all right?
Aye.
Right, I'm
When
going
I
to
say go for one,
I'm going to answer a question that Anarchy has just put up in chat. Right, you thought it was pretty messed up for that lady getting arrested for praying in her head.
Oh, yeah.
Right, that's
Oh,
correct.
yeah.
Yeah, that is correct. But she were also subject to a dispersion order prior to that from that particular area. Now, she went back into that area and broke that dispersal order. That is why she was arrested.
Ah, right, okay.
Not for praying in her head, as people think.
But there's an exclusion zone around that abortion, around all abortion centres now.
Oh, yes.
Really?
Yes. Yes.
Yeah, and that is what they were enforcing, and that is what she broke the first time. So she was in the exclusion zone, even though the place wasn't open. And what's interesting about exclusion zones, they're talking about bringing those in for Amazon warehouses, police stations, places like that. So the shit is going to hit the fan soon.
To make them untouchable, basically. To make these fuckers untouchable.
Yeah, well, they think they are anyway. And the technology has penetrated their inner sanctum and they don't like it. So they've got to reinforce the walls and exclusion
You know what it is? You know, the
zones.
old saying is, the old saying is,
the way
don't like
forward.
it happen. Don't fucking like it happen.
Can I just
don't.
answer this? Can I just answer Anarchy again? He's just put another thing on.
Yeah.
Yes, she was in public, but within that area there was a dispersal notice issued, and she brought that dispersal notice. That's why she was arrested. It was portrayed that because she was praying, she were having a silent prayer, everything else. That's what we were shown. But if you're digging deeper, she broke the dispersal notice that was around that abortion clinic, and that's why she got arrested.
That's such a big thing, you know what I mean?
Where do we draw the line here? We've got freedom of movement. We're in public areas.
Yeah.
Now, these laws, these legislation that the police have got, they're thrown about willy-nilly, the Terrorism Act and all this stuff, these dispersal notices. These are just tools. These are just instruments that police use that have been enabled to them by our government to do away with what they think the problem is. I mean, I'm sure, there's freedom of movement. This is the thing with these the 15-minute cities as well we were talking about earlier. We've got freedom of movement, right? Once they start and they're allowed to restrict our movements, something's fucking wrong.
Listen, these fuckers are allowed to tell us that we cannot do what we want to do, right? But we have to do what they want us to do. All religiously motivated, a lot of them religiously motivated. Yeah. Who the fuck has a choice to choose what a woman does with their body?
Who's stopping the Muslims praying on the streets? Who's stopping all these other
fucker? But who's stopping us welcoming our troops back into the country once they've been out fighting a battle and a war that, realistically, exactly. So for me, do you know what it is? I will, because I ain't got the intellectual the savvy use lads have got, right? I have a bit of passion and I don't agree with what goes on, but some things I can say may be taken out of contents. But seriously, I've had 4 children, right? Not one of them have been aborted, right? And I promise you that now. But if we wanted the right to do that, that is all right. Who tells us what to do? Nobody tells us what to do.
The trouble is, rape is rife in this country, and in the reports that we've been hearing over the last 18 months, there's quite a few police doing it themselves, right? Fucking rape.
And that woman's got to have that baby off a rape victim. Like that to believe that you've got nah. From me. I just like to have a quiet word with that gentleman in the corner of the room and give him a little slap on the back of the head. You know what I mean? If I could say it nicely. Other than that, religiously motivated beliefs are very stereotypical. in my opinion.
Yeah. But I believe that everyone should, be able to practice their things within the law, with their religions or beliefs or whatever. But we can't have this two-tier, three-tier system that says, well, Christian people or indigenous people can't do this while everyone else can. I think we've reached that stage now, and it's in our faces every fucking week that, if it was Muslims, like with a primary school up in Yorkshire that were out, because they said, the teacher committed, what do they call it when they go against Muhammad and all that? Blasphemy. And it's like, well, hold up a minute. If they can do it, everyone else should be able to do it.
But I was frowned upon by my son. I've told my son's not learning religious education in school. No disrespect, and I was looked at in a way like I thought. We said no. I'm not anything. I have no religion, so why should my son be preached to stuff that is very one-sided? So, is that a wrong thing? Like, just because I don't believe in a religion per se, and I've got nothing against anyone that does, but why should I have my son being like baffled with bullshit and portrayed a narrative that I have no control over? Am I wrong in saying that?
No, you're not. I think what it is, the kids now. Right, going back to when I was a kid, we weren't taught religious education. We were indoctrinated into it. And I think what's happening now, they are taught about different religions and they are not indoctrinated into it because they can't do that anymore.
So they're not taught about atheism, are they?
They're taught about everything, mate.
They're not taught about atheism, and they're also not taught about, let's say, for example, do you know the religion is Satanism? Right, it's not what it sounds like if you think. But when you look at a lot of the qualities that people in there that believe in Satanism have, it isn't a devil worshiping belief, right?
Right.
What it is,
you've got to understand the age group that are being taught religious education, i.e., they're being taught Catholicism, they're being taught Christianity, Muslim, everything. If they're taught different religions, it's about the understanding of religions. When I was at school, we weren't taught that. We was indoctrinated into whatever that particular teacher followed, whether it be Muslim or Catholic or whatever, right? That's what we were taught, and we had to follow that, right? And that went on for many years, but that were all stopped. That were all stopped in the mid-80s with that, where you couldn't be taught a particular religion. You was taught about religion.
Oh, it's back now, Baker. It's back now, but there's one teacher atheism.
No. See, the thing is that, at the end of the day, the education system should be, the 3 R's, your maths, arithmetic, English. The thing that they don't teach children enough of at school is how to get on in every fucking day life. They don't teach them about the banking industry. They don't teach them about,
people skills. People skills.
Right. Exactly. There's none of that. We should drop all the fluffiness around the outside that they want us to believe, all this LGBTQIT fucking whatever it is, all this religion stuff. Just get the fundamentals into kids, get them to know how to deal with real life. They got to go out there, they got to go to work, they got to pay their bills, they got to do this. And none of that's taught even today at school. We had something at school called home economics, and they were teaching us how to bake a fucking I didn't want to know bake a fucking cake,
When is any kid been at school, regardless of age, being taught how to get on in the real world?
Listen, geography's been taken out of the equation, right? Geography, right? Got taken out of the equation when I was younger.
Yeah,
right? Now listen, I'm telling you now, history and maths were one of my, apart from PE, they were two. Now, if I took them, I'm very naturally good at maths, right? But I hated music, right? But I'm very musically inclined. But geography, right? If I had listened and had that more often, I would have known where the fuck I was on this fucking planet, right? Because I couldn't tell you where east, west, or this fucking place. It's frustrating and confusing, right? History's another one, but religious education, let's face it, it's not factual, is it? Any fact, you cannot say that I know that this man or this person was tell you what, Scientology, their god for Scientology, who were like what's he called, fucking Sir Ronald or whatever, he was a god in real life, realistically, but he was a weirdo, right? It is just religious. Religion is just a cult, and unfortunately, people are bought into it, right? And me, have I said too much?
Charlotte. Yeah, God's sake, we had a morning assembly every day.
Yeah,
Right, and we went in and we had to do. We said the Lord's Prayer every single
Our
morning.
Father, who art in heaven, hallowed be
Yeah.
thy name. Thy kingdom come.
Yeah,
Had to fucking remember it, mate, because if I didn't have a boss, they'll put me mouth.
This is how old I am, right? Our assembly when I was at junior school, right? There used to be these big. They were like huge books hanging on the wall, one on each side of the assembly hall, and they'd be hoisted up, and it'd have what hymn you're going to fucking sing, right? And then they'd bring it down and they'd flip the pages to whatever it was going to be that morning. Albert the Pike says, "Thank fuck for Bunsen burners," but that's when I got to secondary school.
Yeah. You know when they stopped making the pot of sniffable gas, so it was irrelevant to me. I couldn't get high off the gas anymore.
No, but yeah, back in the day, yeah, that was the big TV screens in our days. There were literally big books that were hanging on hoists, and then they used to hoist them up, and we'd have to sing whatever hymn was up on there. It was bizarre, absolutely bizarre.
Right, I'm going to have to ask you your age, mate, because I didn't have that, and I'm sure I'm older than you.
I'm 55. 55, yeah, and that was at me primary school. What that would have been 1976 onwards.
Oh, I'm the young puppy, aren't I? I'm the young puppy, aren't I?
I've got 3 years on you, Mike. So yeah, I suppose our school time is probably relevant.
Yeah,
I'm only 17.
Well, up north, I suppose it was scribed in stone then, wasn't it? Not on pages like we were down in south.
Oh, you twat, It's still look at honestly, I'm a stonemason as well by trade, right? And you know to do that, it's a very hard thing, right? But we stick to what we know, right? I can't write hieroglyphs. I'm good at that, stuff like that. But honestly, you want to see me back on the amount of stone tablets I've got in the back of there.
Really?
Mate, if you can't write, then I'm glad you're not doing my fucking headstone. Fucking too, right?
Like, you ain't getting a headstone. What you're getting is a jar, right, that you can just fit into, okay, and then you're getting scattered across your most relevant place, right? I'm not carving you a headstone, mate, seriously.
Yeah, just screenshot my name, mate, and put that on. You'll be fine.
I want buried with my vinyl records.
Well, if you get my name right on my headstone, you can have my vinyl records.
What we're called Biker Mice from Mars.
Oh,
I've got that.
Mate, I've got a lot
Biker,
of...
listen, I'll have your name. Listen, I'll have a clue. Do you know? Have Biker, all joking aside, mate, have you got vinyl?
Do you know you
Biker?
have to you still what? Have I got vinyl?
I'm saying, have you got many vinyls like from back in the day? I'm saying,
God, thousands.
Oh, right.
I've got 33s, 45s, 78s, you name it.
So you've got them old ones that have got the big hole in the middle that you used to have to put the fucking dowel in the middle of it to make it sit over the pin.
I've got some of them, but I've also got the ones that come pre-formed where you didn't have to put it in. They fit straight on turntable.
Yeah, the other one. Yes. The ones with the centre pin that you used to put in used to be mainly for the ones that were taken out of jukeboxes, weren't they? Because the ones that fit in jukeboxes.
That's what I'm talking about. That's why I was asking, why are them like that? Because I've got some of them like that, which are normally like they're not 12-inch vinyls. They're like fucking they're a lot smaller. So what would them be? What size would them be?
EP 10-inch. You got 10-inch EPs. You had 7-inch EPs, but the ones that fit in jukebox, instead of having the small hole, they had the bigger hole. You used to get an adapter once they come out the jukebox and they sell them off.
It was normally in the bottom left-hand side or right-hand side of your turntable. What you would get, and it was just a little bit of thing. Aye, and you put in listen, boys and girls, come on. I used to have a set of 10 and 1210s. I was a bit of a DJ when I was younger, right? But maybe it's not have been the same stuff you were, but I do have a lot of vinyl still, right? That maybe you gentlemen would love to own, right? But seriously, they're getting buried with me. Right, Baker, I want your vinyl. Seriously, sell it to me. No one in your family, anyone, no one wants them no more. Let's face it. Come on, that's why you still got.
Honest, I have got a collection, mate. A real collection, believe me.
I got the ABBA.
Whatever. You name it, I've got it. Honest.
I've got
Anything
Time
from
Walk on
anything
vinyl.
from
Let's
anything,
do the Time
anything,
Walk again. I've got that on vinyl. Yes.
anything from the 50s up to the 90s, I've got.
Oh, my life. Late 90s, early 2000s, Baker. That's what my predominant era is.
I have stuff later than that, but I don't have many. But yeah, I have got a lot of stuff. I mean, predominantly they are 60s, 70s, and 80s.
Love it. Do you know, this is what I love about your chat, mate, right? It can go from one narrative to the next so quickly, right? But seriously, I have to be about like at least 1 or 2 years younger than the youngest of yous in here, right? And seriously, I've still got something in common with yous. Other than that, I apologise for being a pain in the arse sometimes, boys. I don't mean it.
And I don't mean it.
think anyone thinks that, mate.
Listen, Chris,
I
you're my
do when I'm
favourite. You're
trying to
my
talk,
favourite
and
hemorrhoid, mate. You are my
everyone
favourite
does
hemorrhoid.
I keep coming back, don't I? Once you've had me, you're never gonna get rid of us.
Like
So
about-
you can keep control of your diet.
Don't worry, and I must apologise for that night when you came on and you went, "Oh, your live streams and stuff like that," and you went, "Oh no, I can't do them." And I said, "Of course you fucking can," and I left you to it, and you took over my live stream for about 10 minutes, and I was just sat back listening to you and watching you and the way you was addressing the chat and things like that. So
You educated us,
don't
Dino.
ever think
You
you can't do
educated us.
anything because you were brilliant.
Yeah, he don't shut the fuck up, does he? Really? Let's be honest.
No, I've been quiet tonight.
That's why I said he's like my favourite hemorrhoid. You can push him back up, but he still fucking drops out every time again.
I am just me, mate. Right. The problem is with me is that I don't even realise half the time what I'm doing or what I'm saying. All I have in my mind is like, you know, where you are in the environment you are, is respect is the key thing for me, right? So I will keep it respectful. But as Dino will admittedly tell you, right, I am known as a little tinker on this platform and some people, right? But that isn't me. In real life, it's not. Dino, that educational lesson what you gave me the other week, mate, right? I promise you, it was intimidating, but it was also it was exhilarating. I loved it because this is a proper channel. This is a channel that's established, has a lot of regulars in here, and I felt the pressure, but I thrive off that, mate. So if I've done well in your eyes, bud, then I can die tomorrow. I can die now.
You would. It's easy. Well, kind of. It is. It depends who you have on and things like that. You know, when you've got the flow of it, like tonight, it's just amazing for me because I can kind of sit back, relax, and listen to you guys. You know.
Yeah, don't relax too much.
I'm not stuck in a corner where it's like, shit, I've got to do, oh God, I've got to keep it going because no one's on and it's like I'm lonely and it never happens on here. So I always appreciate everyone who comes on. And we've had shit in the past, but I'll tell you what, these last 4 or 5 months, maybe longer, it's just been free flowing. All good guys on here mostly. Okay, I've been dropped down a few times with the palm bombing. Things like that, but that seems to have faded out now.
Take it as a compliment, Dino. 5 times in one night I got done on my live, right, mate? They got bored after the end of it because I was just letting them back on. And I delete me lives, right? So there's no like they realise they have got nothing to gain. Honestly, Dino, you learnt me a lot, bud. I promise you that, mate. Other than that, I still delete all my lives because I don't know who the fuck I'm offending. Half the time I can't remember what I'm saying. It's 4:30 in the morning.
Matter. You're always gonna. You can't not offend someone. You can bring so much to a live and not offend 80% of the people, whatever. Now, but you're bound to offend some people, and that's what comes with just
territory.
natural talking to people or
It's an occupational hazard.
You don't know who's going to fucking come in. There's like thousands of people on YouTube, so it's like, who's going to come in? You know, you get your
serious
regulars,
question, boys.
the odd
Serious
time,
question. You know what I find frustrating? I'll have 15 people in the chat, say, for example, right? When I MB Live, I look at it, it's had 200-300 views. Like, literally seconds after I've ended it.
Yeah, so what?
How's that working if there was only 15 people max in my chat?
Yeah, we'll give it 24 hours and then look again, mate. You find it's probably done.
No. Like, what I'm saying, mate, is, you know, like, if I've had 15 people, I've been engaging with about 10 of them, right? So I know there's 5 ghosters there. How, when I end that live and I go to delete it, right? How is there like 100 to 200 plus views? Like, are them
people are watching
people
it
are ghosting.
not just live. It's like that's why I always start off with good evening, good morning, good afternoon.
It's talking about people.
Where you're from.
It's talking about when he's deleted it, he's still getting those views.
No, Biker, what I'm saying, mate, is, you know, if I was to do a live right now, right, and I've come off the live and I have to go into StreamYard to delete it, because if you wait until you go, YouTube like monetizes it and whatnot, you can delete it then. But what I'm saying is, I've looked and monetized my chat, and there's been no more than 15 people in the chat, right? But when I end the live, there's been 200 views. So where have them of 185 views come from?
Easy, because whether you're online, people will come in, he's live, I'll nip in there, I'll have a look, and they'll watch you for 5 minutes and then piss off if they don't like it.
Right. So that makes more sense to us, Biker. Thank you. I mean, that's what I was on about there, bud. Right? So it's one of them ones, mate. It is a learning curve for me. What Dino done for me the other week, it was like, I knew what you were doing, you twat, Dino, right? I knew what you were doing, right? You knew you could, and you know what it is, but it was one of them ones I thought, right, what are you doing?
Chris, because you're a natural, that's why. The only one criticism is you talk too fast. And then, you know, because I know Chris can be a really good live streamer.
Chris is a 33 vinyl. Chris is a 33 vinyl being played at 45.
45.
Or 78.
They sound like a chipmunk.
And that's it. And when you slow it back down to 33, it's perfect, Chris. But no,
I've got no filter. I mean, mate, I've got no filter. Listen, I've tried to slow down, right? And you know, when I do slow down, I become like this. So what I do is I talk like this, and I just think, you know me, and I just crack on the way I am doing it. And what happens is, it's just the way it is, mate. That's all it is.
Chris, you're in the northeast. Chris, are you in the north?
Newcastle, born and bred, mate.
I'm 7 miles down the road from you. I'm the only Cockneys round here at the moment. Come here to educate.
Wait. 7 miles down the road, so you're not even in Sunderland. You must be in somewhere like fucking. Let's face it.
You said you were in North Yorkshire, Mike.
I was, yeah. I've moved up here now.
Nice, got to be from Shields or somewhere. Only 7 miles.
Oh, I thought you were in North Yorkshire now.
Here's a quick one, Chris. You know, when you get the ones in the private chat and they can kind of piss you off when you go in there. I rarely go in there, but I've just seen a private chat. Andrew. So I'm a wet wipe, get myself down the job centre. Yeah, I've done that, but it was pretty shit, so I don't bother going anymore.
Well, Dino, how did they get the back chat
centre, which was the security there?
How did these fuckers get the back
Kingston?
Easy.
Get them on the panel. Let them on the panel. Let me do what I do best, Dino, please.
Right, listen, all they've got to do to get in back chat is click the link that's there on the screen.
Right, so Dino's obviously got to allow them on, right? So they would shit themselves if you let them on, Dino. They're the type of people that would absolutely poo their pants if you let them on.
Is he there?
Yeah, absolutely. I've always said, come on if you want. You don't even have to show your face. You know, just come on and speak. Never mind the chat. And then when Biker looks, Biker always checks everyone. By the way,
come on and face Dino's secret weapon, which is SpongeBob SquarePants.
Subscribed yesterday. Yeah, anyway, I just thought I'd bring that one up about the job centre because, yeah, but you know, Dino, you're a dosser and things like that. You don't. I've worked my bollocks off for YouTube.
You know,
You've
mate,
done
I'm on
nearly
the top
300
rated tip,
videos.
you know,
So
mate. I'm nearly on mobility, right? Don't tell these fuckers, right? Seriously, if you want to be my carer, bud, right, I want 30 quid a week of it off you, that's all.
I'll be a carer,
Give
mate.
the fuckers nothing to go at you, bro. Right? Seriously, mate, right? They ain't got a fucking look in, man, mate. Honestly, I hunt these bastards for sport, me, you know I do. I love it. It actually amuses me because not one of these people are ever going to turn up and cause me any real life harm. If they did, that's their
I'll tell
brand,
you
man.
what,
But
Chris, I had it fucking tough. Early days, I had it really tough. Doing live streams regular and then other channels and Dino this and Dino that, and it's like I'm speaking to Biker and fucking what shall I do and think, well, fucking they shouldn't have said that about you, and I've gone right, fuck it, I'm gonna jump on. I am gonna jump on that panel. I'm gonna defend myself. And I had to do that loads of times, and it was fucking really hard work. It was really stressful. It was painful. You know, but I did stand
then
up
what you
for
doing, you
myself.
daft cunt? I've told you that's what I'm here
know
for. Don't you fucking dare have the fun I want to do that. Anyone disses you, Dino, I promise you, mate, right? I am the biggest cunt on you. But you know yourself, bud, you're too kind sometimes you are. I would hate to be on the wrong side of you, realistically, I would. I'd hate to deliver you a McDonald's and not bring it to your door. I just genuinely would. Right?
Don't
But
fuck with a nice guy.
Other than that, Dino, right? You need to realise, mate, that you see on these bastards are gonna like. Come on, Dino. If just give us that, put them in the back chat. Just put their names in the back chat, right? And I can have them all taken out. Kaiser Soze will deal with it for you.
Yeah. do you know, I've had people totally against me. They've come on and it's mellowed out and we've talked and it's turned into the opposite. I had a guy fucking he was so anti-auditing and I'm going, look, it's not like the way you think, and we talked through it. It took me fucking ages. And next thing, he turned it around. He got his family involved. They started watching auditing and things like that. And they started to understand there was a difference between those guys who go out there and start calling people sausages and fucking you're dismissed and all that fucking nonsense, compared to guys who go out there who really want to work the bollocks off to expose people, whether they're exposed as a good cop, security, or bad cop. And there's a massive difference between that and just going out there for major views and controversy when it's not needed and calling them names like that. And that big one, you're dismissed.
Let's just get it clear. Let's get it clear. Dino is not on about me, right? I may be the biggest fucking bellend on you, but I have less subs than a five-a-side football team, right? My reason for being on you is because I love the drama. Dino, you're a genuine bloke, mate, right? But I love to bring people like that on, mate, right? You know, like yourself, but you do a very valid service for the community and whatnot. And you know, if people they cannot see that, you know, my opinion, like fuck them, mate. Don't give them the time of day. I just can't stand people that have an opinion, right, but no backbone. You know, you've got to back up what he's went full circle with you and realised that. Yeah. What I was said to the what shepherd I was led with prior, like I'm led by another one. I am always. I think Rizzle Kick said it best, people. I don't follow no crowd; they follow us, right? So maybe one or two people that agree with us, but I don't follow the narrative and be told where I can and can't go. And if I am, well, that just pushes me more so to piss them individuals off. And it's all fun and sport, realistically, because it ain't real life, is it? Let's face it, it's not.
I've done the same during lockdown, Chris. The more they told us we can't go here, we can't do this, you got to go follow this road, we got to wear this fucking mask, you got to wear this. I fucking went against it all. And hold up a minute, I'll go and get it. Hold up, 1 second. I've got it in my thing over here. 1 sec.
You've got a lovely setup there, you haven't you? He's got a lovely setup, him.
Oh yeah, he's got a couple of Commodore 64s going on, and he's got all the old stuff banging about as mic. Yeah,
I got fucking.
I'll tell you what, how quickly did people stop wearing the masks during?
Well, I done
when
it
it all calmed down. It was like everyone.
I never wore a mask.
Thing,
no
one
one I
fucking
never wore a mask.
And now you
The only thing I wore, was this, right?
No,
Now,
I never. Not one.
In Wiltshire, right? They kept. I went down to the Sainsbury's. I was proud because I'd done this, and they kept going, "Oh, you can't come without a mask." I said, "Well, stop me, love," and that was it. Anyway, Sainsbury's ended up getting security guys in, right? Because they had one that was always monitoring the cameras, but they ended up getting an additional security guy in and stopping people coming in with masks. And the only way I could stop them in the end, and I'm not sure if you're going to see this now because it's a bit faded, so I thought, well, I'm going to print this off. Now, Matt Hancock was the one that wanted to go full China with us, right? So I printed this off and put it on a lanyard, my exemption card, right? This is my own exemption card. And I don't know if you can see that. Hold up there. UK.
You made that.
For a couple of more seconds, right?
It's when Matt Hancock was caught fucking
again. I'll put it on solo screen.
There you go. There you go. So I had one of these. I printed it off, laminated it, and then I used to go to Sainsbury's, and then they go, "Oh, where's your masks?" And because people were wearing these exempt from mask things, people that breathing. So I had this done. Used to wear this. Go into fucking Sainsbury's. Go, yeah, UK government exempt, mate. Right, and the security guard, we said, "What's that?" And he looks at it and he went, "Go on, mate." Full kudos. He just
listen. You know what it is? It's like, hold these two horses while I count them. That's how fit they are, right? Now you know me, mate. You know me. I can't wear a mask. You know why? Because when I breathe, right, my glasses steam up, right. So what I told them is, if I wear a mask, I'm gonna knock stuff off your shelves, right? That you ain't gonna be able to pay for. It's as simple as, right. But other than that, right, mate, I was already banned from most of Tesco's and Sainsbury's before the COVID came into it. My name was already up on the wall, so wearing a mask was a benefit for me. I was able to get in the shop.
Mike, the reason you got into Sainsbury's with that exemption card is because them security guards couldn't read the fucking English. There you go.
They saw the picture and they fucking laughed. They knew where I was coming from, and I went, and he went, "Oh, fair enough, kudos." He went like that, and I never had a problem since. And I've used that in so many places now, I've lost count. And 99% of the reaction is that one is, it's a laugh, or it's just, "Oh, go on, just get on with it, get in, get out." And that's how I am as a shopper anyway. But I fought back against it. I thought, I ain't going in with a fucking mask on.
Yeah, I would say, mate.
Can you imagine going back in a shop in the 90s with a mask on, right, and a woolly hat, right? You get nicked, right?
I know. But they're telling you now that you can wear a mask, and people are still doing it now. The youth of today are still wearing them, right, so they don't get picked up on cameras and stuff like that. And they're fucking literally looting the shops.
Well, I ain't had no vaccines or no fucking masks or wore anything, right? You know what it is, boys and girls, right? I'm very, very much positive. I've maybe had man flu once, right, for this whole time, right? Other than that, I'm quietly confident in saying that I don't breathe the same shit in as that most of these do. You know why? I keep myself to myself, right? Other than that, no mask's going to stop me from getting this fucking disease. There's holes and gaps. Like, no. I can't, a full face mask at work, right? I can't have a beard, right? I can't literally have a beard because when I'm using a still saw, right, the smoke and dust still gets up through it, right? So if smoke and dust still gets through it, COVID fucking 19 is still going to manage to get its way through.
Carbon dioxide in, which is... It starts with breathing your own carbon dioxide in, which is dangerous anyway.
So have you seen a mask?
As soon as you put a mask on, you're in danger before you go out anywhere.
Have you seen the shit on a mask after 2 hours of wearing it on and off?
Of course I have, mate. I'm a builder. I've worked in dusty environments, and I've used it. And again, you know the equipment you have to wear before you use a still saw, right? You look like fucking Michael, what's he called? Him off Halloween, right? Jason, right? You can't tell me you can't even function properly on a still saw, right? When you're wearing all the PPE, personal protective equipment they require you. Seriously, and you know if they leave with our own, right? And if you're thick enough to chop your toe off, right, while doing it, then realistically, that's your own fault, right? Wearing a helmet and goggles and a mask throughout that process ain't going to stop you doing any damage to yourself, right? It's common sense, it is, and common sense isn't very common no more.
Well, I worked in chemical industry for 20 years, and I wore some serious PPE there, and I'm talking full blown oxygen masks, everything else, oxygen tank on your back, all the rest of it, right? These masks that they told you to wear during COVID, they weren't worth a fucking wank. Not worth a fucking toss. Not one of them.
Might as well wear tablecloth.
Can you believe they started selling them, though? I mean,
listen, I wore mankini and everyone stayed away from me, so I was ready for you. Very fucking.
Of course, they sold them.
It was all that.
Selling them. Selling them.
They're still selling them now, mate.
The mask.
Still selling them now.
And you seen how much they charge you for the COVID test now? Have you seen how much they charge you for COVID tests right now? People that were free back in the day.
Is it £5 now, isn't it? Is it a £5?
Come on. If you're telling me that all them benefits handed out back in the day weren't applied to get more out of it right now, then realistically, come on. It's like you can't pull the wool over my eyes. I know what's Woolworth. I realistically do. I'm telling you now, that was all applied. 90 billion may be given out, right? But 100 billion is coming in now from the continuous revenue that they get from these other. Like, who's going to buy a COVID test apart from people that have been suckered into the vulnerable and lulled into the false sense of security now that they need to test or selling? I tested myself once and I come up positive. Sorry, Biker, I come up positive, right, mate? And do you know when I came up positive? Do you know what I felt like? I felt like I didn't even have man flu, and every one of you on y'all know what man flu is. No woman will ever be able to understand out of this, right? It's kind of the equivalent of childbirth, right? But you know what I'm going to say is we'll leave it at that. But what I mean is, it was nothing, mate. It was just a and I thought,
I said that earlier, fella. I did.
Yeah, it's funny the narrative.
Yeah, I mean they're selling these tests now and everything else, but it's been proven the tests that we've been doing have not been worth a toss anyway, because they pick up any ailment you've had in the past 6 months, whether it be a cold, a cough, whatever. They'll pick it up, and it comes back as COVID.
Gone, and I've got another.
Who you got?
Put your screen up, Cocker.
Put SpongeBob up. Many months later.
Yeah, he's lost his connection.
No, he put his screen up, by guys. He's listened.
Yeah,
Welcome to the house of fun.
Yvonne, men aren't soft. It's been proven it's called man flu, and man flu is a serious issue for men.
Oh, but listen, if Yvonne's saying that, then fucking hell, that's good. That I tell you what, Yvonne, like, if I could describe Yvonne in a couple of short words, it would be Mother Nature, right? For what I know of Yvonne off on you, right, she is Mother Nature. Right, so if Yvonne's saying that, then I am taking that as a win-win. If a woman's telling me that man flu is a valid thing, then fuck me. Yvonne, can you just tell my lass the exact same thing you've told me, because I get no creditation of her when I've got man flu?
No, she's saying man flu is not a thing, really.
We're not.
No, if you've got man flu, you're soft. Yeah, that's what she's saying.
I'll joke aside, Baker, she's absolutely bang on. I jumped on the narrative, mate.
You bastard.
No, but it is, mate. Listen, Baker, have you ever witnessed a woman give birth?
Yeah.
and how did it affect you?
It didn't, but my man flu really did. It was
Fuck off, you're a
comparable.
lying bastard.
It was comparable.
Baker, I'm not going to have that. I'm gonna admit this right now. Yeah.
You
There is
backtracking. You backtracking.
there is footage. There's footage of me literally. Listen, Yvonne, this is directed to you, love, right? And I'm sure you'll. I have witnessed 3 of my 4 children being given birth to. Right, one of them was just spattered out on the way to the hospital. You know what I mean? It was just one of them things. You know, women can do that. But other than that, I have got myself on video, right, for my mother-in-law, videoing it, and my wife gave birth to my son, and my God, the pain she looked like she was going through. But as soon as the bang came out, Baker, I fell back onto the chair, and I was like, oh, I was like, and the midwife came over and she's like, are you all right, son? Blah, blah, and I'm looking, watching the video back, and I'm looking, going, my lasses just give birth to my son, and they weren't even, none of them acknowledged her. You know why? Because all them women and midwife in that room knew that she's very strong enough to do what she's doing. I sat there like a little wimp, like a little divvy, and I was like, oh yes, and you know, watching it back, it's hilarious now, right? But that just shows me that, and again, how women want to do that a second, third, and fourth time after going through with the first. Yes, fucking sick individuals, like you all. And it is horrible to watch, man. Hats off to all you women out there, all you multiple birthers. You know, thank you, fucking. But seriously, nah, I'd rather be in bed when the first one happened, and just like hear about it. That was easier.
You're a knobhead.
I am biting, mate. I am, but you know what it is. But I'm me. I'm me. I'm not gonna lie. I'm not everyone's cup of tea.
You back down from mouthful being fucking worse than childbirth, mate, just because Yvonne came on.
Of course. Listen, yeah. I'm not fucking stupid, you know. I'll pick my battles, Baker. Right? I'll pick my battles.
Yeah, you said it though.
So what?
Mike, is that you?
Yvonne, look at me. Look at love. Sorry, Baker, mate. Look at Yvonne. I ain't got no beef against you, love. Right? I'm not that stupid. Okay, but Baker, I'm not even gonna get there, mate. Right? If I wanted a serious troll, Yvonne would be that troll that could have my life, love. Right? But other than that, she's a lovely lady. Yvonne, please take mercy on us. Do you know where you've been? Do you know where you've been? In the short 5 minutes you've been away, I've managed to get myself into trouble with Yvonne. You're going to have to sort this out backstage for us, Dino.
You don't want that to... Why? What's happening?
Right,
because
listen,
I
Chris, wait a minute. Right, before you tell Dino why you've got in trouble with Yvonne, right, I'm going to say good night. Right.
Fuck off, Baker. You're just making a bigger hole for me, aren't you, you twat?
No, you've dug it yourself, mate. I'm going to fucking leave you.
No, I have. I'll have to own this. Dino, I'll own up to everything. Right, but I will.
Right, listen, Chris, the next time you're live, I will show my logo. I will come on, mate. I will come on with your live. Right, listen.
You're not welcome, Baker. You're not welcome after this. Right, seriously.
Fuck you then. I won't.
No, of course you are, Baker, mate. It would be a blessing if you were ever.
He doesn't mean it. We know that, guys. We love.
Of course I don't, Baker. You are more than. I'd love you to come onto my live, mate. Seriously, I wanted Dino to jump on the live, but other than that, fuck off, Swat, and kiss fucking arse now, right? I've got some serious bum licking to do, right? The quicker you fuck off, the quicker the pain's going to ease.
Okay, mate. I know where you're coming from. Right, I will come on your live, mate. Not bad. Right, everybody,
you better come on my live, you twat, you.
I shall do, Nobbed. Right, everybody in the chat, thank you very much for listening and putting up with me tonight. And I hope you all have a good new year and celebrate it the best you can tomorrow evening. So I'm going to say good night to you all. Take care. Twat in the chat, signing off. Good night. Bye-bye. Love you all. See you later.
Peace out, Biker, man. Peace out.
Thanks very much, mate, as always, for
Right,
everything.
Dino, it was all his
you
fault,
do
mate.
for me.
It was all his fault, mate. He started it. Biker started it, mate.
I
I
don't
said,
know.
fuck
I
all.
don't want to know.
Right, no.
I don't want to know. I think Mike's waiting anyway. So
Sorry, I knocked myself off then.
we've got some more decorum in the chat.
Night, Eddie.
1984 TV. Thanks for coming in, mate. Enjoyed your company on Tuesday night. Good to see you. This guy, please check him out. If anyone's got his channel link, guys, I'd really appreciate that. Yvonne, I know you're there. Thank you all. Appreciate it.
Can I say good night to
Chris?
to Ed?
I don't want to know because nobody argues with my Yvonne. Sorry, I don't want to fall out
Dino
with
wasn't
anyone,
an argument, mate. It was a joke. Dino, all joking aside, mate, it was a joke. And you will find this hilarious if you just trust me and listen to me, mate, right? Seriously. I'm going to tell you this right now, mate, right? I thought that Yvonne was backing me up for man flu being a real thing, right? So I jumped on the bandwagon. But realistically, what she was saying is any man that uses man flu as an excuse is a wet wipe, right? So then I had to like, backtrack, and then I thought, well, it's against Yvonne, so I'm never going to win. And then that's why Biker laughed his arse off and jumped off, because he knows I'm fucked, right?
He knows,
so
knows the score.
I mean, my anxiety is going right through the roof right now. People, I'll tell you this right now. It is. But other than that, it was all meant as fun. Yvonne, please take it easy on us, love. Come on.
Because I didn't get a chance to say goodnight to Bikereddie. Bikereddie, good night, mate, and Happy New Year to you. Have a good time on your fire pit tomorrow night, mate.
Yeah, he's celebrating with his port, his cheese, and his cigar. Apparently, he's back tomorrow.
Is he going to have a pint of black sheep though? That's what it is.
He might do. I don't know, but I can just imagine him there in the back garden on the seat, lying back with his port to his left, his cheese to his right, and his cigar in his mouth. Like
Wednesday down cheese.
I know, posh bastard. Listen, Charlie.
I know he's laughing his arse off right now, though, like
really appreciate it. Thanks so much, Charlotte. Thanks so much indeed for all your support. You're amazing. Thank you.
Cheers. I was going to say, do you know, mate, I love your channel, mate. It is so like it's just like it's humanizing.
Chris,
it is.
I'll tell you what it is, Chris. Right? It's 95.9, 97% ish, where everyone who comes in that chat just makes life easier for me on a live stream, and they're just absolutely brilliant. The politeness, you know, the togetherness, you know, the way they speak to each other, the way they have a laugh with each other, and it's, you know, it's nothing too bad. And people said to me sometimes, do you mind if I swear, Dino? And I'm just thinking, fucking go for it. It's not like, you know what I mean? I'm not a disciplinarian. It's just like, you go for it, guys. You know, most of my lives don't get monetized anyway. They're always ineligible, as they say. And that's because of controversy and what we talk about. And do you know what? Why should we keep our mouth shut? And I'm not in these lives for any money. I don't make much anyway. But I'd rather people, like, especially on the panel, like you guys, so we come out with editing stuff and we can come out with all kinds of things. But these guys in the chat, the way they talk to each other, and it's like, you're all ignoring me because they're too busy with each other. And I found that amazing, me, on a live stream on YouTube. The amount of people who get together in the chat, they kind of forget about us guys on the panel.
To me, that's golden. That's golden. You've got a chat that can bounce off themselves, but you don't get that very often.
Chris.
Yeah, you have. Us on the panel, mate, we're just irrelevant. We're like a broken pencil, pointless, mate. Right?
Honestly,
you know, without that.
When they get going, that's it. It's like we may as well not be fucking here, you know. And but
they can be brutal.
Clubs. It's like the old working men's clubs, isn't it? This, you know, with the chap going in there, they're all gassing away in the background. We're standing at the bar in the on the panel. We're standing at the bar, and everyone else is just getting on with it behind us. It's like, yeah, fucking good time. Love it.
Yeah, it's like we're on the stage and we're trying to hit out some good numbers here, and it's like
we're singing, God, do, thinking that we're fucking brilliant and whatnot, you know what I mean? But realistically, we can just share what we hear in the bathtub, right? All them daft cunts out there can hear the real vocals that are coming out, right? They can hear how bad we sound, right? But for us, we're living in that moment where it's fun, it's thingy. Go back and listen to yourself, and then you realise you go, what have I said? What did I do? Other than that, the chat's the place to be. If I could keep up with them, I'd be in there more often. But honestly, it's so much easier being up here with
StreamYards. StreamYards. Once you're in StreamYards and you're on the sort of panel, as it were, you can't reply to the comments without YouTube at the same time, isn't it? That's the only thing. There's no reply back in to the chat, which is a bit unfortunate. Because I think you can do it on Restream, but StreamYards you can't do it. Or am I just...
Who's just joined there, Dino?
This is Carol, guys. We know Carol. Carol's a regular now.
Carol, my apologies. I just...
Andrew said, do you want to drink with me at McCluskey's?
Oh yeah, that one. I've never heard of McCluskey's, but do you know what? If you're buying, yeah,
might be in his head. There might be some fantasy bar that's in his head, mate.
Andrew, I'll take your wallet, mate, and drink by myself in McCluskey's, but you're waiting outside until I come out, right, and paying for me fucking taxi, right? So just shut your mouth.
I think Dino's got a stalker.
Dino's got more than one stalker, mate.
I'll tell you what, I've got many fucking stalkers.
He's got a number of fucking trolls and stalkers, right? You know what I love about the man?
One of them.
How he deals with them. He's very polite and he just brushes them off, right? I'd love him to open the panel up, for a live roasting session one night and just invite SpongeBob in just to have a honest. But other than that, Dino, mate, thank you for maintaining my civilness. But these fuckers,
you're a rocket, mate, and I've subscribed to your channel, so I'm going to come on your chat one night.
You are more than welcome, but you tidy your mess up, right? If you come on my chat.
Yeah, I think us guys. Yeah, I think we should all do that on Chris's, because Chris is definitely
It's got to be done. It's got to be done.
And I tested him out that night, and I thought natural. He's a fucking natural.
He is, yeah. He's a typical fucking Geordie. I'll give him that.
Stop piling the pressure on, boys. Come on.
See, that's what I like about Chris as well. He's so straight on. He's fast as well, but he's so polite with it.
You can blame me dealer for that, mate, because they've put something in this stuff, right, that I've got no control over, right? So that is their fault. That was a joke, ladies and gentlemen. I am literally just on whiskey, right? Right, honestly, boys and girls, I have been accused of taking
like the whiskey. Anyway,
Jack Daniels?
I don't know. Don't advertise, Chris. Don't advertise.
It wasn't. It was good out.
Don't do it, because Mike's got me copyrighted at least fucking 6 times. When he's been
Fuck
on,
off,
it's
like,
I'll just
share this thing,
I'll just share that. And do you know what? Fuck it. I don't give a fuck anyway. I just laughed at it all. But yeah, cheers, Mike. I think you're the record holder for my copyright strike.
Science, trust the science. That's what I'm going to say. I'm now taking over Dino's channel. But listen, you don't trust the science. We're going to trust the science.
I'm sorry.
Mike.
I tell you what, mate. You are led. That was brilliant, man. The one-eyed crackhead made an appearance
out of nowhere.
One-eyed crack.
Nice
one.
Yeah.
He doesn't like me. You know why he doesn't like me? He says I just call people names.
Yeah. Well, when he don't like, he calls you pedo when he don't like you. That's his piece de resistance.
He's got a little ring, You do realise he's got a little ring. He's aiming at channels.
You've all been speaking. Let me speak. Right? Saying, Chris. you're a paedophile protector, and because you don't trust the science. If you don't trust the science, you're a paedophile protector. Right? See,
Well, what I say to you, Crinkle, is the earth is flat and fucking chemistry is a fucking myth.
Got an ology. You haven't got an ology. I've got ologies, right? So that makes me shit. I've worked for Pfizer. I work for Pfizer, right? And I know because I trust the science. I trust the science. What do you do? What do you do? Oh, you're going to get COVID all your life. You are.
And you're going to pay Zara B's fucking OnlyFans membership page, Crinkle, for the rest of her life, right? So she can porn bomb once a month for you for £5 each porn bomb. It's as simple as I love, honestly, mate. I tell you what, bud, that is comedy gold, that, mate, right? Seriously, that is, right? And that just, that made me think that was hilarious.
You thought he was in the room with you, didn't you?
I didn't,
Yeah,
right? But what I had to
was
do
like,
was
where the
give
fuck did he
back to
come
the
from?
actual
You know,
bloke
for
I
a
would.
couple of seconds, Mike, I did have a quick nightmare.
But for a second, I suddenly thought he's on the panel. I was like, where the hell did he come from?
Listen, mate, that was hilarious, that, mate. I'll joke and say, hats off to you, bud. That was comedy fucking gold, right? If you are going to be able to come up onto my channel and my panel and do something like that, right, to piss these fuckers off.
I'll come on as
I
Cleveland.
was bombed in 5 times in one night off these fuckers just for mentioning one of their names, right? It's like Beetlejuice, mention a name 3 times, right, and they will come out and they will for you, but like,
I've had the vaccine up the arse. I took it anally because I was so impressed with it, and I've got so much trust in it. I took it up the backside.
Yeah,
Oh,
if
my
you
God.
get fucking pigeons, right, on your windowsill, right, fucking pigeons, right, they've got technology all around the bodies and things like that. They can track you. They can fucking listen to you.
have you seen conversation justification on people smoking crack to people smoking fucking cannabis?
Pigeons.
He is.
Fucking hell, Crinkle. I hope you're listening.
You're brilliant, mate.
Using twat. Grandad
Look, he is the ringleader of the little gang of him because obviously Crinkle's got a little bit of coin. Let's face it, people. He's got a little bit of coin.
Grandad, forgive me. Let me just do. I need to do this. I'm sorry. I've got
Other than
someone
that, the
backstage,
people,
guys.
Dun, 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 dun. Oh, yeah.
Could it be? Could it be? In the back.
Come on down, people. Special guest appearance from
Grandad.
That's just the science.
Right.
This may be one of them, you know, people that maybe heard.
Dino, Grandad.
You lot don't know. Trust the science.
Right, let me just do this.
Oh, where's Dino?
Now then, guys.
Hello, Grandad.
It's Dino. I like you, Dino.
I like you too, but I've never. I'm sorry.
Whoa, boys,
You
boys. Come on.
You won't, son. I know that. But, yeah, carry on, guys.
No, cheers for coming on. Anyway, good to see a new name.
What do you mean he won't sub? Has he not subbed to you?
Yeah, I will do. I did sub to Dino, but then when I took the old channel down, which was the same, I lost Dino, which somebody's just give me the link to Dino.
Right, this isn't the Da Vinci Code. Come on, my friend. Apart from I can't speak in riddles with someone like me on the panel. I'm thick as fuck. Right?
All right, Chris. Sorry, Chris. Sorry, Chris.
Yeah, Chris is he's hard work, Chris. He's like a bloody brick.
Dino,
a well manufactured one, like almost perfect, because that's what Chris is about. He is Chris, you've told me that before, so you know I'm right.
No, yeah, that's exactly what I'm coming on screen for. I'm just coming on.
You've shown me some pictures.
The thing is, you can't say I've come on camera and I'm on camera. I mean, straight. Yeah.
But
yeah, good.
But what?
Yeah.
But what, Chris?
No, we're just waiting for the
I
fucking
don't
climax.
know. Can I ask you? Have you?
I took the vaccine up on
I've
that.
known you, Dino, for over a year. And all I've done is come on here. Happy New Year, son. You know, there's no malice or anything.
No, I don't get that. I get a decent bastard. Mike, you fucking done it to me again, you bastard.
Hey, what's going on, yeah? What's going on? Because it's an inside joke. I'm not getting the fucking grasp of ya. I'm just like
something wrong with you, lot. Something totally wrong with you. You're all fucked in the heads because you won't have your boosters. You all need boosters. That's what you need. Boosters.
It's about fucking fucking right.
It's all about the science. The science. It's the science.
Trust the science.
Crinkle, put your camera on.
Yeah, but it's all science. Everything's
Crinkle,
science.
is it?
Well, we've got to get rid of that.
That's not Crinkle, is it, Dino?
No.
No, that's not fucking Crinkle. Listen, but believe me, this gentleman in the bottom left is a lot more handsome than Crinkle. For starters, he's got 4 eyes. Crinkle's only got 1.
Oh, like it, man.
I don't think he's got any there. I just think he's got a couple of things there for sure. His real name's Stephen Thompson. He used to be a DJ on the gay
In the 90s. No. This is it. He used to be a DJ in the 90s, right? He's very much irrelevant now, right? And he can't even back that shit up.
Who was a DJ in the 90s?
Crinkle?
No way. What?
No, he was, mate. I'm telling you right now, I'm a very big fucking music fan, right? Crinkle wasn't a very good one. He wasn't a very good one, mate, right? But I'm telling you now, right? He wasn't a very good one, but he's managed to make a few quid where he's relevant to people on YouTube to pay OnlyFans paid subscriptions because they get no contents, footage and whatnot.
DJ what? In what genre was he a DJ? Because I've never. I would have remember a voice like that.
DJ Pop Eye with the one-head crack eye. That's what I remember him as.
Was it K-pop or something? This Japanese fucking music scene.
Mate,
Chris, correct me if I'm wrong. Was it not like the trancey stuff and things like
yes,
that?
It was. You know, it was Eurodance, trance. It was more the rave scene of the late 90s, right? And as I'm going to tell you now, right? He wasn't a very, very good DJ, right? Because if he was, you would have established yourself into making yourself into. Now he's irrelevant in that scene, and he kind of like he feels a bit like envious of himself. He's a bit pissed off of himself that he isn't relevant now. No. So this is what YouTube's about. This is what YouTube's about for him. Because as a good DJ, Crinkle would still have relevance now.
But he must have had potential at one stage.
No, he did. He did. He did.
Camera.
Yes.
Chris.
Crinkle had relevance at one stage. Crinkle was a good DJ at one stage, right? But what happened to him, ladies and gentlemen, is drugs got a hold of him, right? What he tries to put out on people, drugs got a hold of him, and drugs are bad. Okay, drugs are fucking bad. So don't listen to what Crinkle tells you, right? Because otherwise he's going to pay you £5 each porn bomb. That's what he does.
I'm going to play the Birdie song. I'm playing the Birdie song because in science, the Birdie song was the best tune of all time.
Can I just say, guys, Chris, hang on. Can I just say, Dennis, no one on here is paranoid about Crinkle. We're not paranoid about him. All we're saying is, all we're doing is going off what we've seen.
Who's coming? Where's he? But do you know where's he? What's he done? Is he here? Is Crinkle here?
No, he's not here. He's not
sorry,
here.
sorry. I was getting a little bit paranoid there in case he was here.
No, they're
paranoid.
Yeah.
Dennis, don't take that because Dennis is a supporter of mine, so he's not just coming and, supporting Crinkle. He's just asked a question. Fair enough, Dennis. We're not paranoid at all about Crinkle. In fact, the only he's the one who's paranoid. He's probably too many fucking chemical drugs during.
No,
his
he's a
DJ
crackhead. You know, he's a crackhead that can pay for his
What do you
habit,
think
right? To an
Crinkle
extent
really
where he
is?
doesn't
Like,
have to
we
worry
know
about
he's
money.
not a, we know he's not a doctor or anything like that. But what do you
No, he's a
guys think?
crackhead. He's a crackhead.
He had
He does
listen,
look like
right,
one, doesn't he?
Mike Rat might remember it, but it goes back fucking 8, 9, maybe 10 months, whatever. And I did a live.
He's
and
a
he was
nightmare.
going on about, I'm a scientist, I'm science, I've passed this and I've got that degree and I've got this. And I said, well, show us you know, prove it. And he went, right, I will. And he brought out this fucking certificate thing. I can't remember if he had it in his frame or not.
Google.
And he actually had elastoplast covering certain information on that certificate, like his name, his address. And I said, how come you put plasters on your certificate? It looks ridiculous. You put in fucking plasters. Yeah, well, I don't want to give my name and address about. I don't want to give that information out. I don't want to, and I've just said, I've asked you to fucking prove that
I think Dennis is obsessed with him.
You just said about being a scientist and past that and a degree in that. And all you
He's a pseudo scientist. He's a pseudo scientist.
It was so
That's what he is.
comical. It was unbelievable.
He's got no education or fucking no relevance to actual science. He's a pseudo scientist, but the man can speak in like tongues and it can baffle certain people, right?
Yeah.
It doesn't baffle people like me.
The guy's a bit of a stalker as well because he was phoning not just myself, Crinkle.
Brooke had a lot of issues with him, didn't he?
Yeah, we were getting phone calls at 3, 4 in the morning from the guy after we'd done our shows, and the guy's just totally mentally unhinged. Totally mentally unhinged. I've still got the recordings. I think Fluke still got. Well, Fluke. We played some of Fluke's out.
That is ridiculous. I heard that. Oh, God.
Guy is just mentally unhinged. Dennis, I don't know what relation you got to him here. You're saying now that you've never heard of him, but you're here defending him, right? The thing is, this guy
he's not
Mike.
He's not defending him. He just popped up with a question. No, Dennis comes in my live every week. He's not.
Oh,
he won't cause any. He's one of them. Who, you know, believe it or not, some people like who's Crinkle. You know, it's not we've all heard of him.
He's a big information guy. He really is. The guy.
So Dennis, if you say Crinkle's name 3 times like Beetlejuice, right, he will appear.
That's right, Chris. You're right, Chris.
He will appear. I'll guarantee you this. I've done this on my own live and I got porn bombed 5 times off them, right? Him and his little circle. And I can do this again, right? I have done this. I am on to that. Do you know what they don't like about me, Dino? Do you know what they can't stand about me? Is the fact is like I ain't got nothing that they can actually use. Like personally, I have no feelings, right? So they can't use that against us. I have now literally been stalked off Crinkle in other chats, and I've been called a woman beater, right? And this is how low they're going, right? And it was under the name of Laura Pissbag, right? And that was a relevance to Laura K. Bless her, Laura K. She weighed in a bag on. That was the name of the.
When that Pat was talking to some woman that was vulnerable, she was in some sheltered accommodation or something. This was last year, and Fluke jumped. Crinkle actually started coming on to the woman and started giving her misappropriate fucking correspondence over email.
Listen, if you go on certain channels, right, certain channels, which I know, and I ain't going to fucking promote them on you, right, but honestly, they're all in a little circle with each other. And the only thing is I ain't very intellectual technology-wise. I'm not very clued up with shit like that, right, but what I have is I have a feeling and a sixth sense, right, and I have an opinion, right. They don't like me that I am like willing to jump up on a panel and give them shit or comment in the chat, and they've got nothing to hide, right? And they can't pay me to be on their team, right? I ride alone, I'll die alone, and I continue to do that. Other than that, these people need no platform to be on because some of the sick things they
Chris,
do and say.
Chris, there's ones that go that, oh, yeah, well, we don't believe what Crinkle do. But what they do, they follow him around on every channel he comes up on. They still debate with him, knowing that he's just a fucking waste of space. And, you know, and the names come up, there's a usual crowd time and time again. And it's just like, why are you bothering? Why
Well, I'm blocked from a lot of them now, mate,
Yeah.
because they've sparred right to me, right? But I like to do it for fun, right? But honestly, now they've cottoned onto us, right? But as soon as I mention their names, like one or two of them, and I'll tell you one to watch out for, people, is she's like a bulldog chewing a wasp, and she's called Zara B.
I know,
right?
Zara.
Yeah, I'd said that.
Yeah. Well, he was having a
Far
relationship.
wide of these.
But they got a bit of a relationship going on, didn't they? Two.
Yeah,
so,
exactly.
Right. I'd like you to speak to Mike.
Chris, I had months of her. I had personal things.
She's psycho.
All that.
You have
sucked me in.
You have Dino.
But yeah, I've had loads of shit with her. And then
Well, I hunt these people for sport, right? Let this be known. Let this be known. In my spare time, I hunt these people for sport, right? That is my fun to do golfing.
I think
right?
Granddad wants to say something.
I just want to say something here. Mike Bassett, whatever his name, Baston. I agree.
Bastard.
You come on, chat. You showed your camera when I asked you, and I uphold it to you. I uphold to you, man.
Oh, top man. Cheers, Grandad. And you see you, mate.
Yeah.
And to you, geezer.
Dino's a good guy.
I know. Yeah. Been following Dino for a couple of years on and off.
Dino's
Stalker alert, Dino. Stalker alert.
Off,
Been following me for a couple of years.
My real name, Grandad, my real name is Andrew. And I'm trying
My name really is
I've got to invite Dino out.
If you look in the chat, somebody will put it in. I'm Martin.
Do you know why do I feel so comfortable? Yeah, why do I feel so comfortable? Yeah, like seriously, mate. It's like, you know, it is so. It honestly, I hope I haven't offended anyone. Honest, because you know some of the things I can't say maybe a bit, but other than that, it's like it's one of them places. You know, you can't just say what's on your mind there. And if you're not, I'd have been kicked by now, right or wrong. Do you know you would have kicked us by now? If I'd said something, mate, wouldn't have. You would have, wouldn't you?
Hang on,
just reassure us, please.
No, you sound.
Good. Thank God for that, mate. Did you hear that? I'm just going to tell my lads that now. Did you hear that? I'm sound.
So whatever you
right?
want on here.
Can you tell me psychiatrist that as well, please? Because he doesn't believe us.
He needs to tell man.
Nick, how you doing? Thanks for coming in, Nick. Lovely. Cheers. On here, Chris, you can say what you want.
No, well, do you know, can I say bye-bye? God bless you all. Not even I believe in God, right? But seriously, I'm going to quit while I'm well behind now. I'm like, I'm going to leave this intellectual conversation to you gentlemen on ya, and I'm going to apologize to nobody, right, for anything I've said, right? It's as simple as that, right? If you're offended by it, I've got no apologies to you. You shouldn't have listened, right?
Fucking love you, mate.
It was your choice to hit the likes or anything like that. But if other than that, please do buy this man a fucking coffee, right? You know why? Because the shit I've caused this bloke, right? Come on, people. This is entertainment value at its best, right? Big up Deanology, right, mate? My 1-2 go-to fucking channel where I can be the real Chris the fucking Brick, right? Other than that, ladies and gentlemen, people, I love you and need us.
Love you, Chris.
Mate, man.
Chris, fantastic.
Yeah, mate.
Thank you so much. Chris the Brick.
Brilliant.
Right,
Brilliant,
if anyone's
guy.
got any of my mods are still in there, if you can get his link up, I know Yvonne's still in there, please. Chris the Brick, superb. He's a new live stream extremist. I know that. I can tell he's coming on. He's coming on with it. But thanks so much for your alternative views, which are realistic at the same time, Chris. You're very complicated.
I'd love to go on
you, mate. You've not had one bad word said against you in that chat tonight. So that's how much you mean to my fellas who come in here every week. They're absolutely brilliant, and they will judge you honestly. And they have done tonight by saying either nothing at all or good on you, mate. So, well, Chris, well done, mate, and thanks for coming on. It's been an absolute bloody pleasure. Cheers, mate, and I'll see you next time, hopefully. So, hey, Grandad All 2. Right, I like that name.
Right.
So why I get the Grandad looking at you.
Yeah.
But the Old 2, what's that about?
That's just because everybody took the Grandad name.
Oh, right. So it's an extension, yeah.
Grandad name. So I had to come up with something else. Now, I followed you for quite a long time, and then I lost you. And just now, one of my staff members put me up with your link, and I said, I'll go on. And I'm here.
Oh, thank you.
The lot of trouble what you had with Zara B was despicable.
She's a bitch. Yeah.
Yeah.
She was on Sideways
absolutely
Simon's channel a few weeks ago, and she admitted that she was porn bombing Dino and everyone else in there.
Yeah.
She's another one in it.
Yeah.
The trouble with Simon Sideways is that I followed his channel 3 years now, and they have some great banter. They have some great stuff, but I think he'll just let anyone on if he thinks that the viewer listeners are going to go up. But sometimes it backfires. Well, it always backfires. It does.
That did backfire on him. People were making comments about her.
And you know, I mean, we know the relationship between Crinkle and her. You know, that's quite obvious. Anyone that couldn't see it, you know, was blind to it. But you know, look, there's a big disinformation thing going on out there at the moment. Crinkle only come on the scene since the COVID stuff. We look back on his channel, and I don't know what his connection is. He says, you know, he was some sort of apprentice at Pfizer and stuff like that. He admits that, and you know, you put two and two together. And I just think the whole thing, there was some guy that was pretending, you know, he liked the Russians and all that.
Boris.
Boris, yeah, the posh guy. Horace, that's it. And I think it was all a double act, and I pointed it out, and I said, these guys are all a double act. Zara B, Horace, and all this. They're all connected. And, you know, and they simply are. You know, Horace keeps coming back forwards, and then he started a channel up with Crinkle, and they were both on there. And it was like, you know, because at first Horace was like, oh, well, Crinkle's talking shit and blah, blah. But in the end, they ended up being a duet. They were like Law and Hardy. They were Law and Hardy of the Pfizer scene, as I called it. And then Zara B comes out left field, and it's like, oh, well, here we go. Here's another one now. And, it's... Well, I think
but she don't know what she's talking about. At least, I'll tell you what, I'll give them a bit of credit, Crinkle and Horace, slight intelligence. They know what they kind of know how they can wind up stuff. Let's put it that way, in a basic nonsense
But she exposed
way.
herself on this live, didn't she?
But Zara B hasn't got a fucking clue what day it is.
She stitched herself up, didn't she?
You're right there,
I know.
Dino, you're right there.
Oh, Dennis, do yourself a favour, mate. Just bug off, Dennis. Bug off, mate. Bug off and go somewhere else, mate. If you don't want to discuss this, that's it. We've all in common in it. You come out of left field, know nothing about it, and you want to stop the conversation. No, we're having all our channels have been affected. All our channels, in one way or another, have been affected by these people. You don't know what you're talking about, so why don't you bugger off?
I think it's just baiting you, Mike. Don't engage with him.
Right, Dennis, bug off.
If Mike, if that's coming from Dennis,
that's from Dennis.
No, he's listen. He's all right on it. Dennis, do you want to? You LOL. Okay, all right. Don't. You know, Mike's very passionate, so you know.
We all are. He's affected our channel in all ways. He's affected mine. He's affected yours. Dennis, look, if you don't like it, why don't you bug off and start a conversation somewhere else? You come on here, we're talking about it. It's the topic that we've been speaking about, and you come in and you want to control it. Start your own channel.
Where you see Dennis, mate?
He's in the chat there, Dennis Carr, whatever his name is.
Right.
Telling me
Dennis Carr, all right.
constantly
Dennis,
Oh,
come
yeah,
on,
yeah,
it's not
yeah,
like
yeah,
you, this.
Yeah, got him.
Yeah, I've read what you've typed, Dennis. I've read it.
not
I've
like
read
Dennis
it. And you're
today.
telling me to shut
No.
up and move on.
I mean, I've got my crew who's watching me live via computer, which I can't show you for some reason. But they're watching me, watching you.
Nice one. When you say your crew, do you want, what, you got staff watching? Because you said...
they're a more started crew.
Ah, right. Okay.
No, but they're not on here. No one here. Nicholas, show a comment, please. I bet you we're done.
So, Grandad, do you want to, what's your name? Because we call each other by our names. I mean, you don't have to, but... Martin.
Yeah.
Good. Thanks for
Martin
coming on.
Ferguson.
What have you got,
If
what have
you
you got
want it
planned
all,
for this new year?
Martin
Anything?
Ferguson. I do not give a shit. Let me think of some people who know me. Auditional, Film Boy, people like that. They know where I live. They know I'm not far from them.
I've heard of that name, Film Boy.
Yeah,
Film Boy. Was he on
Patch Channel one day?
That's right.
And they're in the town, and he fell over.
You're right.
A bollard or something. He went to jump over something. I think it was a bollard in the street, one of these diversity barriers, and he jumped it, and he went flat on his face.
Oh, that was Gamer. Gamer did that. Gamer did that.
I must have heard.
Right, I thought it was Film Boy. Right, okay.
Gamer did that in Liverpool.
Yeah, that's right. Yeah, he was with Pap out in the town centre or the city centre.
Yeah, that's right.
Yeah.
Yeah, Dino is one of me.
They had to call an ambulance, didn't they, for him, right? Because he...
Oh, he went with a whack. I know that when I see it. He sort of whacked his head on the pavement, yeah.
Yeah, that's right.
Man.
That's right. That was Gamer. Yeah.
That was Game Boy, not Film Boy.
No.
Mixed up, right.
Gamer.
Oh, Gamer, you mean...
Oh, Gamer.
Geordie lad.
That's right. That's right.
Do what with the eyeballs? Fucking like that. Fucking that's like, you know what I mean?
Dino, don't do it. Don't do it.
What? What are you fucking talking about? Like, fucking sick of your fucking back. That fucking head's fucking wankers, fucking poppers, fucking off.
Yeah, that was funny.
Yeah, that one.
Gamer.
Do impressions, you know. Certain YouTube.
That was when other sort of mods were supposed to.
I like doing Catwoman.
They were supposed to meet him, and he did that, and it was embarrassment, man. Yeah. Embarrassment. No. Dino, I've got most respect for you, son. Honest.
Does any of you guys know what happened to civil disobedience, Jamie? I haven't heard from him for a while. He's gone off the grid, isn't he?
He's totally gone. Yeah,
last time I heard, he's been taken to court, isn't he? I don't know what happened afterwards.
By who?
What are you doing?
I don't know. He's just been taken to court, and he was supposed to come back after the case was finished, but he ended up taking his channels down. He's closed all of them, you know.
Or was that because of the court, you reckon? Do you reckon that was because
I don't know. I mean,
order?
We were asking Pop, but Pop wasn't giving us any answers, to be fair.
Has he gone elsewhere? Maybe different platforms.
It's a shame, though, isn't it? Because he was a great guy. I like Jamie.
You never know.
Not seen it, Dino. No, not on all the. Oh God, the bit shoot and all that. Not seen him on there. Yeah, I used to enjoy. He used to do a Sunday night.
Yeah, the great channel, didn't he? He had 50,000 subscribers, and you know.
Yeah.
What's
Oh,
your
well.
one, Dino? What you're on? What's your juice? What's your
Sorry?
juice, Dino?
Oh, cider. Just normal.
Oh, I'm a
apple
whiskey
cider.
man. I'm on famous grouse.
Oh, no.
Yeah.
I don't mind a bourbon. I've had a bourbon from time to time, like a Jack Daniels, you know. But whiskey wise, Scotch, if it comes to Scotch, like the bells and the
No, I can't do them myself.
even the smell knocks me sick.
Yeah.
I don't drink. Me and alcohol
Me bud,
do bad things.
He knows who I am. And he's a good guy.
Sorry, Mike, what's happened there, mate?
What you done, Mike?
That's all right. That's all right. I'm just having a private tickle to myself. Hold up.
Right, tickle.
Service will resume very shortly.
Oh, don't, mate. You haven't got that on me, are you? Mate, show it. I give you permission to show it on Dino's.
No, don't. It's all right. It's okay. I'll explain.
I know there's sort of things. What would make a laugh?
Me too, Yvonne. That is a very much a belly warmer. You know,
Me too,
a fireball, Jack Daniels.
Oh, fireballs. Yeah. Uh-huh.
They're very nice. It's like the first couple of seconds, it's like, and then it's like 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. Oh, yeah, that's nice and warm. That's really mellow. Yeah,
that's the one, son.
So it's Albert the Pike is fucking messing with my head at the moment. Maybe I've gone to see. The trouble is, I'll get over 4 beers and I'll start getting the childish head on. And I just saw something Albert the Pike put in the chat there. And so it just made me beer go down the wrong hole. I don't know if you saw it.
Go on, mate.
And squeak. And
Everyone
I farted. Sorry.
Yeah, I've seen that.
Don't do that again, mate.
Grandad, I've got to ask you this. Let's get you more involved now, Grandad. So,
What?
Amanda, you might know Amanda.
I do.
I think you do, going off that comment. So, what about your? What's this about your yellow shorts?
Oh yeah.
Oh no, this sounds dirty.
They had me do a live on it, and they said I can see through your yellow shorts. I can see your bollocks and whatever, right?
Oh dear.
And I believed them because I was doing a live, doing a ghost hunt, and they had me convinced I could see my bollocks and
You were all paranoid, Grandad, did you?
Yeah, I never worn them yellow shorts since.
Yellow shorts. Oh,
yeah, that's correct.
Oh man.
There you go.
I'm sorry, I'm still going on about the bubble and squeak crack. Fucking.
Yeah, that's like the bollocks and cock. Oh, sorry, Dino. Sorry, didn't mean to say that.
No worries. Listen, it's good to have you on, mate. It's always nice to have someone new on. So thank you.
Yeah, but Dino, I've watched you for a long time.
Oh, I've not been going that long, but
you have, son. Come on.
No, March. It was March 21, so 18
Yeah,
months.
well, that's
it
long
is.
enough. That's long enough, son. And you've done it. You've made that. That's the one, son.
Yeah, I've got to get out there and do more, which I've got plans for anyway. It's just there's been a break in things because not always me, but my dad's died and got to sell the house and all that shit's going through and solicitors and it's
Did you repair that water damage?
Once all that's over, so
yeah,
quite soon I'll be back out there trying to expose these security fuckers.
Get out there, son.
Oh, talking about security, have you seen Older Teen Britain's latest fucking video?
In Primark? Was it the one
that was ridiculous, wasn't it?
Yeah,
I mean, I felt sorry for that woman. She wasn't even shoplifting. Like,
Well, it started in H&M, didn't it? And Primark was in this shopping centre opposite. And it was some security guard that pretended to be police.
yes, that's right.
Yeah, it's AB asked him, he said, "Oh, you police?" And he went, "Yes, I'm police." And it was like, what the
His
fuck?
British accent.
Yeah. I was trying to be polite, doing my impression of him. But then they ended up in Primark over the road, and it was like, well, hold up a minute, what's fucking going on here? And I mean, she had a shopping basket, which was quite clearly a Primark shopping basket. So while she's got that shopping basket and she's in the shop's premises, she hasn't stolen it until she's walked out the shop and gone out the premises with it. But this guy went up to her with two additional, what do they call themselves now? These rangers, bid rangers or something.
Yes, I think ridiculous. Another made-up name.
What is a bid ranger? Can someone tell me what a bid ranger is, right? They're these private security that work for the council, but I want to know what the BID stands for.
Idiotic dickhead.
Yeah.
Bullshit in disguise.
This guy thought he had the powers just to search through her bags and things like that. And it's like, fucking hell, and he's already said to AB, yes, I'm a police officer, and he's not.
But for a minute, one of them thought AB was a police officer undercover, and he's probably shitting himself, wasn't he? One of them.
The bid officers, the two bid officers, the one with the goatee.
Yeah, they were probably shitting themselves, weren't they?
Do you not think that's psychopathic in a person, like to actually
narcissistic? I think
that was so narcissistic.
Hey, knowing, even
I feel sorry for that woman.
Saying I'm a police officer. They could be a police officer off duty or in plain clothes. They're not realise?
And guess what? None of them were displaying their SIA badges.
Name is.
It's sociopathic.
Are you somebody else?
Well,
and not a single one of them was displaying their SIA badges. What a surprise that was, eh? All the badges were in the pockets.
They didn't want to show them. No.
8 times out of 10, Carol, they don't display it. And
I look at the security guards in my shopping centre. None of them display it.
He went, "It's in my pocket." I said,
Dana,
"Was it doing in your pocket?"
Dana, the guy below you, is that the real name of that person? Because I don't believe it is.
I've known Carol for 2 years, and I've known him with that name. Yeah, Carol.
Right, I like that. Then I feel.
A lot of people think, "Oh, Carol, it's a girl's name." No. Carol's Polish, and it's a Polish name. I knew I worked with a Carol at Sports Direct Slavery Factory. But yeah, Carol's a normal guy's name, just like Tracy is. Just like many other names that people think are just.
All right, Grandad. He's all right. He's all right, mate.
All right. I believe you, son. I know you're on the case. I know that.
Carol's a young. I'll tell you what. Carol's a young guy, and he comes on here, and I thought he was kind of the same age as us guys who come on regular, and he's not. He's kind of half our age.
26.
It's really nice to know, like I've said before, to get the younger people involved. This guy's got an old head on young shoulders, and that's nice to see that people at their age, they can get involved with people their own age and go and play pool and watch football and shit like that. They'd rather come in here and talk about what's really going on. And I find that really refreshing. And it's like I've always said, let's get it into the younger people.
They're too thick, They're too thick, mate. You can't save them. They're too thick, mate. They're in the fucking bubbles, mate. They're in the bubbles. They want to go get drunk. They want to go get fucking high. It's ridiculous, man.
See what I mean? It can be done. It can be done. And it's people like Carol who do it.
Fucking millennials, man. I can't stand them.
His name, sorry, his voice sounded like somebody else. That's all I thought. That's it. But I accept what Mike says, Dino says, and there we go. That's
right.
I thought I had lucky days 2 years ago, Grandad, because I thought, but this Carol's stalking me. And I thought, first of all, you think it's a woman.
yeah.
No, it's not. No, Carol's been around on and off on my channel. Is it 2 or 3 years, Carol?
Yeah.
Right. All
So,
I'm trying to know,
Going
no
on.
respect to you, Carol, is Dino's live. That's all I'm respecting.
But Carol's straight as diet is in there and legit, as far as I'm concerned,
Yeah. Fair enough.
I think so.
Comes in every week. He's even stuck a few quid in for me tonight.
Don't worry about it, man.
On the chat and things like that. So
that's
my beers for the next live.
I put my SAI badge in
that's it. That is it. When that money comes in. Because YouTube take 30% and all that shit. I don't care. For me, it's the gesture. It's just
yeah. Dino,
fantastic. Thank you. And I never asked for anything, guys. I never asked for anything.
Hey, Mike. Do you think Dino looks a bit like John Lennon?
Oh, definitely.
Right.
Yeah. No. He looks like someone. He looks like the guy out of what was that fucking TV program that Bikereddie was putting up earlier.
Go on.
Shameless.
Yeah, Shameless. Yeah, the Shameless.
Oh, well, I just said that.
No,
I just said that.
No. I was on someone put earlier on in the chat. Someone put a video up. I forgot his channel name. Some violent extremist name. Anyway, it's a decent channel, and it was a short video, and it said YouTube channel people who look like celebrities in real life, and he put me down as Ozzy Osbourne.
Oh god. Brilliant. Oh yeah, I saw the thumbnail.
Dino, can you see her? She's fucked off. She was looking and she fucked off, Dino. Our lass was fucking looking.
I'll do it on live now, and you can play it back later. But how you doing, yo?
Dino, man, you're a star, son.
Oh, marvelous!
You're a star, son.
Well, I don't think so, but anyway,
you are a star, bro.
Real people like these guys.
No, it's your fault.
Really do appreciate
Dino, our lass just said, are you an old lass? Are you a whole lass?
Lad.
Are you a whole lad?
What's the word? Ladette? Are you a ladette?
Are you a whole lad?
What is she trying to say? Of course I am.
You joking, man?
I'm a full man.
No. Are you from Hull?
You from Hull?
What? I'm sorry.
I know you're not, but she said you are.
No, I didn't. I just said.
Fuck off! You did.
I still don't understand. What?
She said, Dino. She said, are you a Hull? Hull lad?
Oh, Hull from Hull.
Yes.
Oh no. Hey, hold on. I'm not Flower. I'm not from Yorkshire.
I know you're not. Son.
I'm a Lancashire guy. I'm from Wigan, and it's well known that I'm from Wigan. So yeah, I'm sorry about that, but there you go.
Well, I'm from Hull. So.
Sorry, a dark thought to go for me at there.
I've been to Hull once.
Once.
I'll tell you
once
what.
And not again.
No, I used to live near Hull, actually. When I was in the army, I was in a place called Leconfield.
Oh, yeah.
You were in the army?
Leconfield, son.
Was you in the army?
I was there.
Was you, honestly?
Yeah.
Oh,
believe it or not.
Honestly, I try not to swear. Yeah. Not far from Beverley.
That's when I was brainwashed.
Yeah, what's your son?
Anyone been in the forces, we've all been brainwashed.
Oh God, it
Yeah,
was.
we'll
Do you
all
know
be
what,
brainwashed,
Mike?
mate, whether
Mike,
that's in
I'll tell you what.
school.
Though, when I was in there at the age of a very young age, and as soon as I come out, I contracted Crohn's disease, and the epileptic fits started coming more often. But at least when I was in the army, and I was always awake before I went in, if you know what I mean. I was always like that child who questioned the star of the nativity player, whatever you call it, nativity, yeah. And things. I always questioned stuff like that, you know. But when I was in the army, I thought no, and I did actually say to a major, I think his rank was. Luke, I'm not being funny, but it was just before the first Iraq War, and I just said, I'm not being funny, but there's no way I'm going to kill anyone.
Yeah.
And he went, what? And he said, what?
They beat you.
Insubordinate, you. And I got such a backlash, and then I went, I just want to voluntary release. There's no way I'm going to war. And it weren't because I were a chicken or
it wasn't right, was it?
We thought there's no way I would pull the trigger.
So Dino, was that in the army or the RAF?
The army.
The army. So that
I was in the Royal Corps Transport. It's called the logistics now, but I did pass my HGV 3 as it was back then, and the HGV 2. And then when I came out, I had loads of seizures, still epileptic to this day. And so my license was taken off me, and my whole future career, civilian career, was in tatters. And I've always struggled since because of that illness. And
what happened there?
Crohn's.
What a bastard.
And what did serving in the army give you? Like, in return? Nothing.
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 No, nothing.
Nothing.
No.
Look at all these poor fuckers out there on the streets.
A free ticket back home. That's about it.
Yeah.
Fucking up, man.
Dino, I respect you, man. Fuck. I'm trying to.
You know, it weren't for me, and at least I realised, and that's why I can stand up for myself today. And you know, on these lives and things like that, I've always believed in myself and what I say. And you know, I get it wrong. We all get it wrong, and you know, we've got it right as well. And you know, we pass that right on, and the wrong stuff we should soon forget about and move on straight away. And I think people like us guys do that.
But we do.
It's all about the passing it on to the younger people.
We do, Dino, but that's the thing. They don't listen. Don't listen.
Some of them don't, but like people like Carol do.
I believe you because I know where you're relating to, and you are 7 miles away from me, where you did that.
Oh.
Can I just say, I've been asked a question in the chat. Am I all right to answer it, Dino?
Of course you are, mate.
Thanks. Well, I didn't want to go straight off subject here, but Chris John Wright says, Mike, do you like the cesspit on YouTube? I've watched 2 of those cesspits, and I think they are exactly what they are. I think it's on there to get people on. It's a bit like, to me, it's like Celebrity in the Jungle type. They want to do that type of thing on there, and they want to shame people, and that's it. No, I've watched it, and to be honest with you, it wasn't my bag. It seemed like someone who's got a beef with you, they can go on there and they can give you a bit of bullying.
Who's asked that, Mike? Sorry, who asked that question?
Oh, hold up. Just go back. It was Chris John Wright said, Mike,
Chris, how you doing?
No, I don't like it.
Yeah, fair enough. Fair question. I went on early doors. Film
Oh,
boy.
Have you been on?
I went on early doors when he first started. Quite intense. Very intense. I think there was 7 other people on that panel.
To bully you.
He stayed quiet. So I had 6 against me. It fucking madness. I'd love to watch that back actually. And I did actually stand my ground, and it were hard work. And when that live finished,
I didn't realise you were on it.
Back like this, and honestly, I was fucked all night. I froze like this, and it was like, what have I just been through?
It's not my cup of tea.
What have I? You know, it was hard work that night, but that was early doors. So what he gets up to now, I don't know.
Oh yeah, I didn't realise you'd been on it, Dino. I thought, you know, I've watched.
Yeah, very early doors, Mike. I'd say first couple of months. I forget what it was people was against before, but I just someone told me about it, and I went, "You what?" And it's like, yeah, and I said, right, fuck this. I'm not having this. I want a decent YouTube career. I don't want any of this shit.
Why did they ask you on, Dino? What did they accuse you of?
It was a while back, Mike, and so I'm trying to remember.
Yeah, but was that to do with Flute, though?
No, I don't think it was. I think it was round about the time where
it's in COVID, wasn't it?
NBCK. No, I think it was round about that time where I had trouble with. They were like Joe Public, Natural Born Serial Killer, me and Plod.
Is he still about? Natural Born Serial Killer. He seems a bit.
I believe so. I don't think he's doing videos of shit, but he's still knocking about. Now that guy, don't be fooled by him, right? And I don't care if he hears this later on, right? No doubt he'll get he'll come across this right now at some point.
Is this wait a minute. I remember now. Because he said something happened between you and his daughter, didn't it?
Yeah, me and my daughter. And my daughter.
Yeah. Right, okay.
Yeah, and that was all part of the same time with the Joe Public thing and things like that. So it was a massive. There was a lot of things going on in my area, here, where I'm sat right now. He came and stayed here for nearly a week, along with Plon. Then my daughter was, and she came down. And when he was here, because he stayed here for nearly a week, she came down for a night. It was all over her, and people were saying, "How come you didn't twat him? How come you didn't knock him out? How come you didn't?" And I'm trying to explain, well, look, I don't do things that way. Anyway, at the end, I fucking hammered him. I hammered him on a live stream. I invited him on. He lasted 15 fucking minutes. And completely hammered him. And then a couple of weeks after that, and I put a video up as well about him. I can show it you. I can send it you in private. You won't believe it. And after that, he disappeared. So I actually, and I will say it now, I took him off YouTube. So he thought he could come at me, and I came back. I came right back at him. And do you know what? I've got loads more as well waiting, just in case there's any.
Yeah, but there's no, Dino. Do you know what? There's really no fucking point, because all you do when you react to these people is that you add the fuel to their fire. And I mean, I'm sure there's people in your chat that can weigh these people up pretty quickly. But that cesspit, I could see that as. Do you know? Have you heard of you're profiting off of other people's misery? That's all I think that channel's about, is that all they're doing is looking at all the arguments, the petty arguments, and they want to bring them to their channel just to make their bit of revenue and their ad revenue.
Exactly, because it gets loads of viewers and things like that. And let's face it, it's like compared to what we've spoke about tonight, and tonight's been quite mellow compared to what we spoke about in the past when Fluke's been on, me, Mike, Fluke, a couple of others, Carol's popped. It's been serious content. It's been really good stuff. And compared to that, now my viewers, 50 average, but I'll tell you what, I could treble that, quadruple it. All I have to do is cause controversy, mention a couple of names, and come on. And I can put tags in the title.
Or just upload a cat video, cute cat video, and then that will give you views as well. It's ridiculous.
Right, but I'd rather talk about stuff like this and have people on like Grandad.
Me and you need to contact each other. seriously, we need to contact each
other. Mickey Mouse, that comment there, I just want to say, I know you've been around like almost since day one. I've not a clue who you are, but you've always been around and you've always put block capital letters in, which means to me I'm shouting out and well meant and things like that. And you've also put quite a few quid in as well on my live stream, so I don't want anyone to forget. You come in here regular, what you've done for me support wise. It's been amazing. Don't know who you are, and I don't know why, but thank you. I can't say any more than that, to you guys. It's been an amazing ride. I'll always keep my lives going, always, because I've met so many nice people who talk sense and can have a laugh at the same time.
Who's in here?
Yeah, we got to enjoy it whilst we can, because unfortunately the way things are going, I don't think we'll be talking to one another soon enough.
Carol, I do think we've like when Mike's been. I do think we have got somewhere as well with people who listen. They're not always in the chat. Don't forget, and I do believe we've made a difference by what we've spoken about during the lives over the months. I really do believe we've changed people's minds and at least made them think. There's no way we couldn't have done the amount of hours we've spoke about stuff, like hundreds of hours. We're talking hundreds of hours, so I know we've made a difference.
When I'm out and about at work and I talk to the staff members, that I go and visit different sites and I talk to the staff members, they all say the same thing. They've had enough of the government, and especially here around London, I'm asking them about the new ULEZ and they're like, nah, they're not, they're opposing it. I've never met anyone who actually wants the ULEZ, thinks ULEZ is a good thing.
Because it's working against the people like you, Carol, that are going into London and working. You may live in London, but you're in London and you're working. All it's going to do is drive people out. See, in Sadiq Khan's mind, and I'm sorry if this sounds racist, but what he wants is more of his kind. This guy, right? Now, this guy spends a lot of money from taxpayers every year going between the UK and Pakistan, right? He goes back to Pakistan where he's got his tribe there. He was in the national press only 5 years ago about bullying people from the village that his family's from in Pakistan, bullying them about land ownership and stuff like this. This guy spends taxpayers' money going backwards and forwards to Pakistan. This guy ruling London like he's from I'm sorry to say this sounds racist, but it's not. Because this is how their mentality works. This guy thinks London is a little bit like Pakistan. What we'll do, the poorest will fuck them over, we'll bend them over, and then we'll fuck them a little bit more. That's how this guy thinks, because what he wants to do is extend that zone out. So his little empire, whilst he's London mayor, gets more and more of this of the money in. Meanwhile, he'll be riding around in his chauffeur-driven Range Rover throughout London and won't be subject to any of this. What we've got, and look, if anyone's offended by this, I do apologise for your own. Look, just find yourself a safe space. But I'm going to say this now: this guy is a denizen. He's a denizen. He's totally disconnected from this country and from the West, right? This guy has got mob rule. He wants mob rule. He's happy with the stabby situation in London at the moment, whether we got communities stabbing each other and all this. He loves it. It's great. It's playing into the tune he wants, right? This ULEZ thing, it's nothing but mafia control over the heart and the city of this country. This guy's got rule over it. He wants to run his show here like they would back in Pakistan. Well, I'm afraid this is diversity for us, right? If you want to be diverse, if you love all this this is. He said the stabbiness in London is the price of living in a fucking city, right? This is how they write it off. Well, the price of living in a city is having a bit of stabbiness now and again. You know, you're going to get stabbed, and you know that's the price of living in a city. Well, the price of having a denizen running that city is what we're witnessing now, right? This
Mike,
guy.
do you want to, Mike? Do you want to explain to people who might not know what you mean by denizen, please?
I know what it means. I know what it means.
Your granddad knows what it means. Anyone of my age and granddad's age will know what a denizen is. A denizen is a foreign entity that comes in to some. Well, it was not a biological term. It was a botanical term back in the day, where a foreign entity will be introduced into, say, a botanical environment and totally disrupt it. Right. That's what that's when I say denizen. That's what I'm comparing it to.
All right.
Foreign entity.
I'm going to send you my fucking email to you.
The thing with this ULEZ is, as much as we can say he's a dickhead, it's our fault because we're fucking paying for it. You know.
No, Carol, you're spot on. Yeah, you're paying for it. Now, when I say denizen, right, I don't mean that as it's a foreigner coming in doing this. What I'm saying, when I say foreigner, I mean it's an actual foreign body disconnected from the environment that it's brought in. Now, if it was someone from a European country that was in, say it was a German, say it was French, whatever, maybe there's some correlation there that they connect with the people within them communities that, well, you know, we're from the same side of the world as it was and we do things the same way. But when you're talking from someone from the opposite side of the world, but they do things different way, put it this way, women are raped in fucking Pakistan for a guy coming onto them, right? That's normal in their country and they will be punished for that, right? Well, that don't happen here in the West, right? We're talking totally different ethics. So when someone comes into a country from a total ethical rule into a country that's polar opposite to where their ethics come in, and they come here, it doesn't work. It doesn't work. We're just experiencing now the mess Sadiq Khan's London is turned into. In actual fact, I'm from the East End. I was born on the Isle of Dogs in East London. I'm an East Londoner. My family couldn't wait to get out of there, right? We emigrated out. We emigrated to Kent. When I come back from Cyprus in the UK, I went as far west as I can get away from London, and that was in the West Country. What London has become compared to what the community that I was brought up in London is that they're two different polar ends of the spectrum you could ever think of. We've now got a mayor in London that wants to turn London into, as far as I'm concerned, fucking Islamabad, right? We've got the same ethics. I'm sorry, this may sound racist, but I'm talking facts here. This guy is fucking totally disassociated from Western values as far as you can go. If this guy is going to make excuses for the crimes that are going on in London at this very moment with the stabbings and everything else and just say, well, that's part and parcel, we're living in a city. Sorry, I don't care. You may make that statement, Mr. Khan, but I don't know what city you're from, but for my upbringing, no, that's not part and parcel of living in a city. It may be from where you are from, but it's not where from I was born and bred. And that's the difference.
Well said, Mike. And I know a lot of us in here know what you're talking about there for sure. Definitely. I've seen the same thing. Can I just say good night to Yvonne and thanks for all your hard work tonight.
Thank you, Yvonne.
And
you did really
Yvonne, thank you. Love you so much. Absolutely brilliant. Our best to Paul as well, Paul Yeoman. Guys, I'm just going to nip off for a minute or two. I've got 1984 TV. I'm just going to double check that it's him.
Bring him in. He's got a Scouser accent, so you know it's him.
I'm not a Scouser. Can everyone hear me?
Hello, 1984.
Yeah, mate.
Where is he? Oh, he's in. He's in.
He's in the den.
Hey, mate. Hey.
You are, son.
All right there, matey.
Right there, mate. Yeah. So, look, I apologise now. What I'm saying, Mason, look, in this world that we're living in 2022, all that I've said tonight in the last, 5 minutes has probably been deemed racist, right? Because that's how fickle we all are. Because that word racist don't mean fuck all nowadays. You could just say, well, that orange is slightly yellow. Oh, that's fucking racist. Well, I've got an example of the story. If Dino lets me put it up a bit later.
The word racist has been weaponized against the white people. Yeah. I'm sorry to say that, but that's the way I think. It's been weaponized against us, and it's going to get worse.
Yeah.
You haven't even talked about anything racist, mate. You've just talked about a circumstances.
Look, I've just talked to cultures. That's all I've talked about.
We're talking about people like, fucking hell, by now, we forgot about colour and shit. Surely I have.
But the thing is nowadays, right? If you say something to like, let's say certain ethnic people, oh, you're doing this wrong, you're racist. Oh, in this country, this is how we do things. You're racist. Like, do you remember that delivery guy, Dino? You said to him, in this country we deliver door to door, and then racist,
Yeah. I am British. I am British. And I never asked him what did I say?
British accent.
I forgot what I said to him now, and he just come out with, I am British. And I went, I'm not asking nationality, I've asked you, and I forgot now.
I think he said something about like how we do things in this country, and then he sort of automatically just sort of ding racist.
Do
you know what I mean?
We ask for a delivery, and you come up to the door.
Yeah.
I am British.
I'm having the same issue with my local Amazon drivers, mate. They just
with his local accent as well.
Yeah,
I am British.
Exactly the same issue with my local delivery drivers. They're just dumping everything to our front doors in front of our flats. They're not even ringing the bell. They're just throwing everything in front of our doors.
Phone over.
And then some of that shit goes missing, and then you tell Amazon about it, and they're like, no, it was delivered and signed by the residents. I was like, oh, fucking hell.
That's what they are, a pile of shit.
Madness, mate. It's madness. It really is. And this is why...
if you think about it, all these jobs, even up to security, and I'll tell you what, even up to police.
Well, look at all the petrol stations and fucking...
Yeah.
It's mental, mate.
Right, I'm going to nip off for a minute, guys. 84's on, but I'm not going to carry this live on. I'll do till 2 a.m. British time.
84, 84. You're from Liverpool, aren't you, mate?
No, mate. I'm from Staffordshire, Carol.
Oh, right.
Yeah, foreigner. Carol, he's a foreigner. 1980.
Staffordshire. Hey, Alton Towers.
Oh, Alton Towers, yeah. In
Mecca,
Cheadle, that is.
Mecca of the Northwest. Alton Towers.
Alton. Gorgeous.
It's strange though, because certain people when they come on these live streams, certain people might think I sound like a Scouser, and Flute thinks I'm from Manchester. It's like
hybrid. 1984, you're a hybrid. That's what it is.
I must be, yeah.
The reason I was asking you is because I wanted to know more about this fucking shooting that happened in Liverpool during Christmas Eve. I don't know what the fuck that was all about. But...
The beautician. That's terrible. What's happened there? But again, it's part and parcel of living in a city. According to Sadiq Khan, we've got to accept that. That's fine. That's normal. Carol, that's normal.
Do we know who the shooter was?
At the moment, they ain't got a clue because if you've only got to talk to PAP and Northwestern Police, the Mercia Police, ain't got a clue.
Do we know? Do you remember that girl that got shot as well, where the guy tried to break into the house? Do we know? Have they managed to find that fucker?
No, they've got arrests there for that, and I think a child got killed in that as well.
No, it was a little girl, wasn't it? That was killed, isn't it?
Yeah.
and Merseyside police were practically begging him to come and say, you know, it was me. That was the most pathetic thing I ever seen in my life. The way they were begging him to.
Carol, you forget Merseyside police have their Matrix unit, and the Matrix. The Matrix unit is it's a formidable force that, you know, are on top of the ball, and it took them weeks. It took them absolute weeks to get to the bottom of that. They've got all these bright yellow vans that the Matrix units have got up there, and it's just like, you know, it's all show. Everything in this country now has turned into a fucking circus act. It really has. We got all the vans, we got the riot vans, we got TSG, we got this. But in actual fact, they're fucking useless. They haven't prevented a terrorism act in this country for ages. The terrorism act has always gone ahead, as it were, and they've become responsive to it. They always... You go, oh, yes, but we've prevented so many terrorism attacks over the last 5 years. It's like, bollocks have you? You know, this is all, basically all it is to keep us plebs in fear that everyone wants to kill us, and that there are a certain group that want to, but it's just... You know, I mean, we're here now. You know, if terrorism was such a problem, why are we letting people come over on rubber dinghies in fucking huge numbers over here? People that hate us, all men are fighting age.
Yeah, all fighting age, man.
Great point. And when was the last fucking terrorist
They're
attack?
big fuckers as well. Some of them, I've seen them. They're big motherfuckers, mate. Like,
and the amount of money that they're wasting on those terrorism units in the UK compared to what we should be spending on serious and violent crime, they're spending like hundreds of millions year after year after year
on,
you know,
fucking
Mate,
a unicorn terrorist.
Mate, can you hear me, mate?
I can hear you, Grandad.
I need to make contact with Dino, but I must admit I'm too pissed to do it at the moment. But
no, it's all right. Just leave it for now.
I need to get to Dino because he's got Leconfield.
He wants to say some
Leconfield the information, and I need that.
Right. Sorry, Grandad. Hold up a minute. I lost a bit of that. You need the what information? To
Leconfield.
Leconfield.
Yeah, I can give you information on Leconfield, no problem.
Yeah, Dino, I will be in touch with your son. I'm too arsehole to do it now.
No worries. I've got an email address there on the channel. You can get in touch. No problem, so.
All right. Good luck.
All right. I was just interested in what 84 was saying.
Yeah. All right, Dino, and Mike, and all the others.
Take care, mate.
Happy New Year. I'm gonna leave it here.
Easy, mate.
Thanks, Grandad. Cheers, mate. Happy New Year to you.
Yes,
Right.
and
So
thanks
I'll
for
be in
coming
touch,
on, mate.
Dino, it means a lot. So
Thank you. It does to me when people like you come on the live. So thanks very much indeed.
I'll be in touch.
1984.
I'll be in touch with you.
No worries. Okay, mate. Thank you.
1984. Save the meat of what you're going to say. I've really got to go piss because I'm busting. Before I'll break. I'll leave. 1984. Just save the meat and I'll be back in 2 minutes. So I'm going to do a turbo piss. There we go.
I think Grandad hasn't left the stream. I think
I am. I'm going to do.
Oh, right.
It's all right. You can fall asleep right there in front of us if you want.
I think he's had a bit too much. Bless him.
Yeah.
Oh, do you know what? At least he came on.
We've all been there, haven't we?
You were polite and everything, so I appreciate that. You know, so it's really nice actually to have someone new come on.
Talking about London, what I was saying about earlier on. I mean, I've been going in and out of London for the last 5 years, and I can tell you, right, southeast, I'll say it's so divided. London, it really is. Right, you go to southeast, you feel like you're in Africa. You go to east, it feels like you're in the Middle East. You know, you go to west. Do you know what I mean? It's so divided, London, man. It's been divided into different areas.
London's like a country on its own, really.
It's
isn't
not
it?
great. It's
that
not
many
great.
different.
It's really, really out of control over there.
It's been
know,
like
and
that for a long time, really, Carol.
it's
I mean,
getting worse and worse. I mean, all these new restrictions. It's such a pain in the ass to drive around London now. You gotta be on the lookout for every shitty little speed cameras they got, and
Yeah.
20 miles an hour. Jesus Christ. That's all I'm gonna say.
And in London, you have to pay a fortune just to park your car up for the day, don't you?
Oh yeah, I mean sometimes I go on a job, right? I go on a job and to park for 4 hours, yeah, it costs me 20 fucking quid to park for 4 hours. And the thing is, you only allowed to park for 4 hours. You cannot extend your booking. You have to so for example, I've got to look at my watch and I've got to go to another. I got to go to another fucking zone and park there for another 4 hours. So that's another 20 quid. It's ridiculous. It's impossible, man. It's I don't know.
I know, mate, and it's getting tighter, and they're squeezing you in.
And the amount of empty this is another thing that pisses me off. So we got this network called Charge Place London or whatever, and they're so fucking nobody uses that fucking network. All these electric bays that they've put in, empty. Nobody uses them. Empty spots. And if you park up there for 5-10 minutes, you get a ticket.
Fucking hell.
Fucking £180.
Yeah, you can't even get away with free space, can you? You know what I mean?
No.
DJ Evan Erminy, thanks so much for coming in. I really appreciate it. Thanks for all your great comments.
Last year I got caught in Crystal Palace. I did a cheeky left, right? I couldn't fucking believe it. I got a letter come through the fucking post. £180. I was like, unfucking believable.
What? £180?
Yeah. Well, yeah, if you pay it within 2 weeks, you get a discount. Whoop whoop whoop.
Oh yeah, they all do that. All the councils do that. You pay within a certain amount of time, then they double it, treble it, and the next thing you know, it's ridiculous amounts.
It was such a bullshit situation. So basically, what was happening, right? There was a yellow box junction. You go on that, you're fucked. So basically, we had to wait for the set of traffic lights. But every time the fucking traffic lights would change to red, the traffic from the right will then fucking move forward, and then. Once they change back to green, I can't move forward again because these fuckers from the right have basically took up all the space. So I was like, "Oh, fuck this! I'm going to turn left. I've had enough." Waited 20 minutes to move forward, turned left, bam, we got you.
Sorry, Cal. Uncle Bob's just got Dino's just flashed this up. I did shop fitting around London for years till I was threatened for having an England top on. Never been back. What the fuck was that about?
Where was that? In Lewisham?
Bob, can I ask you who was you threatened by, or can I just ask? When I said who was you threatened by, like, was it an English fella? Was it someone who threatened you, mate?
Probably, I bet it was the Met Police or the City of London Police that got offended by it. You're wearing a fucking... Oh, guess what? He's wearing an England top. He's in England.
Wouldn't surprise me if it was the Met.
You are wearing an England top. You are a racist.
Racist? Racist.
Crazy. Crazy. I said that. It's not anymore.
What?
I'm the same as you.
Are you wearing in England?
It ain't crazy now. It ain't crazy. It's the new normal.
That's it.
The new normal.
It is, yeah.
And it's wrong.
That makes it more
fucking
crazy.
wrong. Man, oh man. Right, sorry, 1984. The world's longest piss. Do ladies, I'm just asking the chat, do ladies get what us men get? Which is when you're in a hurry to do it, you get the world's longest piss. Does it happen to ladies, or is it just a man thing where it's never ending? That's trivial question of the night for Friday night. There you go. That's it.
Science. It's science.
The thing with ladies, they got to go every half an hour, don't they?
Hold up. 1 second. Hear me out here. Ladies and gentlemen, it's Trust the Science. So the science question tonight is, Mike had a very long piss. He had a very long piss. So is it normal for ladies to have a very long piss as well? So we want to know, in the name of science, because I work for Pfizer. Yes, I worked for Pfizer for a long time. I want to know, do ladies have a very long piss like the men do as well? So I want to hear your views. Well, there you go, Crinkle. Question. Do ladies have very long pisses?
He's not even come backstage tonight. Do you know what? Normally he's fucking lurking. He's always lurking on my lives. He's not even come there tonight.
Good.
I bet he's sat there for hours, isn't he? Who can get on?
Good riddance.
God, you won't believe it.
He's waiting for Fluke. He has got an obsession with Fluke. I thought I had many phone calls during the early hours of the morning from fucking Crinkle. Abuse. Yeah. But I'll tell you what, I'll tell you something now. With Fluke, he was totally obsessive.
Mike, I remember that night, Mike, on your show when Fluke played for recordings out on his phone. And
I remember that as well.
Yeah, he was completely obsessed. It's like
It's you couldn't make it up. You could not make it up. I couldn't play mine out at the time because I forwarded mine to the police.
Right. Yeah.
And they said, well, I said, look, I'm going to play this out in the channel. They said, well, if you're submitting this as evidence, we suggest you don't, because there were quite threatening calls I was getting from him. And, I played the game. I thought, well, Fluke said, oh, I'll play mine out because he didn't report these to the police. I reported mine to the police because I was threatened, basically, threatened seriously.
Yeah.
But there you go. I
take the police said fuck all, Mike, about the whole allegations.
My outtake on the whole thing is, I think Fluke is Fluke. I think Crinkle is part of the show. He was put out there as disinformation. He jumped on channels that had anything to say. I mean, even with who was the other guy we were talking about earlier? Carol.
Oh yeah, Horace.
Simon Sideways. No, Horace.
Horace? No, not Horace. The big fat guy that was doing
civil disobedience.
Civil disobedience. That's it. Yeah. And it wasn't until Crinkle got involved in his channel that things started going seriously wrong for civil disobedience. And I tried warning Pap as well, and I warned Pap, and I went, Pap, please don't play to this guy. I know he brings channel listeners to your channel, but it'd be very short-lived. The same happened to mine. I had a peak because everyone thought it. See, the thing is, what annoyed me is that my viewership went up when this twat come on, because I'm sure he had a follower, a sort of a following that it'd bring along. Your viewership would go up, and you'd think, oh well, this is a bit of entertainment. Let's listen to this guy, and it was all a trick. But then I saw him doing it on other people's channels. I saw him doing it to Pap. I see him doing it on Dino's channel. I see him doing it on civil disobedience, and I thought, no, this guy's a one-trick pony here. And it literally is a one-trick pony, because you would never come onto your channel and talk about anything else other than COVID or anything else that, was a bit more sort of, well, this is the government plan and doing this. But I've never heard him talk on my channel anything other than COVID and the vaccines. But when my channel was one of the first ones he jumped on, and it weren't me he was targeting, it was Fluke. That was quite clear at the start. But, Fluke used to come on my channel every week. The other channel that we went on was Dino's, and then he started coming on Dino's, and it was like, oh, shit, he's doing the same there. And then he was doing it to civil disobedience, and it was like, oh, there's a pattern going on here. Then he ended up on Paps, and then he's done the Simon Sideways thing as well. And every time it's the same pattern. It's the same thing. And... that's why
he's been on everyone's channel, hasn't he? Spouting his usual bullshit. He's been on them all. Has anyone?
I curse you. No, I just said Albert the Pike. I know what he's doing. It's a 90s TV program. I think it was Harry and Paul. Was it Harry and Paul, Albert the Pike? I curse you.
Oh, yeah.
Was it I curse you? Your babies will be born like hedgehogs, and I curse you. I know where he's coming from. Oh, well, I hope he does. Because
has anyone kept an eye on this? I think it's called the BF7 thing coming from China. This deadly variant. Yeah, I think it's called the BF7.
Yeah,
they're banging on about it on the radio. I heard this morning, and I fucking had to turn it off. I got sick of it.
Apparently they're calling it an official surge through China. And they're saying it's going to be within it's going to come to us by January.
Well, hold on a minute. Well, we were talking about this on Tuesday on Dino's channel. Dino, if I can share, if you'd be so polite to let me to share a screen with you, because it's one thing that I was going to bring up tonight. And I've got two screens here. I've got this one, and the next one ties in. This is the hypocrisy of it all, right? Of what we're witnessing at the moment. So if it's all right with you, I don't know if you've got it there. Right.
It's going to be twin-demic. That's what I heard on the radio today. Twin-demic.
Yep, twin-demic. Well, I heard that beginning of the week. This is one of the stories here. Passengers from China set to need a negative COVID test before entering the UK amid surging cases. Right. Well, the UK's only acted today after Spain and various other countries have already put this in place earlier this week, that the COVID pandemic in China has risen again, despite the fact that we've heard the opposite of that over the last 6 weeks, where that China's softening on the lockdowns and all that stuff. And then we go to this, right? Then we go to this already, right? So today, this goes to today's story in the paper. Dozens of patients treated in corridors, 40 hours, any waits, warnings to think twice about calling 999. And this is what they're calling it. The twin-demic leaves the NHS struggling at Christmas. So how is your hospital affected?
What a lot of bollocks.
Well, maybe it is, maybe it ain't. Maybe we're gonna see a massive spike in this, and just like 1984 said there, they've been talking this up for the last few weeks now about the twin-demic and everything else. So they knew. I think they knew. And on Tuesday, as we said here, that they're predicting by end of January, so that's in 4 weeks' time, that we're going to have this twin-demic crisis coming along. So is it an excuse for them to do their lockdowns, stuff like that? But like you said, 1984 TV, for them to know this ahead of plan. I mean, we've only got to go to event 201, where the October of 2019, before all the COVID pandemic broke out, they were talking this stuff up. And, here we are today. So we've gone from one story. This is all in the same day, right? This was in the same day, in the same paper. It wasn't just the Daily Mail. It was also the Telegraph. It was also the Express that put these stories out. We got passengers from China now being, right? So we had a story yesterday, right? And one of the things Fluke said on Tuesday night is, I can't do a Fluke impression. How the fuck can you tell me?
I can do a Fluke impression. I can do a Fluke impression.
Right, Dino, just do this then. Dino, if you can do a Fluke impression, do what Fluke said on Tuesday. How the fuck, right, in a Michael Caine type of voice, in an Italian way, how the fuck did the virus spread from China to Italy in such a virulent way, right? Because it was Italy that everywhere was reporting on at the first stages.
Yeah.
But then yesterday, right? Hold up, yesterday, Friday, Saturday today, aren't we? Yeah, Friday, They're reporting that over 50% of Chinese visitors to Milan, which is in that same region, down in the Italy way, are COVID infected. So,
sabotage.
And the thing is, right, even if there was any sort of a virus coming from China into any country, if I was in charge of that country, do you know what I'd do? I'd shut the fucking
border.
Yeah, I'd shut the border, shut the airline, shut the train, shut it all fucking down, and then let's deal with it when we've sorted it all out. Shut the airline.
Yeah, exactly. No, I agree. Totally agree.
Mickey,
But
thank
we don't
you.
do that, do we?
I really appreciate that. Sorry for
Nah, I
butting
mean,
in.
it was all
I
over
know,
the
right,
fucking
mate,
radio this morning. I just had to fucking turn the fucker off when I was driving to work. I was like, fuck this, I can't stand this bullshit. And then I heard the twin demic. I was like, ding, 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 ding. Here we go again.
Yeah. Same
fucking
thing.
2020.
They're starting it all back up again, aren't they, guys? They're starting it all back up again. I'm just waiting for all of the fear and propaganda in our wonderful mainstream media, and the government. And just
There is
waiting for it.
definitely a flu going around because my mate had it, but the thing is, for fuck's sake, like all he took was some Leipzig and he was fine the next day. I mean, for fuck's sake, man, this is getting ridiculous now, isn't it? And anyway, we are supposed to have vaccines now, hey? We're supposed to be vaccinated against this.
Oh yeah, there were such fantastic vaccines, weren't they? They really work, don't they? They've been proven to work.
Yeah,
when
that's
you look
why
at
we keep seeing all these results from them.
Yeah. I mean, look at Biden. Yeah, Biden was double jabbed, double boosted, and he still got COVID. That was a few months back. It's brilliant, isn't it?
Mad thing about it. Yeah.
Wonderful, successful vaccination bloody program when you're more likely to catch COVID if you're vaccinated compared to non-vaccinated. Now, that's scientific.
I've had
proof.
this fucking thing 2 times, and I am completely vaccine free, right? And it's just a bit of a headache, no taste, in my thing. Yeah, just feeling like shit, but
Mickey,
give a
right,
couple of days and
it's the
you'll be
common
better.
cold, and we call that fucking over 100 years ago. They called it COVID. So the word COVID is not new. It was out fucking donkeys ago, and it's the common cold or the flu.
Yeah,
you're right, Mickey.
But the thing is, right, it's supposed to be a
we never used to mask up before this. I said this year, a couple of years ago, it was like mask up, everyone beware.
I don't understand how they can say it's a respiratory disease when.
And then all these other changes, i.e., the war, etc. Bit weird.
I just don't understand how they cast it as a respiratory disease. Honestly,
well, it's the common cold because all that COVID has claimed to be is within the family of coronavirus, which includes cold, flu, everything else. And the PCR test will only detect the general coronavirus as an illness. We can't say that is this specific strain of COVID or whatever they're claiming it to be. The PCR test, their so-called gold standard, is so flawed. And even the inventor, Kerry Mully, said this in the 80s. When he was trying to convince everyone that Fauci was such a scammer, was a fraud, basically. And he wanted to use Kerry Mullis's Nobel Prize winning PCR test. But that's not what it's designed for. It's not designed to say you have this or you have that. It picks up fractions of old dead viruses from 20, 30, 40 years ago. So it's you look at the whole picture, you put it all together, you think about it logically, and it's just a scam. All of it.
Eddie, what's that about, mate? I know you put a link up, and that looks very heavy indeed. But can you give us a quick overview of what that is before people click on it and have a look?
Do you guys think people are going to fall for this second time?
Yeah.
The people that fell for it the first time and still haven't woken up, yeah.
But they
those
still haven't
people.
taken their fucking masks off.
I think
Yeah, I
there'll be a
suppose you got a
few,
point there.
Carol.
Yeah,
I think
exactly.
there'll be quite a few who's moved forward for sure. For fucking
Yeah, no,
sure.
I know there are. I know
Definitely.
there are. I mean, I
But
know
I
with
reckon most people, we're talking sheep here, we're talking...
They're slowly waking up, I would say. It's slowly, you know, building up into more and more people.
Very slowly, 84.
Yeah,
That's why
yeah.
I said our best reference is, let's just keep talking as much as we can. And
Yeah.
the younger guys, we need to...
Exactly.
It's them guys.
Can I make a
We're not going to do
Dino?
it now. But
Can I make a distinction here, Dino? I think, right, if you've got people in your life, right, that I know, we've all got them, I've got them, you've probably got them, right? If you've got people in your life that shelter themselves away in their homes, turn that fucking 65-inch TV on, and they're watching things like Love Island, right, and all these fucking reality dancing, mincing on ice and all that shit. And that's their Saturday night, that's their weekends. And they don't want to discuss this. They don't want to, right, they're the people that are not going to vote. But I tell you what, I know people in my own family circle and circle of friends that are now waking up, right? You might think, oh, it's late. It's never too fucking late, right? They're asking questions.
Correct.
I don't think there are many people in my circle of friends that will tolerate another lockdown like we've had over the last 2 years, because they know in one form or another how much damage it's done to not just themselves, but to their children, right? Whether their social lives were cut out, but not just that, their businesses and the places that they worked, right? And the company that I work for suffered badly during COVID. And, you know, all right, some of us have got our jobs back with them, but I don't think they would tolerate it for a second time around. So my little bit of faith is, I think if they do try to implement all these fucking lockdown measures again, I think most of us are going to be going, fuck off.
My hope is that there'll be significantly higher pushback. And we also mustn't forget the damage that mental health in lockdowns.
Yes.
You know, the damage it's done to people's mental health.
Yeah.
It's like some people just couldn't face another lockdown because
vaccine damage. People that have been damaged by vaccines, and they're like, "Well, I'm having no more." But now they want to lock us down again. So what, they're going to try and enforce injections again? You got these people. There's lots of them. There's lots of them.
Exactly. That's the problem.
Mm.
Well,
you know, people are so scared that they're literally paralyzed with fear, and all the only the only source of information that we have is like my mum, the BBC. She switches the TV on, and you know there's a BBC and all the rest of them, and they'll tell her what to do. They'll tell her what to think. They'll tell her to go and get a fifth fucking injection.
Yeah, they've just spent another 7 million redoing their logo. For your mother and my mother and everyone else that believes everything the fucking BBC does. Some people think the sun shines out the BBC's arse, but the BBC have just spent 7 million right now. They've got a massive well, this is what I don't get, right? This is what really bugs my bollocks, right? Is that the BBC have got a massive media department, right? 2,500 people working in creative development within the BBC. Within the BBC, right? What the license fee payers, all these silly idiots that pay their £150, £170, whatever it is now, right? So they've gone to a consultancy firm, right? It used to be Saatchi and Saatchi. They've gone to some new up marketplace in fucking Soho, right, where all the fucking love is, right, all the LGBTQ, you know, we can do new, yeah, exactly, you got it there, typing, Dino. I like your wrist action. It's good. Well, we can come up with new logos for you, but it's going to cost you £7.5 million fucking pounds, right? So the BBC, despite the 2,500 people they got working in their creative department that come up with all the graphics for all these TV shows, they come up with all the logos for the idents, the lower thirds and all this, right? They've spent £7.5 million on fucking basic childish logos, right, that come up depending on what type of, if it's science, it's this, it might be a fucking S, of, right, they've spent £7.5 million. Why couldn't the BBC just gone to their own creative department and gone, right, we need some new logos for this. We need some... Why, all the money that's being spent in these departments, it's like, well, what? But you advertise to us you've got your own creative department. Why aren't you creative enough to come up with your own fucking logos out of the money that's already spent? This is what
they're laughing at you, aren't they? I mean, it's it's the cheap money, and they know they're going to get more money, so they can just wipe their asses with that money, man. It's
don't give a shit.
They know what they can do, and they'll always please the people or most of the people. So,
well, the thing is, the BBC, right? Because they got away with all of the sex scandals, Jimmy Savile, Rolf Harris, dozens more, because the public accepted that and didn't just,
Stuart Hall.
Yeah, another one, Stuart Hall, because the public didn't boycott en masse. They've got away with everything since. Because people didn't push back and say, no, you're a bunch of fucking corrupt cunts. And
nonsense.
Fucking you know what I mean?
Nonsense.
When it comes to TV and all those guys involved in the mainstream industry, even don't forget there's people backstage, producers, sound engineers, all them people, they're involved. But the ones in the highlights, your Jimmy Savile's and people. Yeah, but they've got away with it, haven't they? So there's a reason why they've got away with it. It's because they've been well protected. Otherwise, they wouldn't get away with something like that. So he's protecting
Jimmy Savile's producers knew what was going on.
Yeah, but as long as the money kept coming into the bank accounts, they didn't give a shit, did they?
Exactly. The BBC knew about all of this, and they protected the nonces.
Because they saw Jimmy as a golden egg, so they had to protect him with.
And it's got to come from the top. It's got to come. It's got to come from the top.
And it's only as soon as the money stopped coming, that's when
hear about anything
exposed
below it. It will always the guy at the top will always hear through the grapevine at least what's going on.
Yeah, that's true.
That's through the grapevine.
100%. Yeah, absolutely.
It's look, when we look back what's happened and what they've got away with, it's fucking disgusting because at the end of the day we can all turn around and go, well, it was Jimmy Savile's fault, it was this fault, it was the BBC's fault, it's all that. No, there comes a point where you got to turn around and go, no, it's our fucking fault. It's our fucking fault. Everything that happens in this country, whether it be the Jimmy Savile scandal, whether it be fucking COVID scandal and what they got away with over the last fucking 2.5 years, it's just like, well, no, hold on a minute. We've got to share some of that blame because we allow them to do it. And then we just turn a blind eye.
I agree, Mike. I agree that we should share some of it. I do.
Yes.
But also, when it comes to things like the Jimmy Savile and the other deeper stuff, the more covert stuff, it would be hard for us to
well, no, Gino, when
know that before we're told it. Do you know what I mean? Because I haven't got a fucking clue.
No, I know that. But Dino, let me just draw a comparison there. We look at Rotherham, we look at the Leeds, we look at all the fucking child rape scandals that's gone over this country over the last fucking decade or so. That happened. That didn't happen at the BBC. That happened in our own fucking towns, Telford, Oxford, like all over the fucking country, right? So there comes a point where you've got to look at fucking civil society and turn around and say, is our civil society fit for purpose? Because, all right, I'll go back to a speech that Putin made fucking 1.5 years ago before he invaded fucking Ukraine, right? And us Brits were giving it all the rhetoric against, fucking Russia this, Russia this. We've always demonized Russia. And Putin just turned around and went, for a country that can't protect its own children should be not lecturing us, right? And he's fucking true. We knew about all these child rape cases that were going up and down in 14 different cities up and down this country, despite what was going on at the BBC with Jimmy Savile, Stuart Hall and all that, and Rolf Harris and all this bollocks. We cannot fucking control what's going on in our own towns and cities, and I think that's a fucking disgrace. We cannot protect our own children as plebs, right? I'm not talking about politicians. I'm not talking about BBC employees. But we cannot, in our own towns and cities, protect our own children. One of the big aspects of that is because of the police. The police protect them. So it's very difficult. A father that will complain that their daughter's having problems with these rapists will be targeted by the police. And that's been proved time and time again. So it's a double-edged sword. When I look at what's happened at the BBC, it sort of pales into insignificance because it's one, all that shit mainly happened in the 60s, 70s, and 80s. I look at now and I think, well, hold up, what can we do now? Well, when I look at what we can do now is fuck all, because the minute you complain about it, you're racist.
Yes.
We go back to what we were saying again earlier.
Yeah.
You're racist. That word racist means fuck all to me. Me as a person, anyone that calls me racist, I'm like numb to it. I'm like, what? Oh, is that the best you can come up with? Fucking racist. You don't know what a fucking racist is. So what's happened is over the last 30 years is that these serious terms that, you know, are serious. Racist means that you hate people because of their color of their skin or their creed or whatever. Well, no, what they've done now in 1984, or I think, no, it's Carol said it. They've weaponized it. And that's a fucking dangerous thing. Here we are now in 2022. We're meant to have evolved as people. We've meant to have evolved as a nation. We haven't. We've gone further back than I can ever think of. You know, I brought up in the 70s and 80s. We've gone further back than that. But we can't protect our children. And I think that's a very, very sad state of affairs, because if we do try to protect our children, you're racist. This is the word that they're bringing up now for everything.
You can't say anything now, mate. You can't even fucking look at someone for more than 10 seconds. When I was on a train going to London a couple of months ago, there were a big poster, not a big billboard, but one of them big poster things, even in the frame. And it was all in pink. The background was all pink.
Oh, I say.
And staring at people is... I took a picture of it anyway, and I thought, what? 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 In a train station. I've never seen it anywhere else. But obviously it's about, isn't it? You're not allowed to look at someone for more than 10 seconds unless they can class it as a sexual stir, so it could be fucking rape, a form of rape or whatever.
Oh, Dino. Oh, do you know what? I despise what's going on. People say when Mike comes on, oh, he's a big mouth, he's a big brother, fucking going up. Do you know what, Dino? I fucking hate what's going on in this country at the moment. I hate all this demon, thing. You know, it all started not so long ago when, you know, oh, it's illegal to wolf whistle a woman now because it's offensive. Look, anyone that gets offended, most women get fucking like, oh, you know, they get like a bit of a flutter. You know,
I was just going to say, what about them people who do like to be looked at, Mike? They don't mind being stared at. It's like, hang on a minute, I'm out here for a catch tonight. I'd love it if a guy stared at me. You might want to come on. You know,
there's loads. There's loads. And there still is, well, I would say not so much today, but, you know, just a few years ago. But now what we're ending up doing in this now, we're ending up in a style. I'm trying to find the words to describe in what I think we're in now. We're in a very fucking style, dull, unfunny, nothing's funny. We're in a fucking absolute. We're in purgatory. This is. If you could,
I was just going to admit, you just said it. We're in hell for sure.
Yeah, we're in hell. We're in hell.
Anyone's allowed to say what they want on here, and of course he's got the guts to say it. And people who come on here most of the time do say their own thing, and they're allowed to do so. And I love it when they do. So don't be afraid on here. Say what you think. Say what you want.
I think what we're in as well, I think we're in a state of chaos.
Yes,
as a society.
Yes.
You know, and that's by design. That's how they want it to be, and it's all been planned. And we've got all of these behavioural psychologists and everyone at Sage and their nudge team, and they know exactly what they're doing to society and to the public.
Exactly.
You know, and the point that I'd like to make, just going back to what Mike was talking about, whether it's paedophiles at the BBC, grooming gangs, COVID, or whatever it is, people need to take personal responsibility and say no fucking more.
Enough's enough.
Yes.
Enough's enough. Do you know what? Oh, Christ. You know, I know what you say, Dino. People get passionate about these things. Do you know what? I mean, I've not won my channel now, fucking 7-8 months, whatever it is. And I took a break from it because it was doing my fucking head in. And I thought, we need more people. And YouTube were doing whatever they could to stop what we were doing. And I think, what 1984 TV said there, what we're in some sort of fucking parallel universe, as it was. What's right in this universe is wrong in that, and we're seeing more of a reflection of that. Do you know, I'm going to go one step further than that. And I'll end it on this because fucking hell, we've gone over your time here. It's 2:10.
It's all right. We'll give it five, guys. Yep.
I'm not a particularly religious person by any means. All I can describe what we are witnessing today, if I want to put it in a synopsis or a nutshell, is fucking evil. I don't care what anyone says, fucking Mike's turned into an evangelicist. Fucking, listen, no, it's not. The only word I can describe what we are witnessing today, whether that be the global agenda, whether that be what's going on with children, whether that be going on with fucking LGBTQ and all this. Well, do you know one thing I've noticed they've done, right? This is how clever, this is how mental, right? This is psychology, right, of LGBTQ, right? This is the psychology of it, right? What they've done, they've kidnapped what was a symbol of peace.
Yes.
Right? They've kidnapped what was a symbol of peace, and they've turned it into a toxic mess of selfishness, do you know what? I can't even describe the words to it. The only word I can end it on is evil. Absolute fucking evil, right? Whether they want to demonize you for not believing what they believe in. This is meant to be a minority, right? They want to demonize and criminalize you because you don't believe what they believe, right? But what they've done, they've kidnapped this rainbow. Oh, we got our rainbow. No, it's not your fucking rainbow. That fucking rainbow symbol was well around before you started this movement up.
Yeah.
But it's us that have to comply. It's us, the fucking plebs, that have to look at this fucking rainbow symbol nowadays. Look at it as the symbol of peace. A symbol of what? With them fucking toxic idiots that want to dress up in.
It's meant to be a symbol of unity, really. And even the police have got flags outside.
The cars are now rainbow colours as well.
Wear badges and things like that. So the police, the fire, the ambulance, all the public
fire
services,
brigade,
all the heavy services, they're doing the rainbow thing as well. So what does that tell you? It's kind of, to them, it's a unity thing, and the more they get that unity, the less the natural world fades on from it.
You should see what's happening in Poland. It's fucking crazy. I mean, the Polish people, fair play to them, have stood up against this bullshit, and they are getting demonized by the European Union or the Fourth Reich.
My ex is Polish, Carol, right? My ex, I split up with her 4 years ago. That's over something different. But I tell you what, I know from her family and friends, and they're not tolerating this shit like we are. And that's one thing I've always stood by them and fucking I've always long kudos to you guys, because you don't take this shit, and they won't take it in Poland. And there's a lot of shit that we're taking at the moment. This is why they're fragmenting away from the European Union. I think Poland rushed into the European Union maybe, I don't know whether it was a fiscal thing or whatever, but I think people are, being Polish people, look, they're fucking strong-minded and they will not take all this bollocks. And I think they're finding that out now. The European Union, see a bit.
I'll tell you what, the Second World War, we'd have been fucked without them.
Oh, I know that. Yeah, we know that. Yeah,
we'd have been fucked without them.
Yeah, absolutely.
They're similar to us, I think. I know many Polish people.
Especially if you look at the Battle of Britain, they brought a lot of Polish.
You wouldn't know any different.
During the Battle of Britain, lots of Polish people went to fly the planes.
The fighter pilots. We had a Polish squadron there. Yeah,
we would have been fought.
And you know what? No offense as well, but the British tried to cover that up, didn't they? They tried to say it was the British pilots that were,
but Carol, hold up a minute. There's something more important than that. Do you remember when the first Enigma was caught? Who captured the first Enigma machine?
Polish people. The
Polish people. But who tried to take the credit for it?
Alan Turing.
Yeah.
The Welsh.
Alan Turing. Yes.
Well, a factual bit of factual fact here from World War II is the Polish captured the first Enigma machine
and we broke it as well.
To broke it, yes. So, but that's something that the British establishment's little Willie, right? The British establishment, little bit Willie, there from our intelligence services, right? From British intelligence services, couldn't quite admit that, right? So they had to come up with a gay icon, Alan Turing. The rainbow in England broke the Enigma code. Right? The rainbow broke it. So, look, listen. Right, I used to talk to my grandfather a lot. Right? He was in the Royal Navy. He was in the Merchant Navy before he got into the Royal Navy in the Second World War. During the 70s and 80s, when I grew up with him as a grandchild of his, he'd never talk about the war much until before he died. And he turned around and he said, much of what you see on the television programs is a fucking illusion. Is a fucking illusion. Because, I was watching a war film at the time on a Sunday afternoon. Yeah, Germans are fucking Germans. And he turned around and he said to me, he said, son, you do not know what we done. So, I'm not talking so much about what we done in Germany, but what we done in France, right?
Yes, we do.
And I was only like 12 years old, and I was like, what's he on about there? And it wasn't until years later I found out what he meant. But it's, guys, I'm going to come back to this thing. Everything that we're experiencing now is all fucking an illusion of what these powers to be want us, the world they want us to be in. All this fucking...
it's led by the WEF, guys. Please look into the World Economic Forum.
Yes, absolutely.
I think that should be a good starting point for people.
Yeah, exactly.
Into it as much as you can. Trying to create a dystopian future and dehumanize people as much as possible. And they'd even admitted, even in this book, what's been published, the Fourth Industrial Revolution, we're gonna do, this is our agenda, and one part of it is the fact that they want to turn us into cyborgs, and that part disturbed me, and that's just
into slaves.
So, right, guys,
it reminds me of the old 1977. You're old enough to remember this. D.D. Jackson, I am your automatic lover.
Oh no!
Automatic lover. See me, feel me, see me, feel me, touch me. Automatic lover. This is where it all stems from. This is what they want. This AI fucking world, this eugenics world, and this is where we're all mixing in with it. If you look at the WEF website, don't take this as me being a conspiracy theorist, right? Go there today, wef.com. Go on their website. on the left-hand side of your screen, right, if you're going in by computer, will be the burger sign, you know, with the 3 lines. Click on that and have a look, right? Just have a look on their main menu as to what the WEF think they rule, right? And you'll be shocked, right? Everything from climate change to energy management to what we should be thinking about LGBT. Right, there's a section on the WEF website which is LGBTQI, right? LGBTQI. In the workplace, in society, right? I tell you what, if I get my balls chopped off, right, and me cock fucking slung out, right, I've got more rights in this future society that I want. I'll have more rights than you will as a normal person, right? If you read what they're going with this LGBTQI stuff, I'll tell you what, from 2023 onwards, the world's your oyster, because you are the people that they want to promote next. They are second below climate change. So you got climate change, and below that on their priority list is LGBTQI.
Yeah, so that's their agenda.
And if you don't believe me, go on there tonight and have a look. If you want, if I can put it in the chat, I'll put the link to the WEF website. You will be shocked. You will walk away. Don't turn the fucking 65 TV inch screen on your telly with fucking Love Island and that to get away from it. Absorb what the WEF are telling you, because this is coming. This is the plan between now and 2030, right? And it's all being ramped up. Look at what they're putting on their website. Look at their videos. Listen to Klaus Schwab and all these fucking associates. Yeah. What they are running down. I'll tell you what now. Cash will be gone on 2030. There will be no cash because this is the way the WEF want it. LGBTQI, right? If you apply for a job and you're not queer and you're straight, you won't stand a fucking chance. Right? Because it's all there in black and white on their website. This is not coming out of my mouth. This isn't me just surmising and making this stuff up. Go to the WEF website, read their website, and I'll tell you what, if you're going to look at it in depth, give yourself a week, 1 week, and look at each section on that fucking WEF website over a week if you really want to find out where we're heading. And I'll tell you something. It was only 2 years ago, and I said to Fluke on one of my channel broadcasts, I said, well, I'll be out of this before this all kicks in. No. Since COVID, I'll tell you what, this is ramping up, and it's ramping up quick. This is going to happen before I fucking die. But like fucking nuts, what was his name? The guy in here earlier, he said, it's down to us to sort this out, not our children. Our children can't sort this out. They don't know any better. But we've got to make it better for our children. And, I'll wrap up on this. That's where we got to leave it, because it's not down to our children. It's down to us. I'm aware of it. You're aware of it. And if you're not aware of it, go and have a look on the fucking WEF website. Dino, I know you're doing your best here, 1984. I know you are. Carol, I know you're experiencing what's going on at the moment. This ain't fucking normal. This is not normal, right? Whatever's going on right now is not fucking normal. There's no way. And I'll tell you what, the only people that can stop it are the likes of me, you, Dino, doing what we do here and beyond, because I think...
Yeah. And passing it on, Mike. That's all we can do. Pass it on. Pass it on.
Pass it on, yeah.
People come in, we get new people in. We got new people listening. New people passing. So we're doing the job. That's all we can do. You've got more knowledge than me.
Yeah, I can actually back Mike up.
And then we can all club together on this. There's no harm in doing that. So, and we still learn from each other at the same time as well. Right, that's it, guys. That is it for tonight. And do you know what?
Love you, Dino. Fucking, it's not it, because we're going to be doing some more. There'd be more in the future.
Yeah.
I mean, just for tonight. But yeah, I mean, of course, the next live, let's just hopefully carry it on like this. I hope 84 comes on. I hope Carol comes back on and Mike, Fluke, you know, because it's
I was just going to say,
don't forget, guys, I get feedback after a live in private as well as during the live, and I always get good feedback when it comes to a particular live like it has been tonight. So I'm really proud of tonight's live, and I really appreciate you coming on. It's meant a lot, and you've really put a lot into, you know, it takes a lot of mental effort to come up with the knowledge that you know, and you try and remember, and you want to recite, and you want to give out to people. That takes a lot of fucking energy, and I really appreciate people like you guys. So until Tuesday night, if not before, then I'll see you then. But
right, can I do a plug here, Dino? If I can be so cheap.
Yeah.
Anyone that's on their own tomorrow night, right? I'm on my own because I've moved up north from my family from down south. I know it's New Year's Eve tomorrow night. If you're on your own, you want a bit of a crack, I've got my family and friends and all that. We're on D Live. If you I can't put a link in, can't I? But it's Bastion Radio on D Live. If you want a bit, right, we're doing the top 100 shit tunes, right, from 1970s. Up to today, right? We're doing the top 100, and it starts 7 o'clock tomorrow night. We're going in the celebrations. I've got a few crack people coming around here, a few idiots and all that. If you want to join in with our party, you're on your own. Welcome to join us. D Live, Bastion Radio. It's 1970s to today, right? So we got the shit binga music and in it. Attitude shit as well, if you want that in there. But it's the top 100 from 7 o'clock tomorrow night all the way up to midnight, and then we're doing our fucking New Year's Eve till when we fall asleep.
Sounds good, Mike. Sounds
D Live Bastion Radio, if you want to do that.
There you go, Bastion Radio, guys. You'll soon find it. So just type that in. So
Dino, I'll bring you on a video stream as well. You can come on and present with me.
Yeah, I might do.
Will you? If I
might do. Yeah.
I ain't got your email address.
It's on my channel, Mike. Just go on the about tab.
Send you a link. Dino, come on tomorrow night for a crack as well.
I will do. I'll tell you what. Get in touch.
Dino's personal
Please remind me. So
Dino's personal. Yeah, I'll send you. I'll send you an email tomorrow morning, and you think about your top 5 music videos. Right, don't matter what era it's from, who they are, and we'll play them. We'll do Dino's personal top 5.
All right, why not? I never guessed on anyone's live anyway. So
it's got to be done.
All right. Okay. Mike, cheers. Honestly, mate. Thanks as always.
Thank you, mate.
You know, depth of knowledge it's superb. Thanks. Everyone loves it. It's been evident in that chat tonight. Same with Carol. 84's come on late, but honestly, mate, you know you're all welcome back on again. So
thanks for having me on, Dino.
Thanks for having me on, mate.
Thanks to everyone in the chat for turning up.
The pleasure is all mine. It really is. It means a lot.
Pleasure as well, mate. It's been a great night. Enjoyed it.
I'll see you midweek, if not before, and you have yourselves a good New Year's weekend, whatever you're doing, and
get pissed.
You relax and
just
enjoy
get drunk.
Yes.
And let's just hope next year's better than this year. Not. I don't.
Well, we hope so. Dino, thanks for having us on, and thanks to all those in the chat that took part tonight. It's been a fucking great night. I've loved it.
Yeah, thank you, mate. Yeah, it's all been good. Every single person, every single one who's been on chat, panel, everything. So
Happy New Year!
A nice end to the year for me. God knows how many lives, but the amount of friends I've made and people in the chat and people who donated a few quid, I can't believe it. People who send me private messages and Dino, great live, and I'm thinking, was it really? And is it? Because all we're doing is chatting, and it's like, you know, and people enjoy it. So
people want to
really enjoyed the year. It's meant a lot to me, and the encouragement and inspiration I've had from
people want to hear it. That's the thing. People do appreciate it. People want to hear it.
It's just great. I know I attract the right guests, and I attract the right people who want to watch and listen. You know, and things like that, and even join in and come on a panel, even like, what's his name tonight, and he was pissed, but he just wanted, you know,
Great.
I get them people, they just want to be on your panel, you know, it's like, I've been on Dino's live stream, you know, but you know what, fair enough, but I've enjoyed the year, all the lives, hundreds of hours, great company, good laugh along the way, crinkle involved and all that, but I just want to say thank you so much. It means a lot. And I'll see you as normal. Tomorrow's just another day, right?
Job be done. I'll email you. I'll email tomorrow night's show. You got to come on. It'd be great to have you on as a guest.
Right. Remind me, mate. Just send me that email. And then
I'll send it in the morning. Yeah. Nice one.
No worries.
Bye. Happy New Year to you, Carolyn. Thank you very much. It's been a pleasure being on with you guys as well. All those in the chat, Happy New Year to you.
Cheers, mate. Cheers, guys. See you
Take
soon.
care, guys.
Yeah.
Goodbye.
Take care, guys.
Night all.
Peace.